4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Diving stab, Crawford throws to first. He got him. What a play.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Wade Meckler looking for his first big league hit, second game, and he takes a pitch called a strike. Did somebody just get kicked out? Might be Gabe Kapler. Chad Whitson, I think he just kicked him out.
Here's Tyler started. Now there's a swing. There's a high drive deep to left field. Way back there, still going. Adios! Pelota! Now Wade Meckler swings and lines one into center field. Base hit. There's his first big league hit. Flores is hit back to the pitcher and lined out to left. And he swings and he hits a high drive deep down the left field line. Headed for Berkeley. Adios! Pelota! The Floridas had two more hits in this game, 2 for 3, 2 singles. And now there's a drive in the left field. Going back and late going back. And Rosarena misjudged the ball. It sails over his head, rolls to the wall. Here's Jock to third. He is being waved home. Here comes the throw home. The tag. Chase! Luke Jackson goes into his windup, kicks, throws. He struck him out swinging. And he comes on to end it with an exclamation point. He strikes out the side in the ninth inning. And the Giants even up this series at a game apiece. Giants 7, Rays nothing.
And that should do it.
Yeah, that should do it for the return of the Waterboy, Marcus Boucher. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Happy Wednesday. I am indeed back in the saddle in the leadoff spot for the first time in nearly a week. It's Overnight Dave behind the glass. And yours truly, Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, who you have not heard from in this time slot since last Wednesday, since I took Thursday and Friday off to go out to Las Vegas to cover the 49ers and Raiders preseason game. I was at the joint practices. I got plenty of stories to tell you. I've got one-on-one matchups. I got behind-the-scenes look from 49ers and Raiders training camp and takes that I've been waiting to get off in the 5 a.m. hour for the last 36 hours. But over those last 48 to 36 hours, I was hosting with Greg Papa 10 to 2 on Monday and Tuesday, filling in for John Lund. So in case you missed any of my 49er Raider hot takes and my reactions to all the overreactions from week 1 of the 49ers 34-7 loss against the Las Vegas Raiders, you could have caught me all week long with Greg Papa live from Levi's Stadium yesterday, talking 49ers and Raiders football. Had a few conversations with guys like Rich Gannon, talked to David Lombardi, talked to Matt Mayoko, talked to a bunch of 49ers beat reporters who were also out in Las Vegas, where they had us 60 yards away trying to get a glimpse of Jimmy Garoppolo, the Raiders, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold. So I'll have a full scouting report for you on all the 49ers quarterbacks, what I saw in those 1v1 practices, the Max Crosby versus Trent Williams pay-per-view matchups, and everything you need to know going into the 49ers Week 2 matchup this weekend against the Denver Broncos. But before we get into some football, we also got to recap some baseball, because I not only hosted a show with Greg Papa on Monday and Tuesday, but I went out to the Sacramento Rivercats game last Thursday night out in Las Vegas at a beautiful Las Vegas ballpark as the Sacramento Rivercats took on the Aviators, and Kyle Harrison was on the bump. So not only do I got quarterback scouting reports for you, but I got one on Kyle Harrison too, a man that we have been talking about a lot over the last couple of days, and the speculation that he could have been in the Giants rotation as soon as this week. I know Susan Slusser came on with Murphy Mack last Friday. We talked to her on Monday with Greg Papa, and then John Shea had the big article over the weekend speculating that it was finally going to be Kyle Harrison time. Well, as we all saw yesterday, the Giants went with an opener again, and it looks like Ryan Walker is scheduled to pitch today. So it's going to be 3 openers in a row for the San Francisco Giants. And we also saw Kyle Harrison on the bump last night in Sacramento. So we got to pump it back a little bit, like our friend Derek Carr likes to tell us.
Pump that back a little bit.
On the Kyle Harrison hype train. It was nice to see him extend the 4 innings pitched last night, 60 pitches, 7 Ks, no walks. Did give up 6 hits and 3 earned runs. But after seeing what me and Papa saw on Thursday sitting behind home plate, Kyle Harrison, the stuff is there. They're just looking to expand them, looking to build up that pitch count. And sooner rather than later, he should be up with the big league roster. But the thing about the Giants, even over this recent streak of really not performing to their level that I think a lot of people are expecting them to, it really hasn't been the pitching. It's been the offense for the Giants. Over the last month of the season, they have been arguably the worst hitting team in baseball. And that's why it was nice yesterday that the Giants welcomed me back to the leadoff spot with a nice 7-run performance. Because boy, oh boy, was it getting ugly. You look at the last 10 games the Giants have played. Yeah, they won 3 of them. 2 of them are comeback victories. Whether it's going back to Anaheim or going back to Sunday night, where Patrick Bailey saved the day after Camilo Duvall had a blown save, when Gabe Kapler decided to not take the ball from Logan Webb, but to give the ball to Camilo Duvall after 8 2/3 scoreless innings. Of course, we all know what happened with the balk, with the Brandon Crawford play in the hole, and then Patrick Bailey coming in to save the day. But if Patrick Bailey does not have that swing, we're talking about a team that's 1-8 in their last 9 going into yesterday's game. And again, had that comeback win in Anaheim. Without those 2 comeback wins, you were maybe looking at a 9-game losing streak. 9. And you take a look around in your division, that number 9 is also popping up with the LA Dodgers. They're on a 9-game winning streak. They won again last night. So now the separation is bigger than it might have been all season long. Giants are 9 games back in the NL West. Currently sitting with a 64-56 record. Of course, the Dodgers 72-46. Now, the good news is, even after this stretch of baseball where they are almost swept by Bruce Bochy and the Rangers, they're still in the wild card mix. They're still in the wild card conversation. Currently holding onto that number 2 spot against the Philadelphia Phillies. They'll have a chance to match up with them later on this month. So at least they have the opportunity in front of them. But this is the opportunity for the Giants to prove that they can compete with other playoff teams. When you play against the Texas Rangers and Bruce Bochy and one of the highest scoring offenses in baseball. When you play against a team like the Tampa Bay Rays, who were the best team in the American League for the majority of the season. Of course, now the Baltimore Orioles have caught them, but the Rays are still in the playoff conversation. And then you look forward to a series this weekend against the Atlanta Braves, having to go play Philly, and then having the Braves come to town this week. If you want to be a true playoff contender, this is where you prove it. This is where you go out and play to the level of your competition, something that the Giants have done so far this year, but also they've played down to the level of their competition. So that's why it was surprising to see them almost get swept by the Texas Rangers. That's why it really wasn't surprising after watching them strike out a season-high 17 times on Sunday, 12 against Dane Dunning, for them to be shut out by Tyler Glasnow
in their first game against the Rays on Monday night, who is one of the best pitchers in baseball. But yesterday, the Giants got to go against a former San Francisco Giants, Zach Littell. He was on the bump for the Tampa Bay Rays. And, of course, we all remember the famous interaction between him and Gabe Kapler when he pulled him in the middle of a game. Gabe Kapler didn't like how Littell handed him the ball. Next thing you know, he was scolding him down in the locker room hallway. Well, guess what? There was Gabe Kapler in the hallway again last night, but it was for a different reason. It's because he was fired up and gets ejected early on after Wade Meckler, who made his Wade Meckler 2023 World Tour debut in San Francisco this week, after going from being in San Jose last year, starting the year in Eugene, going to Richmond, going to Sacramento, and now making his debut 1 year after he was drafted. We can get into the Wade Meckler story in a little bit, but I want to focus on Gabe Kapler and why he was so hot and why he went out there and defended a guy who was hitting in the two-hole, playing in his only second major league game of his career.
He used a certain word that's a no-no with umpires.
And it looked like he used that word a few times yesterday, Dave. Hell, it looked like he used it 3 times as he was telling the umpire, you've missed this call 3 blanking times. And I was actually excited to see Gabe kind of get lit up a little bit, get emotional, and fire up his team. Because this is an offense who, again, has been one of the worst in baseball going back to the beginning of July. And so they needed something to shake up this lineup, something to shake up this locker room, whether it is calling up an Elliot Ramos or a Wade Meckler or having a Dave Fleming as your bat boy. They needed something to wake up the bats. And so maybe Gabe Kapler provided a little bit of a spark, a little bit of energy for his guys. I don't know if it did or not. You'd have to talk to somebody in the clubhouse. I heard Wade Meckler after the game yesterday say, yeah, it fired him up. And then there was Wade Meckler getting his first career hit. He had 2 of them yesterday, playing center field after this whole kind of rookie line change that we've been seeing over the past couple weeks. No more Marco Luciano, no more Casey Schmidt, no more Luis Matos. But here's Wade Meckler, here's Elliot Ramos, and here they were contributing to a couple wins over this 10-game stretch. And that's kind of been the Giants' storyline this entire season, is the line change of the rookies. Going back to a guy like Casey Schmidt being the first one called up who sparked this lineup. Patrick Bailey is the only guy who's been able to really stick around on this club. And shout out to Patrick Bailey last Sunday, too, obviously with the walk-off home run. But how about him posting that 1.71 pop time to second, the fastest there's been in baseball this year? It's beautiful to watch this kid behind home plate. But it was also cool to go out in Las Vegas and watch Joey Bart behind home plate. A guy that's been forgotten about with the San Francisco Giants. Another guy that's been on that roller coaster back and forth. Yeah, I don't know when Bart's going to be arriving anytime soon back in the Bay Area, Dave. And that was the interesting part watching the Sacramento River Cats with Kyle Harrison on the bump last Thursday, was seeing half the lineup be guys who were half the lineup for the Giants at one point this season. Whether it was a Bryce Johnson, a Casey Schmidt, a David VR, a Joey Bart. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And that's why it was cool talking yesterday to Zach Bayruti, who me and Pop actually got to go up and see in the broadcast booth in Las Vegas last Thursday. And he talked about how it was kind of unprecedented to see these guys go up and down so often, especially with your top prospects. Like, I'm still trying to figure out why Marco Luciano was on the club for 4 games and then sent back down. And I get it. He needed to play more second base, needed to show some more versatility. And again, I don't want to call out anybody or talk down to a kid that was born in the Bay Area, played high school baseball in Fremont, but Mark Mathias is not the answer. We've seen his time is come and gone now. I don't think Johan Camargo is the answer. But again, these are the kind of moving chairs on the Titanic that is the Farhan Zaidi roster moves. I mean, look at the Tampa Bay Rays yesterday. There's Jose Siri in center field. That's a guy that Farhan signed in 2020, never made it to the big league roster. A guy who's got 15 bombs this year and one of the better defensive center fielders in baseball. So again, it's nice when you hit on these Mike Yastrzemskis, who's currently dealing with a hamstring injury. It's nice when you hit on Lamont Wade Jr. But how sustainable is this model? And that's the point where we're at kind of with the Giants now after this 10-game stretch. It seems like a team that's kind of running out of gas. It seems like J.D. Davis has kind of slumped down this year after playing in an everyday role. We've seen the offensive numbers go down for essentially everybody in this lineup outside of Wilmer Flores, outside of Tyro Estrada.
The two guys who had a home run in the same inning for the first time for this Giants team since like June 13th, I believe it is. These are the guys supplying your offense. It was Tyro Estrada who had the 2 RBIs on the Monday night game. And so the Giants, that's why they went out looking for answers. That's why they called up Elliot Ramos, and I was glad to see him get some good at-bats against the Texas Rangers over the weekend, squaring up balls, hitting his first home run. And again, that's why it led to Wade Meckler being called up and inserted to the top half of the Giants lineup. Now, I'm sure my guy Kerry Crowley did a great job breaking down the Wade Meckler story, talking about how this kid was 4'10" in high school, weighed 75 pounds, was cut at Oregon State, has been through a lot of adversity, and how he's really the only guy outside of the Anaheim Angels organization to make it to the big league level after being drafted last season. And that's why I do think it's cool. It's a great story. But I also don't think we can rely on Wade Meckler to save the season. I don't think we can rely on a lot of these prospects to save the season, which is kind of what the Giants were banking on. Again, look at the quarter pool marks of the season. The first 40 games, when it was mostly the veterans, they struggled. The second quarter is when Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey came up. That's when this lineup got sparked. That's when they got that energy. And that's why I think we were all right with the Giants not really making moves at this year's trade deadline, because you looked at the middle of your infield and you thought the future was already currently on the roster. You saw Patrick Bailey behind home plate. You saw Marco Luciano at short. You saw Casey Schmidt at second. And you saw Luis Matos in center field. Well, guess what? All those guys are gone now. All those guys are back down in Sacramento.
I did not see that one coming.
So instead, you're looking at Johan Camargo. Guys like that being filled out throughout the roster, and that's why this Giants team has been struggling in comparison against the Tampa Bay Rays team that is going to roll out essentially the same lineup every day. And that's why they lit up the Giants bullpen game yesterday, or 2 days ago, when they threw out 3 consecutive right-handed pitchers against a right-handed lineup. The Tampa Bay Rays, who are a team that is known for embracing analytics, said, screw it. Give us all the righties you got. We'll put up a season-high 18 hits on you. And that's why it is kind of disappointing to see a series like this when you're playing one of the best teams in baseball and to go out there with an opener 3 days in a row, and that's why people are salivating over the potential debut of Kyle Harrison. But like I said, he pitched in Sacramento last week. We'll see how many starts he does have left in AAA before he makes his MLB debut. And if he does join the Giants sometime next week during the road trip, or if they bring him back next week when they return home with the Atlanta Braves, how about the fact they got to play the Braves twice over the next couple of weeks? Buckle in, folks. It's going to be a long series. But, hey, at least you'll get Logan Webb and Alex Cobb, your traditional starters in those series. As I said, Ryan Walker taking on Aaron Savale today, former Cleveland Guardian. Giants have a chance to win the series at 12:45 today down at the corner of 3rd and King. And you know it's a day game, so I'll make sure to get down there and give you a full scouting report tomorrow morning. But how about on the other side? I do give you that scouting report from 49ers and Raiders joint practice. What happened last Thursday, Friday. We obviously saw what happened on Sunday with the 34-7 loss.
How about those Raiders, man?
But I do think it's important to take a look behind the curtain at the Raiders practice facility out at Henderson, where you're not allowed to have cameras. And hell, you're not allowed to watch from the sideline either. You got to stand about 60, 70 yards away. I'll let you know what I tried to watch through the bodies that were the Raiders and Niners players on the sideline and what I thought of my first impressions of Jimmy Garoppolo in silver and black. We'll hop into all the Raiders 49ers stories on the other side. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher making his return to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
on first down. Lance on the short set, and he's swallowed up. Lance stepped into pressure right away. Lance out of the gun. Personal protector Mason next to him. Dropping back, pumping once, and going down. The Raider pass rush gets home. And Trey Lance sacked back at the 24-yard line. Lance out of the gun, 3 wide receivers to the right. Dropping back to pass. Stepping up in the pocket, harassed, flag down, and then Lance is sacked again, this time at the 12-yard line.
You found the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
You can do it. Okay, I see you, Boucher.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday morning. It is indeed Marcus, the water boy Boucher, back in the saddle, back in the leadoff spot for the first time since last Wednesday after I took a couple days off, but it really wasn't a vacation, Dave. Here I was working on my off days because last Thursday and Friday I was out in Henderson, Nevada, watching the 49ers and Raiders joint practice. And then, of course, I was out on the Strip on Sunday at the Big Al at Allegiant Stadium watching the Raiders put a beat down on the 49ers 34-7.
I'm not surprised, mother.
And Dave, I got to say, I actually was a little surprised watching the results of this game, especially heading to Las Vegas, thinking to myself, all right, the Raiders defense, outside of Max Crosby, outside of Chandler Jones and Marcus Peters maybe, really isn't a defense that has too much talent. And you would think for an organization like the 49ers, who we believe have one of the best rosters in football, you would automatically think, oh, they've got more depth. They're the deeper team. Their third stringers are going to be better than their fourth stringers. In a game where you're not going to get the starters. There was no Brock Purdy. There was no Christian McCaffrey, no Debo, no Kittle. The list goes on and on. No Trent Williams, no first-team offensive line. But I thought that Trey Lance and Sam Darnold would outperform Aiden O'Connell from the Las Vegas Raiders, a man who, in his first year, is already taking over the keys to the car and stealing Derek Carr's number. I got to say, Dave, it was weird watching the game and seeing number 4 hit 89, Trey Tucker down the sideline. I'm thinking to myself, oh, man, it's Derek Carr to Amari Cooper. No, it's not. It's Aiden O'Connell to Trey Tucker. And that's what was interesting going out and not only watching the game on Sunday, which everybody saw, but being out on the practice field. Able to watch those 2 joint practices. Actually able to see Brock Purdy with my own eyes and Jimmy Garoppolo with my own eyes as well. Now that, of course, was about 60, 70, 80 yards away, as the Raiders have pretty much laid down a stake in Henderson and taken over the entire city. I got to say, as much as I'm going to riff about the bad angles and how far away the media was kept away, I will give a shout out to the Raiders organization and even the 49ers organization as well for giving me the credentials to go out to the practice. It's a beautiful practice facility. I thought the coolest thing was walking in and seeing the Al Davis torch still lit up. They had 3 outside fields and 1 inside field as well. And it was a cool moment of reflection for someone like me who I think if you're listening to the leadoff spot, you know my connections to the team formerly known as the Oakland Raider. Born and raised a Raider fan. And there I was on the sideline with a lot of Raiders beat reporters, 49ers beat reporters, chopping it up with my guy Greg Papa. But I think the moment where it really hit me that I was doing something cool was when I talked to Lincoln Kennedy on the sideline. Now, if you all remember, Lincoln Kennedy, number 72, left tackle for the Raiders, now calls games for the Raiders broadcast as well, was one of my favorite Raiders offensive linemen ever growing up. Hell, Dave, I wore number 72 in Pop Warner as a left tackle, and I referred to myself as Lincoln Kennedy. And here I was standing on the sideline talking to Link about the time that I let him into the KNBR studios at 3 a.m. in the morning as he was doing an overnight radio shift and needed somebody to let him into the building. And I went up to him, Dave, and I said, hey, Lincoln, I'm the kid that let you in on the overnight shift about 3 years ago. And he turns to me and he says, look at you now, kid. Now you're covering the team. Now you're on the sideline. So that was an awesome moment for me. Obviously hosting a show with Greg Papa yesterday, being able to interview guys like Rich Gannon. And then just the interaction. Like here I was down at Levi Stadium yesterday interviewing Talanoa Hufanga about his relationship with Troy Polamalu and his connection with his team. There I was 5 feet away from Trent Williams after practice, listening to him talk about his one-on-one matchups against Max Crosby. Hell, there I was in the Raiders media room also, watching the Max Crosby press conference,
talking about his pre-draft interview with Kyle Shanahan, Chris Kasarik, and the 49ers. And then watching Jimmy Garoppolo walk into the room and kind of take over the building. Like, I don't go to too many media scrums, but there had to be at least 50 different beat reporters who wanted to talk to Jimmy Garoppolo. And my first, initial reaction to seeing him in the silver and black, it was weird. As Jimmy Garoppolo, it feels great, baby. No, it felt weird, baby. Especially when you throw in the fact that Jimmy was out there in the red quarterback shirt. So it looked like he was wearing a 49er jersey, but he had the silver and black helmet on. It's kind of like those fans that will do the split A's and Giants hats. I've seen the split jerseys of a Jerry Rice, half Raider, half 49er. I'm sure someone down the road is going to have a half Jimmy Garoppolo Raider 49er jersey. I will say I did see 2 people at the game on Sunday wearing a Jimmy Garoppolo jersey. So I know those 2 people were ready to embrace him. And I got to be honest with you. I've always called myself a Jimmy Garoppolo truther. I know Murph and Mac like to refer to me as a Jimmy G hater. But I think I'm pretty realistic of what I see and what I report from Jimmy Garoppolo. And heading into this camp, all you heard about was the 6-7 interceptions he was throwing a day. So I expected the 49ers defense to tear him apart. But there was Jimmy playing with a little bit of his chip on his shoulder. There he was on the first day connecting with Devontae Adams about 30 yards downfield. And I said, did Jimmy just throw the ball downfield? Are my eyes deceiving me? Now, because I was 6 yards away, my eyes were deceiving me a little bit. Devontae Adams was out of bounds, so the catch didn't even count. But there he was in a 2-minute drill, driving the ball down the field, scoring a touchdown. And I even came on Murph and Mac show Friday morning and gave a pretty positive review about Jimmy and what I saw that Thursday at practice. Now, about an hour later, I was at practice on Friday, and the first play of joint scrimmage, he throws a slant right over the middle, and Devontae Adams gets smacked, gets sandwiched in between Fred Warner and Burks, I believe it was. And next thing you know, Devontae Adams is being carried off the field. And it was an extremely scary moment where his helmet pops off. And I started thinking to myself, oh, no, Jimmy, what are you doing? And I put the tweet out on Twitter, and all my response, Dave, were, oh, here's Jimmy Garoppolo throwing the classic hospital ball once again. But I just don't understand why Josh McDaniels was even calling up a slant play to your number 1 wide receiver in the middle of joint practice and it's full contact. Yeah, thanks, Dave. Same reason why they're keeping us 60, 70 yards away, because of all that Patriots paranoia of not wanting anybody to spy on Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders offense. So they were on the very, very far field. The 49ers offense with all their quarterbacks were on the second field. But I got to say, the one thing that stood out the most about me was the one thing I got to be the closest to. That was the one-on-one drills between the offensive line and the defensive line. And I mentioned the marquee matchup of Max Crosby versus Trent Williams. You want to talk about a heavyweight fight, pay-per-view action. These guys were going back and forth. But everybody outside of Trent Williams, to be honest with you, kind of struggled against this Raiders defensive line. Whether it was a Max Crosby or Chandler Jones flipping over and putting some work on Colton McKivitz, if you want to be honest. Whether it's beating him with spin moves or bull rushes, I was not impressed with the 2 days I saw of Colton McKivitz. Tillery inside created some inside pressure. And we saw that pressure translate to the joint practices where the 49ers defense, the Raiders defense was creating multiple turnovers off Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, and Trey Lance, Marcus Peters with a couple picks. And then we saw it on Sunday. And then we saw the pressure that the Raiders backups were able to put on the 49ers backup. And that, of course, led to 3 consecutive 3-and-out performances from Trey Lance and the 49ers offense, which, again, I think led to a little bit of an overreaction of Trey Lance's performance, because if you do look at his final numbers, the box score, he was 10 of 15 for 112 yards, had a touchdown, and no interception. But there's a reason why you have to watch the game and not the box scores. We all know that touchdown that he threw should have been an interception. The ricochet that bounced off a couple Raiders all the way to Ross Dwelly, where he was ready to make a tackle for a touchback in the end zone. And there was also another drop pick before halftime. So Trey Lance really did not have an impressive performance, especially when he took 4 sacks on the day. But you also got to take into account that he was pressured on 47% of his snapbacks over the weekend. So it was hard to get an honest grade and honest opinion of him. And I do think that he showed some flashes of why the 49ers still believe that he could be a part of the franchise. Now, after this weekend, there's been a lot of hot takes over whether or not he will be a part of the franchise moving forward, or if he's going to start being considered one of the biggest busts in NFL history. I heard Dan Orlovsky on First Take yesterday saying that he can't play in Kyle Shanahan's system. I heard Marcus Spears say this might go down as one of the worst draft trades in NFL history. Hell, I heard Michael Lombardi this morning saying that Trey Lance was not born with the ability to play quarterback at the NFL level. And again, I think this is a little bit of an overreaction after one preseason game and after only seeing this guy play in 4 games over the last 4 years. And that's the question mark for Trey Lance. That's why I haven't put him in this buzz category yet, because he's still an unknown answer. And that's why the 49ers need to see reps, and that's why they went with him for an entire first half. So it's going to be interesting to see what their game plan is moving forward, especially with the news that Brock Purdy has been cleared fully. He can throw 3 days in a row now. Whether or not they're going to want him to get some action against the Broncos or against the Chargers in preseason, and what's going to happen with Sam Darnold and how that storyline is going to play out, as a lot of people believe, even though he was the third quarterback in most drills over joint practice and the second quarterback playing behind Trey Lance, that he is now taking advantage of that QB2 spot on the roster. But before we get to Sam Darnold, before we start talking QB 1, 2, 3, and 4, here was Kyle Shanahan giving his thoughts on Trey Lance's performance and how the 49ers offense fared in those first 3 drives on Sunday.
I mean, it got off to a rough start for everybody. I mean, with 3 and outs for the whole offense the first 3 times, so I don't put that all on Trey by any means. That the whole offense was sloppy to start. That he had a real good second drive leading there on the score. Made a hell of a play on the touchdown. I know it was almost a hell of a play for them with the pick, but that was the last guy on a bootleg. It flashed, and he put it on him, and that guy came in and tipped and made a good play, but fortunately Dwelly was there. Wish we got that short yardage so we could finish that drive. It was hard to not put him in the third.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. At this point, you almost want to play him for, I don't know, an extra quarter, hell, a whole entire game. I know Brandon Allen was getting some reps in the fourth quarter. There's been a conversation about whether or not the 49ers should go with Brandon Allen as that emergency quarterback instead of a guy like Trey Lance. And that's why he's going to get at least some opportunity to play. But with Trey Lance, it's hard for him to get reps when he's competing with Sam Darnold for a backup role. When he came into last season getting all the offseason reps as the QB1. But we also know that this Sunday was his first live action since hurting his ankle against the Seattle Seahawks in Week 2. So it's been nearly a year for Trey Lance. And that's why I do think he needed to shake off a little bit of the rust. And like I said, had some flashes of what he can do, his scrambling ability, keeping his eyes downfield, hitting guys across the middle. But overall, it was not an impressive performance from Trey Lance. Whether it's from the eyes of the water boy, Greg Papa, who we talked to yesterday, Tim Ryan, Overnight Dave throws his hands up, or even a guy that I got to talk to yesterday, Rich Gannon, who was on the call for the Raiders Network, of course. And here was his opinion on Trey Lance, his kind of journey throughout the NFL, and what he needs to improve upon if he does want to be that franchise quarterback for the 49ers that a lot of people thought he was going to be.
There's no question. He's got a lot of the skills and a lot of the qualities that you like at that position. But he has to learn to function better in the pocket. I mean, that's ultimately, if you're going to survive in this league, as athletic as he is, you got to be able to maneuver and function in that pocket. And that's an area where he struggled a little bit. Just his anticipation, he holds the ball a little bit, doesn't see the thing. I think the game's going a little fast for him. And just the accuracy and anticipation.
And if you missed that entire interview with Rich Gannon, he honestly went on for nearly 10 minutes breaking down Trey Lance. And that was one of the big things that did stand out for me. Of course, you look at that backup offensive line, the pressure, the 4 sacks, but there was also times that Trey Lance held on to the ball for too long. There's also times where he just straight up missed reads. And that's why I think a lot of people are coming out with the hot take saying, oh, he's a bust. He's the worst quarterback ever. This is the worst draft trade. Dan Orlovsky saying, I've seen enough. I'll say it now. He can't play in Kyle Shanahan's system. Well, I guess the question is, if he can't play in Kyle Shanahan's system, whose system can he play in? Because Kyle's got one of the most friendly QB systems in the league. That's why we saw Mr. Irrelevant last year, Brock Purdy, take this team all the way to the NFC Championship game. That's why a guy like Sam Darnold, after watching his career waste away with the New York Jets and going to the Carolina Panthers, said, hey, I want to go play in that system. I want to go play with Kyle Shanahan. I'm a top 3 draft pick also. I've got the arm talent. We've heard Matt Mayoko talk about it. We've heard Greg Papa talk about it. And now he's getting an opportunity to perform in this system. And I got to say, Sam had a better day overall. Now, of course, he played in the third quarter. It's against 3rd and 4 stringers. He went 5 for 8, 84 yards. But it was interesting to see how they split reps. Not only on the game on Sunday, but what they did in joint practice. Because Trey Lance was getting the majority of the number 2 reps. When they went into the 2-minute drills, it was Trey Lance with the second team. Of course, Brock Purdy was out there with the first team, but Sam Darnold was the third man in this rotation. But again, a lot of people have the belief that Trey Lance is getting these number 2 opportunities as a showcase maybe for him to be traded. But really, I don't know what the trade value would be for Trey Lance. You're for sure not getting back the trade value that you thought you were getting, or at least what you gave up to go up to number 3 and get him. And again, that's why it leads to the questions about his bust status. If it doesn't pan out, then yeah, he'll be in the conversation with guys like Jamarcus Russell and Ryan Leaf. Maybe above them because of what the 49ers had to give up in draft capital. But I still think the book is out. But if you talk to other people around the league, the book is in for Sam Darnold as QB2, and now maybe we're looking at a QB3-4 competition between Trey Lance and Brandon Allen. And it all comes down to, in that emergency quarterback role, who do you think you can win with? Again, I'll remind people that last year Kyle Shanahan thought this 49ers team could win with Trey Lance. I would guess he still has that same belief. So I don't think Trey's going anywhere, and that's why I want to see more action from him this weekend against the Denver Broncos. We'll see how the 49ers play out their quarterback rotation, if Brock Purdy does get any work this week, or if they save him for week 3. And that goes for everybody, including Jimmy Garoppolo. Hell, I don't know if he'll be the starter week 1 for the Raiders. Not after watching that performance from Aiden O'Connell against the 49ers defense this past weekend. And that's the funny thing we were talking about with Rich yesterday. It's like Aiden O'Connell looked like the best quarterback on the field, ahead of both Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. So maybe we're looking at another Matt Flynn situation. That, oh, by the way, happened twice. One with the Raiders, Derek Carr and Matt Flynn, and one in Seattle with Russell Wilson and Matt Flynn. Maybe Aiden O'Connell takes over from Jimmy Garoppolo and he never steps on the field. Or, maybe the Raiders will continue to hide him 100 yards away from me and Papa so we can't even talk to him. But overall, it was a great experience at those 49ers-Raiders joint practices, being up in the press box on Sunday, watching the game. Hell, we can continue breaking down 49er tape for the next 2-3 weeks until the regular season, until the week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I got takes on Ronnie Bell. I got takes on Jameson, who should be your kick returner. I got takes on McKivitz. Hell, we could talk about Cleve Farrell, Javon Kinlaw. There's a bunch of stuff going on with the 49ers. They're back in camp at Levi Stadium, and this weekend they are taking on the Denver Broncos this Saturday for week 2 of the preseason. But how about we talk about the regular season for the San Francisco Giants on the other side, the dog days of August and the toughest part of their schedule. But hey, they got the win last night, and Gabe Kapler was ejected. I'll tell you why on the other side. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Wade Meckler looking for his first big league hit, second game. And he takes a pitch called a strike. Wade, I think he believes that every pitch he's taken has been a ball. And now, did somebody just get kicked out? Might be Gabe Kapler. Chad Whitson, I think he just kicked him out. And Gabe's coming out now. He's very unhappy. I think he feels like, and Gabe's holding up 3 fingers, and I think that's exactly what Gabe's saying. 3 pitches that haven't been strikes. And I am sure that Gabe's right in Chad Whitson's face. And he's telling him, I'm right. And I guarantee you that the Giants looked at the iPad and saw that those 2 calls were not correct ones. Giants fans are happy with Gabe showing some feistiness. But he just got kicked out of the game. That doesn't happen very often.
Now back to the leadoff spot with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The Giants win 7-0 against the Tampa Bay Rays last night, and Gabe Kapler gets ejected, throwing up 3 fingers in the face of the home plate umpire. Dave, I'm surprised he didn't throw up 1 finger. Hell, am I allowed to throw up that 1 finger on the live stream? I don't know if it's FCC regulated, but I know that I can drop this on the people.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
And that was basically Kapler last night. Hey, Blue, blank your strike zone, as he goes out and stands up for his guy, Wade Meckler, the latest and greatest prospect to make his debut for the San Francisco Giants. A guy that I believe was ranked 11th in their farm system. And hell, a guy that's only been in the farm system for a year, since he was drafted in the 8th round of the 2022 draft. And I remember going out to San Jose and watching him play in like the last 10 games of the year and being like, who's this Meckler kid? Looks pretty scrappy. Looked into him. 8th round draft pick out of Oregon State. I was like, all right, I'll keep him on my watch list for next year when I'm out here watching Reggie Crawford opening night for the San Jose Giants. But I showed up in San Jose this year and Wade Meckler was gone. And I was like, where the hell is he? He's already up in Eugene. They elevated him up to high A. Then a couple weeks later, he was out in Richmond. Then a couple weeks later, he was in Sacramento. Hell, I literally saw him last Thursday in Sacramento as me and Papa went out to watch Kyle Harrison pitch against the Las Vegas Aviators, and there was Wade Meckler in the middle of your lineup. So the 2023 World Tour for Wade Meckler continued all the way to San Francisco. And I guess I'm like one of those like deadheads that like travel with the band. Now I'm traveling with Wade Meckler because I'll be out there today, 12:45 for the closeout game against the Tampa Bay Rays, and I would assume that he is in the lineup, especially after we saw Gabe Kapler stick with him in a bases-loaded situation against a lefty versus lefty matchup. Now, of course, that's an interesting decision with a team that believes in the pinch hit situation so much, how he did it to Marco Luciano, how he did it to a guy like Luis Matos. And I even remember playing the audio, he said, yeah, this is a welcome to Giants baseball. And so I just assumed he would do the same thing for Wade Meckler, but it seems like Wade is his guy because not only did he let him bat in a lefty versus lefty matchup, but there was Gabe Kapler standing up for the rookie in the 2-hole in his second MLB game ever and kind of standing up for the entire team, really, which I'm saying it's about damn time. We've seen Kapler get ejected a few times, not too often. I would actually like it if he was a little bit more of a red ass, if we're being honest with you. I would like him to see him get fired up a little bit because it seems like he'll put on the glasses and read the binder of analytics and all the situations to do this and that. It's like, no, you're out here hitting deadlifts and dingers. You should be the guy who was hot coming off the bench. You should be out here trying to spark your lineup. And maybe that's what he did yesterday. Maybe he did breathe some life into this lineup. Now, again, that's all hearsay, nearsay. If the Giants would have been shut out yesterday 5-0, we're not talking about this motivational moment from Gabe Kapler. But the results are the results. And yesterday they put up 7 runs after they had been struggling to even put up 2-3 runs per game. After this offense has turned into one of the worst in baseball over the last month of the season. Now, we all know in baseball there's hot streaks, there's cold teams, but it does seem like the Giants are a streakier team than almost everybody in the league. Whether it is playing up to the level of competition and competing or playing down to the level of competition and losing against bad ball clubs. The bad part is right now in your schedule, you're not playing any bad ball clubs. You just played Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers. Almost got swept
after Gabe Kapler decided to not take the ball from Logan Webb in the 9th inning, but hand it over to Camilo Doval, which, of course, is never a huge issue. Camilo's the best closer in baseball this season, so I didn't have too big of a problem with that, even though I would have liked to see Logan Webb work out of the jam. When your ace goes 8 2/3 inning, he was at 107 pitches. I would extend the leash and let him finish the game, but that's just me. But if it wasn't for Patrick Bailey heroics late night Sunday, if it wasn't for the comeback win in Anaheim, we're talking about a Giants team that could have been on a 9-game losing streak, and a Giants team that's only won 3 out of the last 10 games. And that's why it does seem like, I don't want to say they're making these desperate moves of calling up a Wade Meckler who was drafted last season, calling up Elliot Ramos, who has bounced around a lot in his minor league career. But the line shift that they've kind of made from a Marco Luciano, from a Casey Schmidt, from a Luis Matos, to the Wade Meckler, to the Johan Camargo or Mark Mathias era. An era that I don't think is going to win you too many ball games if you're being honest. But here are the Giants, still with their winning record, still at 64-56, and still sitting in that second spot in the wild card. The question is, when is this downfall going to stop? Some people might have said, well, they won last night. Well, we'll see what they do today at 12:45. If they can win the series against the Rays, would be a huge series win. But again, I don't think too many people are confident, whether it's going into this series or a playoff series down the road, when you're using 3 openers a week. And yesterday it worked. Over the weekend, it didn't work too well. But I do got to give credit to guys like Jacob Junis, who came out through 4 innings, 7 strikeouts yesterday. Sean Manaea yesterday, 3 1/3 inning, 5 strikeouts. So I guess technically this really wasn't a bullpen game, more of the piggyback game. I get confused with all the terminology that Kapler and the Giants use. Maybe this was the featured guy, or maybe a double feature. Maybe yesterday was the Barbieheimer, the double feature. Who was Barbie, who was Oppenheimer? Regardless, the Giants shut out the Rays 7-0, and they had success. But it was also a game where a lot of people were maybe speculating that Kyle Harrison could have been starting. And there was even speculation that he could be starting today at 12:45. We heard Susan Slusser all week long. We read the John Shea articles. You've probably heard us talk about Kyle Harrison a lot over the past week on KNBR. But he threw last night in Sacramento, so the plans have been delayed. And I told you guys earlier, after going out and watching Kyle last Thursday in Las Vegas, he looks ready to go. Was hitting 97 miles per hour on the gun. He had a perfect game going through 3 innings before the Giants pulled him, or should I say the Rivercats pulled him, after 39 pitches, which I started scratching my head. I was like, he let up 1 hit. Casey Schmidt did have an error in that game. But still, you don't pull the kid who's pitching flawlessly. And that's why I was encouraged about his performance last night in Sacramento. They extended him, quote-unquote, extended him 4 innings, got that pitch count up to 60, and maybe now we are looking at a situation where Kyle Harrison could come up. I would like to see him in a starter role, but maybe you see what Jacob Junis did last night. He threw 62 pitches through 4 innings. Maybe let Kyle Harrison go 1-2 times through the lineup. Again, I would like this kid to turn into an ace, a guy that eventually is pitching into the 7th, 8th inning at the top of your rotation with Logan Webb. But right now, they are still extending him slowly after recovering from that hamstring injury. But last night was a great performance in Sacramento. Did allow 3 earned runs, but had 7 strikeouts, and more importantly, no walks. It was cool being at the Las Vegas Aviator Stadium and seeing the ABS, the automatic ball strike system, and how that has contributed to a 20% higher walk rate in AAA this year, which explains a little bit why Kyle Harrison's walk rate has gone up. But hey, we'll see what that walk rate and strikeout rate looks like at the major league level, maybe sometime over the next couple weeks as the Giants wrap up their series today against the Tampa Bay Rays and then travel out to Atlanta, Philadelphia, and then come back home for another matchup against the Braves. But how about on the other side, we match up with Murph and Mac for the first time at 5:59 in nearly a week. And we'll see if we can start their show before 6 a.m., Dave. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher back on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, look at that. 6 a.m. on the dot. It's time for the Murph and Max show, but not before one last face-off on the leadoff spot with the return of the Waterboy Marcus, Bobby Boucher. I will just say,
of the Waterboy.
Boys, it's back to be back today.
Of the Waterboy.
Mm-hmm. It's good to be back. Mm-hmm. It's good to be back. Mm-hmm.
You caught that. We picked up on your little as Papa was breaking down his hot take that got hundreds of thousands of likes, by the way.
We're going viral, baby. We're going viral.
And you went viral by going like this.
I agree with your take,
So we
Papa.
isolated that. If everybody missed it yesterday, we isolated that. That's our new. The way
It's
we
strong.
had the Copes chuckle and all that. So I will say this: when you were gone, Kerry Crowley used to get it at 5:55.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
And then he'd just be done with the show?
Yeah, and then we would start at 6.
Wow, no face-off.
No.
Not with Crowley.
Oh, wow. Well, you boys know I want to go face-to-face. I haven't seen your beautiful mugs in a week.
I'd prefer that, yeah.
Cage, Travolta, Boucher. Right, Paulie? Face-off?
Face-off.
Nice. Wow, yeah, sure. What are we talking, 95
That's
now?
it, boys. I'm here. I'm back.
Face-off.
I mean, because we were doing face-offs at 9:59 yesterday, so... Or no, did we do one yesterday?
We came back at 57. Yeah. We missed you, buddy.
Thank you, boys. It's good to
Welcome
be back. It's good to be back.
I know the listeners are happy, too.
I know.
There you go.
I know it's been a while since the
Ladies love Boucher. I know that much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Boucher.
LLB.
Careful now. Careful.
What, LLB?
Just careful.
Ladies
Just
love
saying,
Boucher.
gotta be careful now.
You know, Paulie Mac.
Don't tell me to be careful. I'll do the exact opposite. You know that.
No, I'm just saying.
Careful.
What are you joining the man now? What are you going to join the establishment? I'm here to push. I'm here to push.
Oh, boys. What's been going on since I was gone?
Yeah.
We
a
got
little
some
punk rock moments.
Okay.
Okay.
There's some stuff going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
Anyway, you came back. Giants won. All good. So
That's it.
Let's go.
Simple
Needed
as
that
I'm
bad.
back. Giants win. 49ers, Raiders. I got a bunch of stories for you boys. We'll dive into it. On the other side, it's the Murph and Mac Show. It's a Wednesday morning. Dave, great to be back in the building with you. My guy, as always, and you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The
all right.
sports leader.
Look at me. Like it was my first show. I've stepped on that guy twice now in the last 2 weeks. I think I'm just too excited to be with my guy Paul Mack, Marcus Boucher, and Eric Engel. I will never say his name, by the way.
Never drop an Engel.
Ever.
Bro, shout out the Engel dynasty.
It's his birthday in 2 days, as he's been telling us for weeks.
I would,
should we treat his birthday like the rookie who hits a home run? And you just ice him?
Well, I was thinking maybe we treat him like the rookies on Hard Knocks. Did you see any of the new installment?
I went 30. I didn't finish it. I did what you did last week. I went 30.
Little piece, yeah.
And I tapped out.
I caught a couple chunks.
And by the way, I'm just going to tell you right out of the gate before we get into the Giants, I feel like Rodgers returned to his douche self in this episode.
Well,
everything. I think he was back to being a douche.
What, are you surprised?
After seeing episode 1 where he was on the charm offensive.
Yeah.
Episode 2 where
he can't help himself. Yeah, no,
he was in that quarterback room. Like, huh? What?
What'd you say? It was a short-lived kind of moment of.
I didn't see the rookie hazing.
Okay, so and the funny thing is, I only saw a few minutes to be totally honest, and I didn't see any Rodgers footage in this episode. But what I did see was they were going down to Carolina to have a joint practice, but the rains came.
Yes.
So
that's right when I tapped out.
Okay,
the rain.
that's where I came in. See, it was like a baton.
They were playing the I Can't Stand the Rain.
That's right.
Against my window. I said, I got to go to bed.
And by the way, Bobby Saleh, he's an F-bomb dropping machine.
Okay, I saw that when he was
Every other word.
I watched the film.
He makes Dice Man seem like he's on the Disney Channel.
Well,
the amount of F-bombs.
He's just trying to keep up with Ulbrich.
Well, it's a neck and neck because Saleh's not going to be outdone with his F-bomb. So in any case, they had I guess it's like the 2023 version of rookie hazing, which they had all the veterans in the meeting room and they brought all the rookies out on stage. But dude, it was crazy. They had there were video prompts involved. They had all the guys in the seats. First of all, they were all throwing papers at the rookies. The rookies walked out on stage, and everybody started abusing them and throwing papers at them.
Up, like an old-fashioned...
And I'm talking like rolling them up into a ball, running up to the stage, and firing full speed at these guys. It was kind of funny. But they were doing, introductions with these weird names and then, kind of dances and stuff. And then I kind of lost interest. I better go back to the Giants game. But I got a little bit of the rookie hazing, which wanted me to lead into this. Before we go Giants, how much has rookie hazing changed since you were covering the team?
Wow, that's a good call.
Because they used to have them doing like some pretty outrageous stuff, right?
We were never, obviously, we weren't allowed to be in the training camp thing. That's funny. You kind of paralyzed me.
Well, the rookie show is like a tradition. The rookies always have to do something.
I definitely know they had something as simple as I know they always had to bring Popeye's fried chicken on flights and donuts on Fridays.
Yeah.
Okay, so those two things. But in terms of like,
how come our rookies don't bring donuts on Fridays?
Dude.
We got rookies.
How about that?
Hey, where's our rookie donut hazing?
Where's our Popeye's fried chicken on our flights?
Throw in a couple of wings.
God, Paul, you kind of paralyzed me there because I'm trying to think of it. Like, I don't have a signature rookie hazing anecdote.
I think
they got to, sing the fight song, that whole deal.
Yeah. I think it used to be a little more humiliating than it is now.
The idea that
talent show. That's right.
The idea that they balled up paper and threw it at the rookies. Somebody's going to take offense at that.
Oh, and it was widespread. Rogers got involved there, too. He was booing boo. He was booing the rookies.
Verbal abuse, physical abuse.
Throwing stuff. You'll
paper abuse.
Yeah.
All right.
But in case, back to the Giants. Yeah.
I did see, well, speaking of Ulbrich, just one last one is, so I guess I watched the first half. I handed the baton to you for the second half.
Right.
But when they go to that joint practice and they're stretching before the game, Ulbrich's trying to fire them up before the game. And he goes, hey, he's telling Quinnen Williams, who they make out to be a star, Quinnen Williams, and he is. He's, top 5 draft pick and gotten paid $96 million. Quinnen Williams out of Alabama, great player. But Ulbrich's like, you ready to go, Q? He's like, you ready to mark our mark our effing territory because they were down in Carolina. He joined practice. He goes, we're gonna mark our territory. He goes, we're gonna pee. He goes, we're gonna pee in their house. He goes, we're gonna pee. Ready this? He goes, we're gonna pee on their house. He goes, gonna pee in their kitchen. He's gonna pee in their house. He goes, pee on the kids' toys. And Quinnen Williams is like, what? No, man, not gonna pee on the kids. He goes, I'm not gonna pee on the kids. And Ulbrich's like, no, the kids' toys.
Damn.
And Williams is like, no, man. And Ulbrich's like, the kids' toys. You can pee on the kids' toys.
Then I want you to walk down the hall and I want you to pee on their crib.
Yeah.
I want you to pee in the laundry.
Because Quinnen Williams thought he said pee on the kids.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
And Ulbrich was like angrily defending himself. No, man, pee on the kids' toys. You can do that.
All right.
Anyway, there you go.
It's rough out there in the NFL.
It's all by way of saying the Giants won last night. Hey,
how bad do we need that? Holy
day?
Smokes, do we need that?
And I told the kids last night, I said, the old sports writer would lead, fueled by Gabe Kapler's volcanic ejection,
That's right.
That's right. The San Francisco Giants exploded in a 7-0 win. So shout out to Gabe for getting tossed.
Yeah, it was good. He needed to do that.
Shout out to Gabe for the sleeveless hoodie when he got tossed. How about that whole thing? What's he wearing out there?
I don't know.
What is that?
I don't.
Whatever happened to Earl Weaver in an Orioles jersey? You know,
I've decided to go jersey free.
I mean, just give me Boach in the old 15.
Him getting chucked was a very good thing. You see, it was just what the team needed.
I've forgotten Kapler's jersey number. He never wears a jersey.
That's a great call.
It's 19, I believe.
Yeah.
I think on but at home he'll wear anything.
Well, yeah, and he's always got the coat on too. It's hard. You don't ever really see him without the coat. Maybe on a day game on the weekend, but not often.
He wears that T-shirt, brother. He wears that T-shirt with the SF and it has like it's like the Dia de los Muertos heads or whatever. So anyway, he's out there in the sleeveless hoodie with the orange sleeve.
Getting chucked, yeah. Yeah.
But he got chucked.
Yeah, it's good.
And it's
good.
It fired up Wade Meckler for his first big league hit.
Yeah.
And then legged out another one later. Got 2. He can fly a little bit. And, of course, Tyro Estrada and Wilmer Flores. So, Paulie, why don't we call it in?
Yeah, let's do it.
And Rob Manfred's like, he looked at his phone. He said, I haven't heard. I thought you guys were done. I haven't heard from you in weeks. He said, we're not done, suit. In fact, put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 7, Tampa Bay Rays 0.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man.
Enthusiastic fire emojis.
There it is. Doesn't happen until the spatula makes it official. And we had 2 Paulie Bobby Weir moments.
You're damn right.
How about Tyro Estrada? All he does is barrel balls up. Number 10.
Bombs away.
And the hottest guy in town, hitting 556 over his last 10 games, something like that. Mikey Conforto. Oh, pardon me. My bad.
Easy.
My bad.
Yeah,
my
no,
bad.
not.
I had the Conforto stat confused with the Flores stat. Let's do that all over again. How about coming back from his ear infection and nausea to lead the team with number 16, Wilmer Flores.
Bombs away.
Yeah, I had Conforto leaving the yard. He did not leave the yard last night, but he had got a couple more knocks. He's on fire, by the way. He's on fire. So Mikey Conforto trying to say, he's telling his teammates, hey, come along with me because I'm out here doing my thing here. Speaking of which, you know who was not on fire? I meant to talk to you about this on on Sunday, and that was J.D. Davis. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He's in the deep freeze. And they sat him now 2 games in a row.
Yep.
0 for his last 21. And Sunday, he took some of the worst big league swings I've seen in a while. I said, is he either hurt or just exhausted? One of the two. So, anyway, we'll see if he plays today. And probably, I'll be out there today.
Nice.
With little homie.
Nice.
And his 2 buddies.
Awesome, man.
I don't know if I can say that, but I'm going to say it because it's my kid. And
you can say whatever you want, man.
I can say whatever I want?
Yeah.
Well,
you have my blessing. Look,
Father
Mac blesses thee to speak it freely.
How'd you feel about the game last night?
Great. I mean, it was really what they needed badly. They needed some offensive punch. They needed a W in the very worst way. I think it's a good Bucks. I guess a good Rays team. I don't have football on my brain or anything. No, talking Bucks.
Hey, speaking of which,
superimpose the Bucks.
Time for an Ira Kaufman hit. I saw him quoted recently somewhere. Yeah. Let's get Ira Kaufman on.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly. And by the way, how about ready for this? Talk about around the league. Cincinnati Reds on the Giants' tail lost to Cleveland last night 3-0.
Yeah, they need a
Miami Marlins on the Giants' tail lost
to
Houston 6-5. Philadelphia Phillies on the Giants' tail. Actually, they're ahead of the Giants by a game. Lost to Toronto 2-1. And the Chicago Cubs on the Giants' tail lost to the Chicago White Sox 5-3. All 4 teams in the 5-team dance lost. Giants pick up a game on everybody. So, hey, let's have a cake. Celebrate.
Wow, let's have a cake.
Yeah,
what kind of cake?
Carrot cake.
7-layer cake.
How do you feel about a carrot cake?
It's fine. Bring it on.
Okay.
I'll eat a carrot cake. No problem with that.
Cheese frosting?
I tell myself I'm doing something healthy if I eat a carrot cake.
All right, so there you go, man. All right, well, listen, that was fun. We'll get into it, obviously, all day. I think the big story is Gabe getting ejected and Wade Meckler sitting there
hustling down the line. Like what did you call him? A water bug, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, a little water bug.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
He looked like a water bug going down the line.
Good to have Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back because I can tell him who my first take was when I saw Meckler. Shout out Ken Boucher. I rubbed my eyes and said, oh, my God, is Danny Gladden back on the Giants? I had major Dan Gladden vibes. So all he needs is to grow the hair out a little bit longer. But that little mighty might in center field, I was like, Danny Gladden's back. I love it, man. So, all right. Listen, we'll have fun on a Wednesday. We'll get the guest list. We'll officially welcome back MWB, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Yeah. Fresh off his Vegas trip.
Yeah, he's been busy.
And the Niners, get you ready for the Niners and the Broncos on Saturday.
Down at the Vine, man.
And today, Kyle Shanahan should tell us his quarterback plan. So stay tuned to KNBR. You wouldn't leave. Who was it? Was it Waterboy I heard recently say, rip that knob off? Was that somebody say?
Just break it right off. Yeah, keep it stuck on the leader.
Rip the knob off.
Hey, whatever it
going
takes.
Anywhere on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Rich Gannon stopped by the Papa and Lone Show yesterday with me and Greg Papa to talk about Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and what he saw from Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy at 49ers and Raiders joint practice. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Now Wade Meckler. Meckler's been up twice and struck out both times. Now he swings and lines one into center field. Base hit. There's his first big league hit. And man, did he blister that one. 99-mile-an-hour line shot. And he gets a big ovation from the fans here, who all know that it's his first big league hit. And Luke Jackson goes into his windup, kicks, throws. He struck him out swinging. And he comes on to end it with an exclamation point. He strikes out the side in the ninth inning. And the Giants even up this series at a game apiece. Giants 7, Rays nothing.
Way to hit that post there, too, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. And by the way, so he'd say, I've been from San Jose, California, all the way to Eugene, Richmond, VA, Sacramento, SF. Yeah. There it is right there. That's my Wade Meckler. Keep on rocking me, Wade, baby. There you go. By the way, there it is right here. I went from San Jose, California. Oh, anyway, that's what he did. He went from San Jose to Eugene to Richmond to Sac to San Francisco in one short year. Incredible.
Meckler, bro.
We played, I said he was on a rocket ship to the stars. Paulie mentioned the Kinks. And
Supersonic.
then I mentioned, trying to keep it more for the kids, Nicki Minaj Starship. Triple E used it as a rejoin in my head all day yesterday.
Nicki Minaj? Yeah.
Starships are meant to...
Well, listen, Nicki's going to do her thing out there. And also the Meckler family getting a lot of...
How about Salty Dad?
Well,
no smile on the hit.
We already got some... See, that's what's so fascinating.
Smile.
The Mecklers have come to town, and, they've got the city in the palm of their hand.
Mom wasn't watching?
She's running around. We got the text line already comparing Meckler's dad. Shout out 406 going, how about... He goes, Meckler's dad looks like Gavin Newsom. That's what we got.
I got to give a thumbs down on that one.
2 days ago, we had
a double thumbs down on that one. Well, he's confusing Meckler's brother, I think.
Well, it could be.
Brother looks like Newsom. I'll give a thumbs up.
Got that lion's mane thing going there, where he's got that big head.
The brother's the Newsom. The dad looks like.
The dad just looks pissed. He's just pissed.
He looks like a blue. He looks like a character out of a. I don't know, man.
And there are dads like that. I remember going to some kid's house when I was a kid in high school, and there'd be just some dads would just be pissed 24/7. Just always pissed. You better be quiet when you go over to so-and-so's house. But you know what I'm talking about? There's always they're not buying it. These kids are like, what are you guys up to? Get the hell out of my house. Like, some dads are just going to get pissed.
All right.
And I'm saying Meckler's dad might be one of those guys.
His kid got his first big league hit, and he was just saying pissed. Two things. One,
Meckler's dad's like, is that the best you got?
Proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. And as we officially welcome Marcus the Waterboy Boucher
look at him over there.
With big hugs and love, I have Steve Miller stories for you.
Oh, good.
From my great pro, Doug Acton, who's trying to fix me before my big golf trip next week. And God bless him for taking on the Lord's work. He's like bailing out. He's like standing in a sinking canoe, just trying to bail out water, trying to help me. But Pro's been around, Pro, as I like to call him. Pro's been around a while, man. And, he told me on the seventh hole at Lincoln, he goes, let me tell you my Steve Miller story.
Okay.
So he was eating at a restaurant in Strawberry Village called the Ancient Mariner back in the 70s. This is like when I'm a little kid, Southern Marin. He's out with a gal. He's trying to make some time. In walks his old high school buddy, who's now Steve Miller's business manager.
Oh, nice.
With Miller.
Nice.
Miller said, hey, you want to go back to the house and maybe we'll roll something up and play some music?
Are you serious?
So, yeah, he went up to Miller's Ranch in Novato.
Damn.
He said, and they were shooting pool and maybe burning something.
I want to go to Miller's Ranch in Novato.
Miller was telling me, he goes, hey, tell me what you guys think of this. He goes, it's kind of bubble gunny, but I'm working on it. And he goes, in between all night of pool and smoking, and he was playing these riffs. What do you guys think? What do you got? It was Fly Like an Eagle.
Damn.
Yeah, Fly Like an Eagle.
How do I feel about that riff? Sounds like a top 10 single to me. That's how I feel about it. Boy, that's a great one.
Anyway, there you go, Waterboy. I'm welcoming you back with a Steve Miller anecdote.
Oh, boys, I love me some Steve Miller. That's why I almost came back with a jet airliner for our guy Wade Meckler.
Can't go wrong.
I was going to say, if you want to talk about him flying all over the country, I just saw him last Thursday in Las Vegas. He was playing with the River Cats before he got called up.
Incredible.
I literally saw this guy less than a week ago.
You and he are following each other around.
I'm on
That's
the
awesome.
World Meckler World Tour.
And you saw him in San Jose
I
last
saw him
year.
in San Jose right after he was drafted. So I've seen him in San Jose. I've now seen him in Las Vegas, and I'll see him today in San Francisco. I'm a Meckler head all of a sudden.
That's awesome. You got to get you a
I'm
Meckler.
kind of a Meckler head, too.
I'm like a Grateful Dead fan, just following Wade Meckler around the country. Yeah,
you're a Mech head.
Baby Gladden, I'm calling him for the old school crowd. Hey, real quick, too, just Las Vegas minor league baseball morning show history.
Yeah.
I got some for you.
Okay.
You and Papa being there in 2023, can we dial the clock back 18 years to 2005?
Yeah.
Shortly before Paul Mack and I hook up in what will be known as a historic duo here
Dude,
at Bay
very
Area
nice,
Radio
Murph.
Airwaves.
Thank you very much.
Day in Murph and Mack history.
Yes. So I had a prior. So we went we took a quote unquote like show trip to Las Vegas. And it would be faithful. It would be faithful, as Paulie knows.
Oh, my God.
This things happened.
Quite a time.
Pat made the trip.
Quite a time.
Creative Tony made the trip.
Oh, man.
My old partner, Tim Lyotta, made the trip.
Oh, boy.
Our third traffic and news lady, Cass Centeno, made the trip. And I made the trip.
Imagine. Wow,
and one of our goals was to get the best sound possible. And Roger McDowell was the pitching coach on the AAA Las Vegas. I want to say they were... I want to say they were the Aces, but now that's the WNBA team.
Oh,
yes. Now they're the
and now
Aviators.
there's the Reno Aces as well.
I wonder if they were the Las Vegas. It sticks in my head that in 05 they were the Aces. But anyway, I'm telling you.
No, a little bit.
You said that the park was really nice.
Oh, beautiful. Las Vegas ballpark was awesome.
Marcus, the one we went to 18 years ago was like freaking Homestead High. It was like, I might as well have been at Homestead High, but I mean, it was a dilapidated, rundown joint, and there was Roger McDowell. We had made contact through their PR guy. McDowell agreed to stick around for us.
He's the greatest. What a character.
Only guy in the clubhouse.
What a character.
Waited for us on a hot July or August afternoon in Vegas.
He's all personality, man. He's a whack job.
He gave us 15 to 20 minutes of frickin' gold.
Well, he's out of his head.
Gold.
He's a real character, McDowell.
Incredible candlestick stories. Seinfeld second spitter stories.
Yeah, 86 Mets. What do you
Whole
need?
Thing.
Yeah.
We're driving back. I'm like, that might be the best interview we've ever done.
Seriously. No, he's like
driving
that.
back, and my partner said, I got some bad news. Said the tape recorder was on pause the whole time.
There is no worse feeling in the radio industry than what Murph just described. And I got to be fair to Murph and Lyotta. He's not the only one that's happened to. That happens to everybody at one time or another. But when it happens to you, not only it could jeopardize your job. Actually, they sent you out there to get a job, do some sound, or do a job, get some sound, come back. I have no sound. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's the worst feeling.
Seems to happen less with the iPhone, maybe.
You want to keep going on this story?
That was it.
No, well,
the rest.
Oh, dude. I mean, because I was back here on the ranch.
The next day, Waterboy, ready for this? We couldn't get on the air. So we couldn't get on
Marcus.
the air. Our team, Creative Tony, couldn't link us up.
Who was the engineer?
They had to call. They had to call somebody to come in for us. Why not wake up Gary Radnich in St. Francis Wood?
Yeah, about 5 in the morning.
Why not wake him up in St. Francis Wood?
No, because I got to come clean up your mess.
And have him drive the Bentley in and just drop nuclear bombs on the clown show that is our radio future.
Well, you know what?
Gary came in riffing on us.
Like destroying you guys. Just destroying you guys.
Yeah.
But I would have rather have heard, forget about what he did on the air. I would have liked to have heard the phone call that T. Sal had to put in to wake Gary up. Hey, Gary, listen. Sorry to do this, pal. You know what I mean? Like, could you just imagine that conversation? I'm going to need you to get dressed and come in.
I mean, Gary was looking to take his steam, have his
Oh,
facial, come in leisurely
yeah, no, he rolls in at noon, yeah, whatever, yeah.
Because we started at 5:30 back then. They had to wake his A up and drive in.
By the way, Tony Salvador was none too pleased, I can tell you.
I'm going to come in there and grab somebody by their ass.
Yeah, Marcus, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
That's tremendous.
I got to be honest. It was good to hear his voice.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah. It was really good. One more? Got another one?
I'm not working now, but I'm in the drop my pants competition.
Hey, Hey, man, Gary built this blanket place. Let me tell you that. You did.
Oh, God.
Gary, Ralph, all those guys have been. Those are the
anyway,
gangsters.
It's all true.
Yeah.
As a Meckler head also, Marcus, I'll be out there today. You'll be out there too?
Oh, I'll be at the ballpark. Every day game,
do you float at games like that? Or do you
I usually walk around. Me and Copes last week ended up in the Club Cloud section, which I didn't even know existed at
it's
Oracle
a great
Park.
spot. I've been down to the Club
super
Cloud.
nice.
Yeah,
They had an open bar and a private chef up there.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, shout out to One Percenters.
I know we're going to be doing this all morning, but just for the 628 crowd, give us your 2-minute review of the 49. We haven't heard unless you were listening 10 to 2, which many of us were in meetings getting our A's chewed and then taking naps.
Yeah.
What did Marcus the Waterboy Boucher think about Trey Lance?
So the Trey Lance performance on Sunday was uninspiring, I think, to everybody. But I will say he showed some flashes during the joint practice where I thought he was maybe gaining some momentum on that quarterback 2 competition. Now, what we saw on Sunday, of course, with the pressure, with the backup offensive line, we saw some flashes from Trey, but I don't think it was anything that anybody was expecting and nothing that you can carry seriously as momentum for this QB2 competition. It's something that me and Papa talked about yesterday a lot. He thinks it's pretty much a sealed done deal that Sam Darnold will be the QB2, which leads to a QB3-4 competition between Trey Lance and Brandon Allen.
Right, and so the move is now, should you cut ties and move on and just get your 4th-rounder draft pick? I'm just throwing that out there as the medium between people want a 3rd, Silver said a 5th. Yeah. So I'll just split the difference and say get a 4th-rounder.
Yep.
So should you just cut ties and get your 4th-rounder and admit defeat? Should you?
I don't think so, because we've seen so many times with this 49er quarterback situation, injuries pile up year after year after year. So that was one of the big talking points for Papa yesterday is if it does come down to this 3rd quarterback emergency situation, who you're more comfortable with? Yeah. Brandon Allen run the offense or Trey Lance? And now there's still a bunch of question marks surrounding Trey Lance, but also last year they were willing to give the keys to the car to Trey Lance. So Kyle Shanahan had confidence that he could win with him last year. I don't know how much that's changed over this past offseason.
I'm going to ask it and say, in terms of you've heard so many different players from Christian McCaffrey on down say that Kyle's playbook is a huge obstacle in learning the offense.
It's a bear to take on.
I would say that Trey Lance would probably have a far firmer grasp of the playbook than Brandon Allen.
I would also kind of disagree.
So
I would disagree with what you said a little bit there, Marcus, too, because I don't know that is going to be the case, that if Shanahan had full trust and faith in Trey Lance last year, that he would still have that same trust in him this year. I'm not so sure that's true, because after watching Brock Purdy play and seeing his offense run in a more efficient manner with fewer mistakes, and I think he just has more confidence in Brock Purdy. Honestly, that's the feeling I get. So I'm not sure he feels the same way about Trey.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. I think since last season, since he was named the starter, he played in 2 games, got hurt in the 2nd game against Seattle. So this weekend was the first time back in live action in nearly a year.
And that's why I feel like he needed to, and he still has time. He can do something this weekend too. But it would have been in his best interest if he would have went out there and looked a little more crisp than he did, especially in that opening series. That's the lasting impression.
100%.
That was just ugly, Marcus. What were your impressions of that? He was getting swallowed up out there.
And that's the thing. I do think his pocket presence wasn't the greatest. He held on to the ball for a little too long, missed a few reads as well. But he had those flashes, which I think that's why people get excited about Trey Lance, and that's why he's such a polarizing figure. But it is interesting to see the perspective of how things have changed over a year from the Trey Lance injury to Brock Purdy taking over and taking this offense to another level, and then seeing Jimmy Garoppolo be standing across the field in silver and black.
Well, speaking of perspective, Murph, I think Jimmy's wearing our guy down. I heard him almost like he's starting to give in a little bit. Starting to give in. Because when I was pulling into the city, he was going, I saw Jimmy throw a 30-yarder downfield.
Mm-hmm. Can I hear it? And then Jimmy Garoppolo came in with that olive oil voice.
No, that's how it starts.
Well,
that's the thing.
With his olive oil voice and
He does flash the blank charm, Marcus.
And
let's be honest.
And I told you guys, when I called into the show on Friday, that Thursday day practice where he aired it out down the sideline, 30 yards to Devontae Adams, led a touchdown drive against the 49ers first-team defense. I was like, okay, Jimmy is showing something. See? And then I hang up the phone, go out to the practice field, and he gets Devontae Adams killed over the middle on a slant pass, and he gets decapitated.
It's a violent game. People are going to get hit.
Thank you for defending him. Thank you. Guy's running his assignment. I don't know what you want him to do. He's hitting receivers.
I'm back out. I'm an Aiden O'Connell guy.
Well, dude,
he looked good on Sunday.
Or as Mayoko called him, Aiden O'Connell Purdy. Is what he called him. That was pretty. He had Purdy vibes.
He did look pretty good.
He had Purdy vibes.
He had a Jared Stidham performance that he had last year against the 49ers on New Year's.
Stidham was an unstoppable Stidham. Yeah. All right, let's get the guest list going on a Wednesday, 8/16. 23. It's a big week, as you can see here on Triple E's. If you're on our YouTube stream, welcome.
Hey,
That's
y'all.
Paulie in the Tail and Pies Chiefs shirt.
Go Chiefs.
I'm here wearing my black jacket, and that's Marcus
Very
the
elegant
Waterboy
black
Boucher
jacket.
in the rectangle there, flashing the horns.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome. We're on YouTube.
Hey, now.
The KNBR live stream.
How's the
Also,
sheet today, Murph? What do we got artwork-wise?
on Twitch, if you go to our KNBR app, download the all-new KNBR app, our stream is right there, too. You can carry us on your phone. So as you can see from this guest list now, he's now down to the countdown 2 more days. I do think we go rookie home run treatment and we just ice him on his birthday.
I almost think we should punish him and make him bring us donuts on his birthday.
I would agree.
Just to teach him a lesson in discipline.
A box each. We need 3 boxes.
A box each.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I need something to last me through the weekend, Triple E.
All right, so in this Triple E birthday month, Waterboy, what do we got?
Well, it starts off at 7:35, your power hour on a Wednesday morning. It's always Mike Kruko, so he joins us today talking about the Giants' 7-0 win against the Tampa Bay Rays last
Can we
night.
call him Lil Wade? No, we cannot. Wade Meckler, looking good. Listen, I'm excited for him. Yeah. I really am. I was curious, though, that they batted him against a lefty in that big moment, that they were all of a sudden just decided to start developing non-platoon players at that moment in time.
Yeah, since when?
That was so crazy. But anyway, we're looking forward to this. Hey, listen, another homegrown kid. Listen, look at all the first hits we've had this year. Casey Schmidt, remember him?
Yeah.
Luis Matos, Patrick Bailey, obviously, and then this guy. We've had 4 kids, 4 legit prospects get their first big league hits.
What about, did we forget somebody, too? What about, did you say Luciano?
I did not.
Yeah, throw him in the mix.
Jeez,
Luciano.
How did I forget?
Well, because he was here for so short. He was here and gone.
They've debuted 5 players that should be next spring dudes.
I would think
right?
so.
Should be dudes
I
next
would
spring.
think so. And I'll give a shout out to Elliot Ramos, went deep for the first time this weekend against the Rangers as well.
Look at you.
Yeah, that was his first big league knock.
Yeah, he's swinging
for
the
sure.
bat well. So we'll talk to Mike Kruko about all the prospects and what's going on with the guy like Kyle Harrison today at 7:35. Then we'll do the big hit in the cooler of content in the
Gabe
power hour.
ejected. It's got to be.
Oh, Gabe's tossed.
Gabe getting
Love
tossed.
it. Angry Gabe. Yeah. With the sleeveless tee or whatever that thing is. I don't know what is that a one piece or is it a sleeve under a cutoff?
There was a big discussion at
I don't
our
know
house.
if it's a one piece.
I had a little dispute with my bride about that.
They do sell them
She
like
said,
that.
I think that's a piece. I said, no, it's not. She said, yes, it is. I said, let's just change the subject here.
Okay, so let's
That's
agree
the
to
kind of thing
disagree.
that lead to a big
Let's
fight.
just move on.
Because then you uncover other things. Yeah, well, guess what? You know what happens?
Yeah.
You know what, that time in 2010 when you said that thing about my family? You know what I mean?
Totally.
Candace.
Totally. What was that S you said last February? That's Richard Pryor. Yeah.
Nice.
They're starting fights. Yeah. Waking his wife up to say, what was that S you said last February?
What'd you think about Kapler's outfit? What'd you say?
The key, though, Marcus, is waking her up first. Yeah.
Exactly. Kapler's wearing sleeves under a hoodie, and you never loved me.
Totally.
Nice. We'll dive into the big hit, Kapler being ejected at 8 a.m. today, or cooler of content, like I said. And then we'll check in with Andrew Bagley, 9:15, get his take on the Giants in the current stretch of baseball they're playing right now.
I mean, listen, this is that 25-game stretch that young Walter behind the scenes thinks is going to destroy the Giants. They're 2-3 on it. I'm not counting the Angels. We're starting with the Rangers. So let's keep a tally. Today is quietly a big game.
Oh.
Because you can go 3-3 now through the Rangers and the Rays, and and then if you lose, you're 2-4 through that little stretch, and now you're off to Atlanta. Uh-oh. Who wants to go to Atlanta? Ooh, baby.
Nobody wants to go to Atlanta.
Los Bravos. Los Buenos.
Yeah.
My goodness. Yeah. That'll be. Obviously, I'm looking forward to watching the Braves play this weekend, really, on the TV.
Well, here's the thing. You'll be playing the Braves this weekend, and then you'll be playing them again next week.
Correct.
Giants have to
They're
play them
coming right
twice
out.
in a
Yep.
2-week stretch.
Yep.
So a lot of good baseball. We'll talk about it with Andrew Bagley. And then 9:35, we'll get to talk to a man that I met this past weekend. Hell, I saw him about 4 or 5 times. He called me a regular yesterday down at Levi Stadium. That's Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle talking 49er football.
That's awesome. Well, that's my guy, Mikey. And I got to tell you, 707 nailed it. Wade Meckler's dad looks like Matty Williams. Yes, he does.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he does. If Matty Williams grew a beard, put on a cap, and was salty about his kids at bats, that's him. Great job. All right, on KNBR. Let's hear what Gabe had to say about getting tossed next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm going to lay on my ass, smoke weed.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Reds Tuesday, August 29th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wade Meckler looking for his first big league hit, second game. And he takes a pitch called a strike. Wade, I think he believes that every pitch he's taken has been a ball. And now, did somebody just get kicked out? Might be Gabe Kapler. Chad Whitson, I think he just kicked him out. And Gabe's coming out now. He's very unhappy. I think he feels like, and Gabe's holding up 3 fingers, and I think that's exactly what Gabe's saying. 3 pitches that haven't been strikes. And I am sure that Gabe's right in Chad Whitson's face. And he's telling him, you know I'm right. And I guarantee you that the Giants looked at the iPad and saw that those 2 calls were not correct ones. Giants fans are happy with Gabe showing some feistiness. But he just got kicked out of the game. That doesn't happen very often.
How about that? Fueled by Kapler's ejection, the Giants open up a can and get a big old honking win on Tampa Bay. And Waterboy come back with a diss track. This is between the feud between Gabe Kapler and home umpire Chad Whitson. By the way, any relation to Ed Whitson?
I hope so. Shout out Ed Whitson.
I put on an immaculate grid recently for a Giant and a Yankee and got like 0.02%.
Am I wrong when I say Ed Whitson was also a Pirate at one point?
I think he was. He was a Padre. I know that for sure.
Okay, I think
keep him in your grid back pocket.
Hey, by the way, that Gabe Kapler ejection was brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. You can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with the Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. Murph, I was wondering, do we give a little tip? Because I actually think Gabe's getting ejected helped the club last night.
No question.
Do I give a little tribute to the greased one himself?
100%.
I feel like I want to.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler. Listen in to Murph and Matt.
No, he's not.
This club could be automatic, hydromatic,
I like the feel of it.
ultramatic.
Yes, awesome, right?
Why could be Grease Kapler?
No, it's a good question. Good question.
Go Grease Kapler, his shoe game is the best for miles. Grease Kapler, go Grease Kapler. Go Grease Kapler, you're trimming up your beard with a smile. Grease Kapler, go Grease Kapler. You are supreme, the ladies scream for Grease Kapler. Come on.
It was creative, enjoyed it, look forward to our next discussion.
It was creative.
I like a viewer. I just watched you guys on the stream dance.
If you thought the Murph and Mac show ain't bringing choreography to the table, see, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah.
Because we'll break out some steps.
That was what was that dance show that was on
disco? America's Best Dance Crew.
It's like America's Got Talent, but it was like a dance competition.
Oh yeah,
it was on for the last 10 years. Come on.
Yeah. Dancing with the Stars.
No, well, that's close.
Didn't Jerry Rice do that?
They do a bunch of Jerry. Did he win it?
Yeah, he was dead serious about that. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll remember. Hey, by the way, Zach Littell, Tampa Bay Ray, joins Papa and Lund today at 10:30. How about that? That should be creative because remember, Littell's the dude.
Yep.
Thank you, Marcus, for reminding me this morning on the leadoff spot. Marcus is back. Is that Littell and Kapler had a little beef last year? I forgot about that. And then they quickly ran his A out of town.
Or you're gone.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And Alex Wood, it didn't get played up much, and Mike deflected it when I asked on Monday.
Good that you brought that up.
Yeah, it was Alex Wood kind of, because they were bottoming out Saturday night, and Wood's like, I only went out there for these guys. Like, he was hot, and Mike Mike took it the other way. He's like, oh, yeah, he should be doing that for his teammates. I was like, all right, whatever. We're not going to get it out of Mike. Somebody was coming after me like, why didn't you press Kruko? I'm like, dude, I mean, do you listen to the show? Do you understand the relationship? We talk to Mike 3 times a week. Mike gives us his best. Some things he's just not going to go down that road. He's just not. And
regardless of pushing, Mike is going to do what Mike wants to do.
And you love it, and you explain it, and you give him a chance, and sometimes he will go down that road. Right. Sometimes he will. Hey, real quick, because I want to get the clock right and get back and get going here for Kruk at 7:35. I got to come at the Waterboy with some the cold ice bucket of truth, buddy.
What's up?
Have you seen the Bronx Bombers?
No.
Well, listen, it's been
this. I got a stat this morning from ESPN that blew my mind.
Yeah, it's not pretty right now.
So they lost last night.
Yeah.
Again?
They lost to the let's see here. They lost to, I got the exact score here.
Another one.
They lost to the Bravos 5-0.
They've been getting beat down by the Braves all
Another
week.
one.
Your boy Severino lowered his ERA to 7.98.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah. Ooh, baby.
He did.
I don't like that.
You guys are now 60-60.
Damn.
Ready for this?
Damn.
Ready for this? 120 games in. First time they haven't been over 500, 120 games in, since 1995.
What?
Damn.
That
Damn.
is an incredible stat. First of all, propers, dude.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
You guys have had a 27-year winning seasons?
And it even expanded after the Derek Jeter era.
You guys haven't had a losing season in that long?
That's insanity.
I mean, the Yankees have only missed the playoffs a few times in my lifetime, boys.
And you're the angriest fan base in the world.
That doesn't cut it.
Yeah, you
bro.
guys see, I'm telling you, guys like Nicky Totoro, Marcus, these guys are always mad, and they win more than any other team in baseball. It's crazy.
But they haven't won a World Series since 2009.
By
It's
Yankee
been a while.
standards, that is a long time. No question.
While you were gone, we were talking about fantasy football punishments, the Dave Fleming Bat Boy situation. I told him I saw one over the weekend where a kid had to dress as Jose Altuve in full uni and go sit in the Yankee Stadium bleachers.
Oh, yes.
Bro, that got...
No, I don't even think that's safe.
Like, it started with some heckling, and by the ninth, there was some guy in his face looking to fight.
Yeah.
Looking to fight
At
him.
that point, I'm like saying, can I get a security guard down here to just watch my back? Because I got about a whole section looking to kick my ass.
That's not a punishment. That's a death wish.
That's what I said.
What are you
It's
doing?
not
Come
even
on,
funny.
come
I
on.
fear for the
your
guy's
buddies
safety.
are screwing you.
So anyway, I just
kind
want
of
to throw
friends
that
are
stat
these?
in. Does Boone take the... They're gonna give Boone the Ziggy?
That's a great question.
I think the question is, are they going to give Cashman the Ziggy?
I guess maybe that
And
would
I
be
think
the one.
that would be down the road. I mean, I'm ready for Derek Jeter to take over the company by now,
Look at
boys.
you.
I mean, he's got the experience in Miami. He's
You
available.
guys want cheats?
Oh, hell yeah.
They're killing him in Miami. They're saying he screwed the whole thing up.
Oh, they're complaining about him taking out that ugly statue in center field.
That's what they said. They said he ruined the park.
By taking out that hideous statue.
I'm glad he took it out.
I'm glad
actually.
he took it out.
Good
Wait a
job,
minute.
Jeter.
Wait a minute. You guys, in 95, you guys had a winning record. You were 79-65. See, that was the year you guys lost to the Mariners in the ALDS. 94 winning record, 93. The last losing season you had was 1992.
That's when I was born.
30 years.
Since they've had a losing season. That's remarkable.
I mean, like the worst season you had, 2016 and 2014, you guys won 84 games. That was it.
Yeah, but still.
Those were the two seasons you missed. You missed the playoffs in 13, 14, and 16.
And by the way, in this new format,
Also
that might
in
even get
08,
you in.
Oddly, you missed it in 08. Yeah, you might get it.
84 could get your ass in now.
Yeah, in your life, Waterboy, they've missed it. I'm not counting 94 because it's a strike season. Starting in 95, post-strike. In your life, they've only missed it in 08, 13, 14, and 16. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. And 23.
And it's looking like it's going that direction, boys.
And by the way,
Especially
Rodon
in the AL East.
Carlos Rodon is back on the IL, right?
Yeah,
didn't he
Rodon-
come back?
yeah,
Yeah, the Rodon thing was a disaster.
Total disaster.
Dude, the
Total
rooster
disaster.
has been snuffed, boys. He's been snuffed.
No, completely. Yeah.
One other interesting stat from the sports world that would have used to be in something like top 6 is that the Colts named Anthony Richardson their starting quarterback. Talk about a Wade Meckler-like rocket ship. I mean, this guy went from a 6-7 starter as a Florida Gator to maybe he should be a first rounder. Hey, he's got some skills, to top 5 pick, number 4 pick in the draft, to him being named the starter on August 16th. And so he's got, good luck to this kid. He's got all the measurables, but he did not win at Florida. He was definitely an unfinished product in Florida. So that's going to be interesting in Indy, but he will be the 7th different starting quarterback in 7 straight years for the Indianapolis Colts. How about that?
I'm saying good.
Yeah.
They were spoiled with Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck. You're not supposed to get back-to-back franchise quarterbacks.
Yeah,
good.
good.
Put them through the ringer.
You got
a
some
little bit.
Colts hatred dating back to the Christmas Eve game, goes to the post?
No, I'm just a Raider fan that has gone through the endless cycle of quarterback. I don't like it when teams go back-to-back franchise
Don't forget
quarterbacks.
about when Old Man Rivers got under center for a couple seasons. Remember Phil Rivers wrapped up his, dare I say, Hall of Fame career?
Oh, 100%.
In Indianapolis.
100%.
Yeah. It's too bad Rivers. I always liked that guy.
Well, he was going to be playing for your team.
He's like that's right. I know. He was like a break glass in case of emergency resort for Shanahan. But to me, he was always one of these, oh, shucks, golly gee whiz, like he's a Jesus guy and everything, but fierce competitor. Like on the field, just.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, played that playoff game in.
but love for Eric
played that game in Foxborough, I think.
I know he's the AFC West
To me,
rival.
it's a little too fierce.
Now, isn't
he got a little annoying on the field?
Wouldn't he be like, he would fall into the Magic Johnson, Tom Brady rule for me, which is somebody I loathed Magic Johnson. I didn't loathe Tom Brady, but I never gave him his flowers because I always, And now that he's retired, I'm like, dude, Brady was
insane.
Now
Yeah,
you
he
should
was
probably feel
insane.
that way that Rivers is now gone. You got to give him his love.
I don't know.
was
He
a
never
tough
won in the
SOB.
playoffs.
Well, it doesn't matter. Didn't you admire him as a player?
No, not at all. I hated Philip Rivers. He was always crying and complaining on the field. I was not a Philip Rivers.
If you saw
fan.
him,
I can respect his career, but yeah.
If you remember seeing him, Murph, I want to say this is 07, top of my head. Playoff games, Chargers at Foxborough, and I want to say Rivers played that playoff game, I think, on a broken leg.
Something bad.
Yeah.
Something bad.
He had a fracture.
Damian Thomason standing on the side.
Sat on the bench with his little visor on. Bad look.
By the way, thank you. 831-209-408, 209-408, 512-408. The show is called So You Think You Can Dance.
So You Think You Can Dance.
That's you guys.
Yeah,
That's you guys during.
Does anybody here think that they can dance, by the way?
I
Just
think he
asking the
knows
group.
he can.
I think I can dance.
You know what? You
He's the
probably
son
can.
of a hoofer.
You
Come
probably
on.
can.
Okay.
I can't dance, but I'm not afraid to. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I will get out there. I know I can't, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Gabe and Wade, Wade and Gabe. 2 4-letter guys who are now best friends because of what happened last night, and we'll get into it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think Meckler has a chance to be a good hitter against lefties. You go back and look at his track record at the minor league level. He can draw a walk in those situations. He can slash a ball to the opposite field. He's shown really good bat control, and I think in our organization we want to develop some hitters that can face lefties and righties. So that particular decision was showing faith in a young player that we believe has a chance to hit lefties going forward.
Yeah, man. Way to go, Waterboy. Thank you so much. Didn't know a kid like you would know this one, man. Yeah, courtship of Eddie's father. But this is Wade and Gabe. They're best friends now, yes.
And Murph, I know this. I got to give a shout out to one of my favorite TV shows growing up, Rob and Big. Rob Dyrdek, the CEO of DC Shoe Company, had a security guard named Big Black, and they had a TV show, Rob and Big, and that was their intro song.
So whoever drew that cartoon was Paulie and mine's age.
Whatever it takes.
Drew that cartoon, because that was right out of there, man. So there you go, man. Wade and Gabe, Gabe and Wade, the four-letter boys joined at the hip because two things have happened now in the last 2 days that has shown this. But first, we got to say good morning. It is the Murphy Mac Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey.
Hey now, y'all.
Marcus the Waterboy Bichet back from his sojourn to Vegas and his sojourn with Papa.
Hey now.
And we, of course, are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Let's go, baby.
So, two things. One, Monday. First of all, Farhan calls up Wade. And listen, we're all excited for Wade. Homegrown talent. We love it. But we're blown away that it's gone against a couple of things that they have done. Number one is they often say, you got to have this number of at-bats in the minors. You got to have this number of at-bats in the minors. You got to have this number. That's frequently why they've kept guys down like Luciano or Ramos or whoever through the past.
Yeah.
You got to get more at-bats in the minor. They absolutely rocketed him up.
They just lifted the rope.
Fewest minor league plate appearances of, I had Kerry Crowley dropping fewer than Buster Posey, fewer than Brandon Belt, who were on rocket ship trajectories. So that was very surprising.
Yeah.
And then the number two was him, and I just responded to this guy in the text line who was saying, you check out his numbers against lefties before you pop off in the minors. Yeah, I understand he had good numbers against lefties. I'm saying it was a curious choice in a rookie in his first game in that moment in time to get a chance that other veterans don't get, like Wilmer Flores and Brandon Crawford. Guys don't get those chances to face the righty-righty platoon or the lefty-lefty platoon.
Yeah.
You're giving that chance to Wade Meckler in his very first game in a bases-loaded situation in a must-win was a curious choice and seemed to go against the grain, and I'm standing by it.
Well, it is hard to figure it out. See, Marcus, I'm thinking maybe they just brought him up for his look, just to get that whole thing going there. No, I'm kidding, but he brings a lot of speed, right? That's like one of the great elements.
Ball skills for sure. You saw it last night.
Yep.
And did anybody stick around for a second hit last night?
I did,
and I think in the infield he legged out.
That's what I'm saying. The speed down the line, and I think it was Dwayne Kuiper who said right after that one, after he legged that one out, he goes, "This kid just sniffs out the hits."
That's what he said.
Sniffs them out.
That's a good call.
Yeah, and it was a good line. Yeah,
although that doesn't go with the expected WOBA. I was just discussing with Waterboy off the air.
Well, you got to break down your WOBAs,
No, Paulie, your expected WOBA.
Well, listen, my expectations when it comes to WOBA is pretty well
some
understood.
Guy has a stat out this morning that says that the Giants, basically this is a fancy way of saying the Giants are simply the victims of bad luck. And that is that there's an expected WOBA and an actual WOBA.
Oh, man.
And the Giants have 5 of the 10 biggest gaps between their expected WOBA and their actual WOBA.
Yeah.
Although I'll embrace the stat because one of the 5 is my guy Casey Schmidt, who I love. So I'm going to say, Casey's been hitting in bad luck. He's been hitting in bad luck. So Casey Schmidt, Brandon Crawford, Mike Yastrzemski, Jock Peterson, and Austin Slater.
I'm going to try that with like Wells Fargo when I can't make a payment. No, it's not me. I just had some bad luck. You guys understand?
My expected checking balance is not different than my actual checking balance.
There'll be no payment this month, but it wasn't me. It was just the bad luck.
That's the thing here with the expected stats. I'll give you a bunch of stats. I can list off 5 or 6 of them and tell you that the Giants have been one of the worst offensive teams over the last month of baseball.
Yeah.
So we could talk about expected stats or whatever. I can tell you what I'm seeing on the field. It's been a lot of losses for this lineup.
Let's go back to and Bruce Bochy came in and said, I expect to kick your ass this weekend, is what he said. So, but back to Wade and Gabe and Wade. And Paulie, for the 7 o'clock crowd, we probably should put the stamp on
Let's
go. Hey, everything went the Giants' way. And as I would say from my old sports writer days, the lead would be fueled by Gabe Kapler's volcanic ejection, the Giants erupted for a win on Tuesday night. In the City Connects, Kai Correa's got to call Rob Manfred to lock it in. Manfred answers the phone, said, you guys still have my number? He said, that's right, Suit. We're still alive and still holding the number 2 wild card. put it in the book. San Francisco Giants 7, Tampa Bay Rays 0.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man.
Enthusiastic fire emojis.
There it is, man. And probably put it in the books. Tyro Estrada, whose expected WOBA, I guess, is okay because he's not on this list. Number 10.
Bombs away.
And old Wilmer Flores, he had ear infection and nausea on Monday.
That's my boy.
Gets up there Tuesday.
Yeah.
Number 16.
He don't care.
Bombs away.
Wilmer's been a really good Giant, man. I really like Flores. I mean, not only has he been like the consistent bat this year, certainly through this stretch, he's just a good bring your lunch bucket to work kind of guy, like just a good, solid Giant.
Willie Mack Award winner,
You're
right?
damn right, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. And hit his 16th home run last night, which I believe. Let me do my double check in here. Does that tie him with Conforto for the team lead?
Oh, I thought he had the. Oh, Conforto was 16 too. Okay.
To see here, home runs 18. No, for some reason I'm looking at the 2021 Giants.
Sure, you do
Buster
that.
Posey hit 18 that year. Shout out Buster, come on back, baby, come on back. Let's go here. Home runs right now. No. Conforto's got 15. Yeah,
There you go. See, yeah.
So Flores leads.
That's my guy.
J.D. Davis has 15, too, although he's in the ice-cold freezer right now. Sat the last 2 nights.
I feel like I don't want to beat up on J.D. Davis because you're right, exactly.
Sunday, I was talking to my kids about it. I was like, look at these swings. Even from our seats, you'd be like,
He's done a lot, though, for the Giants this year.
He might be hurt or exhausted,
worn down.
one of the
Just
two.
worn the blank down.
He might have been hurt. The way he was swinging, he didn't look entirely healthy. I don't want to speculate, but I'm just saying those were not his swings.
Yeah, and that's something that Dave Fleming was speculating on yesterday when he did an interview with Tolbert and Copes. He talked about maybe the wear and tear on a player like J.D. Davis, who's not used to playing every day, but with this system, with the platoon system, with the Giants putting him out there every single day, maybe it does have an effect. Now, again, that's speculation. Who knows what's going on with J.D.?
Yeah, maybe see if he plays today. He sat the first 2. Maybe he'll play today. All right, but we're talking about Wade and Gabe. So Gabe, first of all, gives Wade all that love in game 1. Hits him second and gives him the lefty-lefty opportunity in the big moment. So there's the love is established there. He fends off the Emmerman-Shea questions after the game. John, as he said. We isolated that.
Yeah, that's right, John.
We knew he was pissed when he called Shea by his name. That's right, Paul.
Well, that's usually when I know I'm in trouble. Yeah.
Brian.
Lee Hammer will drop a Paul on my ass. He will.
Then
Paul?
He goes out there yesterday and falls on the sword for the kid.
Yeah.
Because Meckler was getting, by the way, I got a text from Tyler Walker. Shout out Tyler Walker, the great Giant reliever. He goes, bro, what is going on with the strike zone this year? If you're on social media, people are isolated. The umpires are having their worst year ever.
I don't disagree.
They're having their
It's
worst
been
year
bad.
ever.
It really has.
There was some last night that was just crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. And so these were blown calls by Chad Whitson. And
we're still trying to figure out any relation to Ed.
I saw his mug. There was a little Ed.
A little bit of Eddie going on there. So would Eddie be like an uncle or an old man, or what are we talking? An older brother?
You know, Ed Whitson with the forkball.
You did see
forkball.
Yeah, I'm still. You know what? I got to look this up.
I want to say he made an All-Star game, Paulie.
Eddie Whitson?
I want to say he was a Giant All-Star.
Let's confirm a few things on Whitson.
Yeah, go
you
look
carry
that
on.
up
I'm
for
gonna
me.
start. Let me work on this.
But anyway, so Gabe goes out there, and this is for only the second time this season. This does not happen. Goes and gets tossed. God bless him.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So here's Gabe Kapler saying, I need to go defend my new best friend here.
Obviously, I didn't think those were strikes in his first at bat. Wade didn't think they were strikes, and it was obviously just irritated and reacted, but really reacted on behalf of Meck, who deserves to be stood up for by all of us, all of the players and staff. So, but I'm just happy he got his first big league knock, and then a second. I think there's going to be many more to come.
Yeah, I got to go out and defend Meck.
Couple things, totally. Well, that's between me and Meck.
Does that lead to any potential songs?
You know what's so funny is it went right through my head, and the first thing I thought of was it's already been taken by Steph Curry, because I started thinking about Meck. I hear you calling. Anyway, Murph, quick Ed Whitson. Intel that I've uncovered here. So I was right. So he started his career with the Pirates.
Great call.
I thought he went to the Pirates after the Giants, but he started as a Pirate.
He might have come in the trade. He didn't come in the Madlock trade, did no?
But my guy's on flipping fire over here. My guy's on flipping fire. So he started with the Pirates, came over to the Giants, then he went to the Indians in '82. Then he was a Padre from '83 to '84. Then he was with Marcus's Yankees. and then he ended his career once again with the Padres. So he went Padres, Yankees, Padres to end. And Murph,
guys, and Waterboy, that was a guy who couldn't handle New York. He went to Edwardson. He was an all-star. He went, and they ate him alive.
Yeah, they chew you up.
They
back
ate
there.
him alive, and then he lashed out at the press, which is always a good idea.
That doesn't cut it.
Hey, bonus points for at KNBR Murph because you called it, you nailed it, you drilled it. 1980 Edwardson All-Star with your San Francisco Giants. Very well done. Very well. Was he the only one that year?
No, dude, they used to get one. Come on, we were lucky to get one, hence yours and mine's allegiance to an All-Star Game MVP, the catcher from Colorado, whose name I already forgot. Diaz?
Elias Diaz.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's our allegiance. We stand up for Elias Diaz.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Gabe and Meck are best friends now. This is awesome.
Yeah, me and Meck.
And he
John, have you met Meck?
Okay, I'm going to make another dated demographic reference here, but Paulie, what do you give me for the Gabe and Meckler friendship in the 1981 film My Bodyguard?
Oh, dude,
My Bodyguard, where
with Matt Dillon and Makepeace and
so Waterboy. This movie, there was a kid. He was a little nerd. He was getting picked on, and he befriends this big giant who defends him.
Well,
and
Matt
they become
Dillon,
best friends. My Bodyguard. Meckler's the little nerd, and Gabe's the big muscle guy defending him.
But Matt Dillon is at his punky best in that movie. Like Matt Dillon.
Probably that kid who was the bully, Christopher Makepeace, was Pat Connor's call on you.
No, that's not Makepeace. Was the kid who got bullied?
Right.
Yeah.
He thought Makepeace.
Yeah, no, that was my totally. Yeah, totally.
Meatballs later, right? Makepeace?
Correct.
Yeah.
But that was Makepeace getting his ass kicked, and Matt Dillon was the bully.
Right.
With the grease back
and
hair.
now Kapler is was it D'Onofrio? Was D'Onofrio
Murph is once again on a tear, unlike anything I've seen in 2023. This is a big show for Murph today. And by the way, one last thing on My Bodyguard. True or false
Saw it in the theater, by the way.
even Matt Dillon's look, inspired by Pat Riley? He had the slick back hair.
Maybe.
I'm throwing it on the table. I'm saying Pat Riley had his influence there.
Wade and Gabe, My Bodyguard.
Let me go ask
Somebody do a
Meck.
movie poster to it right
Let
now.
me ask Meck.
Meanwhile, Wilmer Flores said he's pumped to see Gabe show a little piss and vinegar here.
Yeah. And your manager got kicked out tonight. How about that?
That's good to see. As
a player, do you like it when your manager's kind of fighting for you, arguing on your behalf?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those, sometimes they miss a lot of calls, and, they put you in a hole sometimes, and, you got to say something.
Okay, very good. I'm thinking now back to a couple of critical moments from my summer in the sections in Little League All-Stars.
What,
when
bad
we were
strike
huge,
calls?
No, I got flat out boned by two gigantic umpire reversals in the sixth inning of a tie game.
Reversals.
The calls went our way on the field. Then they had a huddle and reversed both calls. And I had to go out there knowing that A, I have a somewhat public job, and B, it's a Little League game. And I was just super reasonable and calm with them and accepted.
Fellas, what are we doing?
I'm thinking maybe based on what Flores said, and maybe I should have gone out there and gotten my A thrown out. Maybe I should
fire up the kids.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Coach Brian's standing up for us. Let's go. We got to win.
Yeah.
Here's Meckler saying he appreciates his bodyguard.
Yep.
Gabe Kapler.
Manager Gabe Kapler got thrown out of the game today in your at-bat. What does that do for the team when you see your manager come out defending his players and firing you guys up?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously can't speak to the rest of the guys, but, I really appreciate it. It's my second game here. There were a few questionable calls in my at-bats. And, I'm a rookie. I can't really say anything to the guy. And, Cap comes over and steps up and stands up for me. So, it's something I really appreciate as a player, especially my second game here.
It's a great cut. And, I'm just riffing now because I love the family. It's great. This is just a stupid morning show riff. Yeah, he went on to say later, I'm glad Gabe stood up for me since my old man wouldn't. You know what I mean? So, I'm kidding. All right. Geez.
It's okay. You're allowed to kid. It's a morning show.
All right,
we
thank
encourage
you.
that kind of hijinks, yeah.
I said yesterday about Alyssa Natkin's baby getting called up, and Kipe gave me no love. I said, Alyssa Natkin's pregnant. I said,
you know what?
She's due in February. I said, good news. Gabe,
Can we get a glove on this kid?
Gabe's going to call her up and put her in the two-hole.
Yeah.
And he's like, and Kuiper hit me the swing. He goes, sometimes I stand with Murph, and sometimes I don't.
The swing and a miss was nice,
So, so anyway, hey, and then finally one more mech for you.
Okay.
Kid got his first big league hit, and this year we've seen how many different players? Marco Luciano, Pat Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, now Wade Meckler. Somebody pointed out Blake Sable, too. And in fairness, yes, and we're Sable heads. We enjoy them. Not homegrown. I'm talking about homegrown kids. Homegrown kids getting their first at bat. And Meckler got it, so congratulations to the kid from Esperanza High in Anaheim, California.
Just relief. I wasn't even excited. I was just like, all right, thank God I got one. Especially after, you punch out 4 times your first 6 at-bats or whatever it was. And I'm like, man, it starts feeling like you're never going to get hit again. And then you get that one and the weight's kind of off your shoulders a little bit.
Yeah, there it is. Congratulations, kid. Hey, look, I want the kid to play today. I want him to play today.
I think he probably will.
Was it a righty or a lefty today for Tampa?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
12:45. It's a righty, Savali.
Okay.
Yeah. Ooh, Savali. He's pretty good. Giants have and Giants going with Ryan Walker, who, by the way, this is nasty. You ever watch Ryan? Sergio Romo called. He wants his slider back. Ryan Walker, that movement is insane. Guys have big league hitters just have real trouble with it.
And then you have him open up games at 6:45 at Oracle Park. You get the shadows. He's damn near impossible to hit.
It's unbelievable that time of day.
And by the way, Paul, I was wrong. It was Adam Baldwin, not D'Onofrio. He looks like D'Onofrio, though.
Wait a minute. Now I'm confused.
Yeah, it's him.
It's not D'Onofrio.
No, it looks like him, though. He really does. It looks like him. Adam Baldwin.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't even know that name, Baldwin.
Anyway, he's not one of the legendary Baldwins, is he?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not that I know of. Yeah.
Former, he's kind of like Ken Brett, who we were talking about earlier today on the show.
Shout out to the Brett dynasty.
Yeah, there you go. No, he's not. He's from Chicago.
Okay.
This guy, Baldwin.
Good deal.
All right, well, listen, Gabe and Wade, best friends. Congratulations to them. People, let me tell you.
I'll check with Mech.
All right, our daily 49ers discussion on quarterback drama.
Let's go.
Next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, sometimes I'm really on board with Murph, and then there are other times I'm not.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's sports leader.
All right, let's talk about Marin Health. World-class beauty in the North Bay. World-class health in Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedist team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lance, roll out left. Looking, sets his feet into the end zone. Deflected, and then caught for a touchdown! Ross Dwelly, look what I found off the deflection, and the Niners are on the board.
And I tell you what, Ross is the boss because Trey Lance, he was late with that throw.
There it is, man. The Fitz and Whitner radio calls. Fun to hear Bob on these radio calls. We'll get it again Saturday, 5:30 kickoff down at Levi's Stadium, Polymac. Saturday, 5:30. The big question is, how will the quarterback's rotation go?
I'll address that after I address this. The quarterback situation brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. You can start earning cash back on your everyday spending. With the Redwood Credit Union free checking account, there are no monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA.
All right, so it'll be fun, and we'll see how they divvy it up here. I was reading Tim Kawakami in The Athletic saying it was last year in the second exhibition game when Shanahan gave Brock Purdy his big chance.
Yeah, nice. And he did make an impression, actually, in that game, if you remember. Like, there were a lot of people were kind of pleasantly surprised by what they saw from Brock Purdy.
Remember the story, kind of a heartwarming story. Our dear pal, Creative Tony, his nanny, our dear pal, Paul Tonelli, his mom. Remember he said one of the last things that when she just passed away recently at her funeral service, which was a raucous affair, love, and so many 49er mentions, you couldn't keep up. You got to love an Italian-American nanny whose funeral is laden with 49er references. And she said to Nell after that game, he said he was visiting his mom, and she said, I think that this young kid they played last night, Purdy, I liked him.
She had a good eye for talent.
Yeah. So Nani Tonelli was on the call. But yeah, remember Papa was all over it last August.
Yeah.
So that's not to say that Brandon Allen is this year's Brock Purdy. No. What it means is just that, it'll be interesting to see what these guys do. And as Trey Lance comes in, man, he's got the world against him.
He's got a lot of pressure on him now.
Who right now supports Trey Lance?
No, I think there are enough people. Your son, for one.
That's it. And the pig and a pickle guy.
And that too. Lance? No, that was...
Lance is the pro at Lincoln Park.
Right, I'm trying to keep up with all your guys.
Made the great BLT.
Yeah, Lance. Shout out to Lance. I want to meet Lance. He's got a good vibe.
You would like Lance.
I know I would.
Yeah,
I could tell by the way you described him that Lance and I are bound to come together at some
He's
point.
He's the pro at Lincoln Park who makes a hell of a BLT.
Trey Lance has, for a preseason situation, this kid has a lot of pressure on him to show something this weekend.
Back to my comment. Who supports him? I mean, honestly, if you did a USA Today...
I will tell you who supports him. There's an answer.
Bar graph chart, pie chart, it'd be like 95% anti-Lance, 5% Lance.
Well, the funny thing about that is the roles have reversed because when Jimmy G was in the scope of everyone and he was in everybody's sights, everybody was saying, like, Trey Lance has got so much more. Trey Lance is more athletic. Trey Lance will make that throw that Jimmy can't make.
Yeah.
Now Jimmy's out of town, and now he's the pincushion. So it's like a lot of people loved Trey Lance when Jimmy was the quarterback, and now they've all turned on him. He had a bad preseason game, but he's going to have to show something this week. To be honest, he really does need to show.
And to your point, Murph, there are a lot of people on Twitter. I know there's a big fan portion of the 49er fan base that does still support Trey Lance. And I think it's interesting to phrase the question because it seems like everybody's coming out with the hot takes that Trey Lance is done for. He's a bust, blah, blah, blah. I'm not ready to put those nails in the coffin yet. I still don't think the book has been written on Trey Lance. I just think we still haven't seen enough, but we've been saying this for the past 3 years now, and that's the problem.
Literally years are going by now.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you. I would hang on to him. I really would. Although there's discussion of is Brandon Allen the better guy to go
That's
with?
insanity. Well, maybe we're going to see him this weekend. We'll be able to maybe get a feel.
More evidence here. But let's get a couple of cuts out there just to show you, man. It's harsh out there. I was getting my coffee, and we have Get Up on the TV and the Chiron. Should the 49ers move on from Trey Lance and who was some more cuts here? Marcus Spears, who
Spearsy
works for what, ESPN now?
Correct.
Yeah, former Dallas Cowboy. He's yet another of these national voices burying Trey Lance.
Look, they got a terrible situation on their hands with this Trey Lance. And Dan and I talked about this. This may go down as one of the worst trades in the draft in the history of the NFL. The fortunate part is Kyle Shanahan has done such a phenomenal job of getting this team ready to play and being so creative offensively that it hasn't shown in the win-loss column. But you lost a lot by going up and get Trey Lance. And Dan and I sat there, and RC as well. We sat there during the draft and was like, why wouldn't you take Justin Fields? Like, why wouldn't you have Justin Fields in this situation after we saw Zach Wilson go? Some of us even thought that Justin Fields should go beyond Zach Wilson.
Well, there you go. Maybe a little revisionist history. I don't think anybody was calling for Fields second, were they? Or
not
third?
Really.
I wish some people calling for Fields at 3.
I was. Like, the way that I had my quarterback ranks, I had Justin Fields ahead of Trey Lance that year.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good call.
Yeah, I mean, so far.
What about Mac Jones was the one everybody thought he was going to take?
This is going to be a big year for that kid. He's going to have to really show something, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
The one of the worst trades in NFL history. Is that fair? If indeed they go on, if they move on from him, as it was pointed out by some others, like, okay, we said, okay, the draft is the draft. It's done. It's sunk cost. Move on. But the fact of the matter is they gave up some serious draft picks for him that have now damaged their depth situation. As we saw in this game against the Raiders, their twos did not look good.
Not really.
So that's a problem.
Yeah. Maybe Shanahan should start dropping F-bombs like Bobby Saleh on Hard Knocks.
Or Ulbrich telling him
or Ulbrich, too. The two of them together.
Pee on the kids' toys.
Not even Kid Murph, because I know you keep an eye on this stuff content-wise for your kids. You talk about this a lot on the air.
It's over.
They can't watch this show.
No, they do.
If you're worried
over.
that's over. Yeah, you got to let go of the wheel. You got to let go of the wheel, man. You got no control.
I said, listen, we just don't use it in the house.
But Bobby Saleh does.
Don't talk like Bobby Saleh and Bobby. We watch the show.
Hey, Triple E.
But it's so unbelievable. It's like a tidal wave just rushing into the living room. If you have a kid sitting there with you, you're like, all right.
Great description. It's like when you're in the ocean and you have your back to the water and you're like waving at your friends on the beach. Then wham, a wave just crushes you. Triple E, see if you can get some of that Saleh F-bomb sound.
Yeah.
It's a potpourri, bro. It's like every other word.
Yeah.
In any case, maybe that's what he should do.
Well, 707 says, I look at the trade for Trey as negligible because they got Brock Purdy. I mean, that's one way to look at it.
No, but also you could say that if they don't draft Trey Lance in the first round, then it could have got Michael Parsons the long list of guys who were drafted after Trey.
Who says they would have taken Parsons, though? They might have blown it.
No idea.
925 says, can we at least get Trey on the field with CMC before we bury him? I mean, that's another thing. Mm-hmm. Just check down to CMC, and all of a sudden your quarterback rating goes up.
Yeah, 2-yard dump turns into a 37-yard gain.
Did Mike Lombardi pile on? Mike Lombardi
Everyone's
is the latest.
piling on.
Mike Lombardi,
everybody
of course,
wants a piece.
former Raider GM and guest on the show. Here's him on Trey.
Of course.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. He is not going to be the backup quarterback. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but there's no chance. There is no chance based on the evidence that I've seen and based on what I've heard.
When his mama lifted him from the crib?
Now we're getting into mom.
Yeah, wait, whoa, dude, whoa.
Yeah, now we're getting into mom.
Leave
in the
cribs
crib.
out of this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You feel me, Murph? Let's not mention baby toys or rattles or any of that.
Well, back to the kids' toys with Ulbrich. That's why Quinton Williams objected. Ulbricht's like, we're going to mark our territory today, boys.
We're going to pee all over this house.
That's what he goes. We're going to go pee on their house.
I tell you what, when I run out of the tunnel, I'll be
kids'
peeing.
toys.
I'll be
Quentin
peeing
Williams
as I jog on the field.
Quentin Williams says, not the kids, man.
Yeah,
Leave
the kids out of this, man. You got nothing
when
to do with
his mama lifted him from the crib, he
that's
just didn't have
inappropriate.
that quarterback instinct.
Come on now.
Shout out the scene in Ted Lasso where Jamie Tart harshly says to Sam Adebayo, he goes, what can I do better to be a better player? He goes, go back 21 years, mate, and have your mom. He made a very coarse reference to his mom mating with a better athlete than his dad.
Damn, how about that? Right in front of the guy. Okay,
that's what he said.
That's rough.
That's it.
To improve your lot in life?
I always say, whatever.
Have her go back and hook up with Mark Messier, yeah.
Yeah, that's what basically
essentially,
they said.
right.
That's basically what they said. Speaking of those hookups, guys, you see this one came across my Yahoo this morning?
What?
2 non-Trey Lance incidents. One, Tommy Brady and that Russian model off to the races. They're spotted in London after holing up for 48 hours in a boutique hotel.
God bless them.
They both exited on different side entrances.
Yeah, attaboy, T.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
Dude,
Yeah.
They said he had his luggage loaded in a black SUV and then took off from a private airport in London. I was like, talk about, you're doing some living, Tommy. You're doing some living. All right, there's a kid out of San Mateo down here, Sarah Hyde, who's playing Pop Warner.
No, that's my
down
guy.
here in the streets of San Mateo.
I'm happy that
with
he's
a
getting,
Russian supermodel in a London boutique hotel.
Let me just give him a
How's the post-divorce life treating you,
Hey,
Tommy?
Tom, know this, that the Murph and Mac Show, we got your back, and I'm glad you're happy. Quick tribute. Yeah. Let's give him the full treatment real quick.
Watching with Irina Shayk or whatever her name is. Yeah. I think Brando would applaud this.
Me
the other
too.
one is, dude, the one we haven't even talked. How about Pippen's ex-wife?
Ooh, baby.
With Jordan's
It's been going on
son.
for a while. Yeah.
I just saw that for the first time.
Oh, no, that's been going on
Oh, I
for
didn't
like
know that.
months.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
no, this is a big thing, man.
Bro.
Even Mike told
You
the
wanna
kid
talk
to cut
about-
the S, and he won't do it.
You want to talk about beyond, they talk about over the line.
You ready
Right,
for
we're
this
going
hot
over the
take?
line.
I got a hot take on this whole thing.
Yeah.
It's actually not that kid's fault. That kid's going to do what any other kid would do. It's really going to be the ex-Mrs. Pippen is the one you're going
He's
to have
32, she's 49.
Well, she's the puppet master of this whole situation, if you know what I'm saying.
All right, one more. Rich Gannon on with Papa and Boucher. P&B.
Yeah.
Papa and Boucher yesterday. Waterboy had to admit he had his like Ronnie Lott comes to my wedding reception moment like you had when Ronnie came to your wedding.
That was
party.
amazing. Yes.
He had like talking to Rich Gannon. He's sitting next to Greg Papa interviewing Rich Gannon.
Is that a big deal? Okay.
I think there was a big stain in his jeans.
Nice.
I mean, we're
Urine
talking
down
about
the
see
leg.
those jeans. No kidding.
I mean, you're talking about 2 guys that I had to listen to because Raider games were always blacked out. But I would hear Greg Papa doing touchdown calls for Rich Gannon as a kid
I'm
growing
going to
up.
be totally honest with you. There's no telling what would have happened if Saragusa didn't fall on him that day.
don't
I'm
bring up
not even
Saragusa.
kidding.
I hate that.
Like,
Here's
if he would have
Gannon.
been, yeah.
Gannon on Trey Lance
Okay.
here.
There's no question. He's got a lot of the skills and a lot of the qualities that you like at that position. But he has to learn to function better in the pocket. I mean, that's ultimately, if you're going to survive in this league, as athletic as he is, you got to be able to maneuver and function in that pocket. And that's an area where he struggled a little bit. Just his anticipation, he holds the ball a little bit, doesn't see the thing. I think the game's going a little fast for him. And just the accuracy and anticipation.
Okay, there it is. Everybody's saying. So we'll see Saturday if he does more. But people would be saying, hey, year 3. But it's not really year 3. Who was it we were talking to yesterday? Is it year 3? He's been playing. I mean, somebody should compile the minutes of football he's played since he left North Dakota State.
It might be like under 20.
Did you guys see the stat going around yesterday? Rich Gannon actually referenced it in our interview with Papa. It was talking about how Geno Smith had more passing attempts last season than Trey Lance has had in his entire career, going back to his high school career.
I know.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I had not heard that.
Insane.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Hey, here's the deal. That's it for that. On to Mike Krukow in the Power Hour. Gabe Kapler getting ejected for his best friend, Wade Meckler. Meck, by the way, somebody checked in, said, Paulie Meck, Meck yourself before you wreck yourself.
Or how about Tom Petty, you Meck me, baby.
Right.
Yeah.
I prefer Meck yourself before you wreck yourself. Is that come on, who is that? That's come on, that's
Check yourself
I know,
before
but
you
who's
wreck
not
yourself.
Cypress Hill? It's not.
Yeah, you're blanking me right
I'll
now.
figure it out.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Krukow next on these sports.
When his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Reds Tuesday, August 29th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good.
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, Gabe Kapler goes out there, stirs it up, gets tossed for his little rookie Wade Meckler, and the Giants respond with 7 runs. Jacob Junis and Sean Manaea, fantastic on the mound. Giants get a big, much-needed win, 7-0, improved to 64-56. 9 back in the West. That was a hurry, but still holding on to the second wild card, 1.5 up on Miami and 1 behind Philly. With that table set, let's talk to our guy every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Mike Kruko. Good morning, Mike. How are you, man?
Hey, Kruk.
Oh, good. After last night, I mean, that felt so unbelievably good. I mean, they scored runs. I mean, we've been waiting for the offense to kick in. I mean, they're not as bad as what they've showed the last 7 weeks. And you say, well, gee, that's a long period of time. I mean, it's pretty convincing that they're just not ever going to come around offensively. But no, they just, they've had too many good streaks during this year offensively for me to completely buy in that there was going to be an overall collapse of the offense the rest of the year. And then you started to see them come out of it. And, for the longest time there, they would have nights where they just wouldn't make loud contact. That was a concern. And then it started to happen where there was loud contact. They weren't getting hits, but they were having good at-bats. They're finally making some noise. They were having some exit velocity was starting to pump up. I mean, they were last in baseball in exit velocity. They just weren't making contact. And then last night it just exploded. It was a nothing ball game, and then all of a sudden in the 6th inning they erupted. A couple of home runs, and then they tacked on 2. Then they tacked on 2, and it just felt so good. And I really do honestly believe that it's going to carry into today. I think that they're overdue to get hot. And I think from their perspective, they were waiting for a game like last night. You go back to that win they had on Sunday, the miraculous comeback and the walk-off by Patrick Bailey. There wasn't a lot of loud hits that day.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden, here they come. And I do think that they've turned the tide. Honestly, to my core, believe that this offense is going to start scoring.
Well, that would be that's the idea, and you're right. I mean, John Shea detailed in a piece in the SF Gate online or SF Chronicle online just how cold everybody's been. They really, I mean, if you believe her in like, you know, sort of like the 162 marathon where it evens out. You go J.D. Davis 0 for 20, 0 for his last 20 with 9 strikeouts. Austin Slater 121 since July 1st. Brandon Crawford 162 since July 1st. Lamont Wade 207. Since July 1st, Jock Peterson 192 since July 1st. So, I mean, those are all guys with baseball cards that say it has to, Mike, and that's what 162 is, right? You go, 162 means you're gonna get cold, and then you gotta get hot, right? That's what the baseball gods tell us, right?
That's exactly right, and that's why when you watch this, you can believe that they are going to turn this thing around just based on what you're just talking about. I mean, all those guys have track record; they get their numbers, and. So I just think last night just felt so good because there was loud noise coming off the bats. Even at the start of the game, the first 5 innings, they were hitting the ball hard, but they weren't getting anything. And then all of a sudden, here it comes. But and again, the backbone of that win last night was the pitching. I mean, those guys, they were amazing last night. The bullpen comes out there, and they strike out 15. They allow 3 hits, 3 walks. I mean, that's a pretty studly performance when your offense has been struggling and you put up 9 zeros like that and shut down a very good offense. One we saw the night before get 18 hits, and then last night they 3 hit him. That's an impressive performance by the pen.
Yeah, for sure. And then we got to get to the main story, which is Gabe Kapler getting ejected, and that's the big showy thing. That's the non-analytics moment where a guy just goes and tells his team, I'm sick of it. I'm going to go out there for you. And in particular for his little rookie, Wade Meckler. And I say little because he's a tinier guy compared to some of his teammates. Wow, what a moment for Gabe. And Mike, for you as a pitcher, I'm sure this strike zone's been probably confounding you.
Yeah.
All summer, it seems like it's been really weird. I got a text from Tyler Walker saying, what's going on with the strike zone this year? So I'd love your opinion of Gabe doing that, in particular for Wade Meckler. As he said.
Well, I think that, the majority of times when managers get tossed, they're protecting the star. They're protecting the 3rd or 4th hitter in the lineup. They're protecting their big guy. And that's why I think last night's kind of stood out. And, they have access to all the information. So with Meckler's first at bat, Chad Whitson, the plate umpire, there were a couple pitches that put Meckler in a quick 0-2. And both balls weren't completely in the box. And, we kind of fall victim to the box. The umpire doesn't have the box. They have their strike zone. So if he misses by 2 or 3 inches, I can understand it. But when they replayed the 2 pitches that Meckler got, because it was a 3-pitch see it. He had a quick 0-2, and both pitches could have been balls. And then they Zach Littell throws a high fastball. He goes after it, strike 3. And in that particular instant, he feels, I have to expand. I can't take another pitch. I mean, if you go back to Meckler's at-bats the night before, there was a lot of corner pitches that were called against him, too. Not one of them were called for him, and they all could have been pitches that were called balls for him. So anyway, he gets up there 0-2. He swings at strike 3. The Giants go in there and they look at that at bat. They look at where those pitches were. And that's the first thing Gabe Kapler said. Where were those pitches? Well, they go back up there, replay the at bat. Now they know that this kid got put in an 0-2 hole, and it really wasn't fair. So now he comes up there, and his first pitches he takes in the second at bat, it's a pitch that's above the strike zone. And I mean, that's the one thing you can see when you're on the side in a dugout. You can see height. You can see how low the ball is or how high the ball is. And in regards to how tall Meckler is, he says he's 5'10", but he's not. He's probably 5'9".
Yeah.
I mean, you knew that was a high pitch, right? Well, and then Kapler, he goes off.
Yeah.
And he goes off protecting the new kid on the block. Whereas most managers protect the star, he's protecting the kid. Now, think about what happens when you have a kid walk in that dugout or when in that clubhouse prior, everybody in that room is a little protective of the new guy. They don't quite know him yet, but they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's a good guy, but he's a baby, and they're going to protect him. So here's everybody kind of feeling the same way, and then Gabe going off and getting right in the face. He gets tossed, then he comes out and gets his money worth, and he's throwing 3 fingers right in the face of Chad Whitson saying, you've missed 3 against this guy. Mm-hmm. And Meckler goes on and he strikes out, so he's 0 for 2 and whatnot. But the whole mood seemed to change. I mean, everybody was ticked off. And I think that the timing of it was perfect. And the guy that he protected was even better because it was unusual that a guy will protect a youngster in his 5th at bat. And I thought that was very cool. And everybody in that bench did too. And they rallied. And then what happens? Meckler comes up. His next 2 at bats, he gets 2 hits.
Yep, that was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun moment, and it's part of what we like in a game.
Kind of energized the whole night, really. Yeah,
really good. So let's talk about Meckler. We're talking about rocket ship to the stars, man. Fewer plate appearances in the minors than Buster Posey or Brandon Belt, who were 2 of the fastest call-ups in recent Giants history. Wow, under 400 plate appearances, was playing at Oregon State last spring, but his numbers were insane in the minors. So, A, we haven't talked to you since his call-up. Your thoughts on that? And then B, putting him in the 2-hole right away. This is, I guess they're basically, they gave Luis Matos his chance to win center field. He cooled out. He had sort of a defensive slump. And now they're giving Meckler that same chance, it looks like, Mike.
Well, I mean, look what's happened to the club. I mean, they're desperate for offense. This is the time of year where they're stacked up against great teams with great offense. They need to find offense from somewhere. So you look down in your own system, and here's a guy who wasn't on the 40-man. He wasn't even rated as a top 30 prospect. And he goes through his minor league career hitting 377, 6 home runs, 60 RBIs, 377 with an on-base percentage off the charts. Well, I mean, it's a roll of the dice and a crapshoot, but why not? Everybody else you brought up has cooled off. And they bring him up, and they put him right in the lineup, hitting in the 2-hole. I mean, there's guys right now who believe the number 2 hole is the most important spot in your lineup. And nobody that has seen this team hit the last 7 weeks was arguing with it.
Yeah.
So look, he's a little out of sort his first game, understandably, a little geeked up from adrenaline and whatnot. He takes an 0 for 4. But throw him back out there, and then after 2 punch-outs, he gets a hit, and all of a sudden he relaxes. We don't know where this is going to go. But what if? What if this guy could bring some offense? What if he could get on base at a 350 clip? What if he could set things up at the top of the lineup? I don't know enough about him defensively to see, just how good he is, or if he's as good as Matos or Elliot Ramos or Yastrzemski. I don't know. But right now there's a need. There's a need for a shot in the arm. And if this kid can give it to him and turn this season around offensively, then, hey, here we go. But we'll have to see. I mean, only time will tell if it's a good move or not. But right now, it's feeling like a good move.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying makes sense in terms of they need offense, and he had offensive numbers. And as Grant Brisbee wrote in The Athletic, they're looking for their best 26 players right now, and he might be one of their best 26 players.
How about that?
And that's it. I mean, in baseball, for youngsters and young guys getting chances, timing is everything. And when your organization is going south offensively and you're putting up good numbers, and you're the hottest guy in the organization, whoop, there you go.
Big time. Hey, but just a fun one for me and those of us of a certain age. First time I saw him, I got an instant Danny Gladden vibe. You get a little bit, not totally, but just a little vibe there?
Got a
little Danny Gladden?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a little bit.
Okay, a little bit.
Needs a shave and, got an edge. Walks around and, with a total game face. Yeah, Danny Gladden always looked like he was walking to a fight every time he's coming to the clubhouse.
Wow.
I mean, that's just the way he had to play. I mean, for the most of his career, just like Meckler, he was the littlest guy on the field, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So, I mean, you gotta bow your neck and be a little Banty Rooster-ish, and I definitely feel that.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Gladden's nickname, the Banty Rooster.
Is that right? Wait, the Banty Rooster? That Banty?
Yeah, I mean, that was his nickname. And I'll tell you another thing, too. Yeah. If you were ever in a bar and a fight broke out, look out for the Banty Rooster.
Okay, I believe it.
Hey, man, I just think Meckler should grow out his hair and adopt the whole Gladden mentality.
He's got a good look.
Gladden might have had a little more muscle to him. Meckler looks a little slender, maybe.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen him with his shirt off, so I mean, but I know that like Gladden was a guy that he spent as much time on the speed bag and the heavy bag as he did in the batting cage. He was a guy who was ready. I mean, he was a guy that would walk in the bar and actually hope there was going to be a bar fight.
I'm just looking for something to happen. Yeah,
he was. He was a guy you just were not. You were not going to win if you fought him. First of all, there wasn't going to there would be no bell. There would be no end to it. He was not going to stop. And Meckler, I mean, he's there's no ounce of fat on him. He's in shape.
I agree.
So I don't know if he can handle himself, but right now I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm saying basically through the years of talking to you, Mike, I'm assembling my all barroom team.
That's
for
a
the
great
Giants.
call. We do have some others.
And Jim Barr.
Jim Barr is
the other one, right?
You taught us that years ago,
so
Mike.
Barr and Gladden are first team all bar room. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, Jim Barr. Oh, God. And if we're walking into the situation, he'd always say to me, "Remember, don't use your pitching hand."
Yeah. Smart guy.
It's like, okay. And he literally, if you can take those 2, I can take those 5. Yeah,
oh, my God. Oh, my God. Mike tossed it.
Oh, man, that's so
hilarious.
good. Anyway, we'll go baby Gladden, Wade Meckler. That's what I'm calling him there. But listen, I hope he plays today, and we hope he continues. This is continuing this homegrown thing. My God, Marco Luciano, Elliot Ramos, Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, Wade Meckler. I mean, they really are giving us a glimpse. I'm already thinking to next spring, like spring 2024, all these guys are going to be in the mix, and it's going to be really, really fun. But back to 2023, Mike, last night, one of the guys who sat the last couple of days is J.D. Davis. They brought up Johan Camargo to play for him, actually, and just kind of one of those random moves. But I saw him on Sunday. I was at the game. Man, the swings looked, I don't know if he's hurt or something, but anyway, point is they need him. He sat 2 games in a row now, so, trying to get him right, trying to get him some rest. What's your prognosis there?
Yeah, I think dog days are got him a little bit. It happens. I mean, you're out there and you're playing every day, and all of a sudden, you're not firing at the same pitch. You're a little late to the fastball, and I think that's the key. He's a good fastball hitter, and all of a sudden you're late on fastballs. It's just fatigue, and you give him a day or 2, and all of a sudden he comes back. And that's the beautiful thing is that it comes back quick. But I think that was the read on J.D. Davis. I don't think there's a huge concern about him. I would imagine that he'll be in the lineup today, and I would expect him to be a little quicker to the fastball. I mean, it happens. It's a long year,
it's
man.
Baseball, man. And it's summertime, and it was interesting. Sunday he looked tired to me, so hopefully he'll be back out there refreshed. Mike, the other one is in 49er land, all anybody talks about is Trey Lance, and in Giant social media land, all anybody talks about is Kyle Harrison. This kid has gotten an inordinate amount of attention from people who hawk these things, and there was a thought from Susan Slusser and John Shea that he would come up this week against the Rays. It turned out that's not the case. He pitched last night for Sacramento, 4 innings. He did give up a 2-run homer, but 7 strikeouts, no walks. Now we're getting closer and closer, Mike, because now we're at August 16th. I mean, it's not a ton of season left, and Farhan has said we want to see him. So do you have a Mike Krukow crystal ball now? You wouldn't call him up for a Braves-Phillies road trip, would you?
No, okay. I wouldn't. And first of all, you've got an 11-man bullpen, basically. It's 13-man pitching staff. You got an 11-man bullpen, which is dealing. Who do you replace? Who does he come in and replace? Who do you take off the pitching staff right now? There isn't anybody.
No.
I'd have to look.
So when do you bring this guy in? You bring him in September 1st when you expand the roster. And that's when I expect to see him.
Okay.
You must be mightily encouraged by that line. I don't know if you watch it, but that's 2 straight games, I think, with no walks, I think, right?
Well, the time before that he had 1, but that's the category you're looking at, and you're looking at his stat sheet. That's the column, walks, and he had no walks. So I do 100% expect to see him in September. Remember, they can only expand the roster by 2, and I got to believe that Joey Bart's going to be one of them because they're going to need a third catcher, and then the other guy, in my opinion, given what information we have, is probably going to be another arm. It's probably going to be Harrison. And they're going to probably use him the way that they're using him down in the minor leagues. He's been going 3 and 4 innings off the get-go, and that would be the perfect slot for him. He knows how to get ready as a starter. He doesn't really know how to get ready as a guy out of the pen, so that they're not going to put him in an unfamiliar situation. And they'll let him go 3 or 4 innings. I mean, and he'll be another guy that can open. They'll probably pitch him the same way they used Junis last night, who, by the way, was brilliant.
Yeah, right.
7 strikeouts in 4 innings. I hear so much criticism about the bullpen, and I just laugh now because this is who they are. This is who they are. This is a 2-man rotation, and then you have the other spots in rotation with the opener and with the bullpen, but they have an 11-man bullpen. They only have 2 guys in the rotation, and they've made it work. And the thing that's beautiful about what they've done, and they really have redefined how you use a pitching staff. It's remarkable. They've got 4 proven starters. Junis, he was a starter. Stripling, starter. Wood, starter. Manaea, starter. And these are your guys that are your premier arms coming out, and they've made it work. I mean, the combination last night, Junis and Manaea, that was unbelievable. They went into the I see what they got. I think between the two of them, they struck out 12 guys.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Manaea has definitely turned a corner, man. He is
big time. Yeah.
Talk about dog days for J.D. Davis. It seems like August is Manaea's month.
He's been great.
Well, he came up last night into the broadcast booth, and we had a talk for almost a half an hour. And that was the one question we asked him. You know, about 3 or 4 days ago, you said you really didn't know what your role was on this team, and we kind of were worried about when you said that. He goes, "Oh no, I love exactly what I'm doing now." He goes, "This is fun." He goes, "It's made me better. I've learned how to get prepared as a reliever. I don't take as much time, getting ready, and my intensity and my concentration has been honed. I'm much better because of it." And then we talked about, and he really does remind me a lot of John Candelaria, who had a great career. And Candelaria started off as a starter, a 20-game winner, and he was a perennial all-star. And then when he was done as a starter, he went into the pen, and he was really good. And he pitched for, I want to say, like 19 years or something. And that could happen with Manaea, now that he's proven to baseball that he can do other things besides start. He's been fantastic. Big part of why this team has been successful.
He is a dude in August. Look at this, 10 1/3, 3 hits, 4 walks, 0.87 ERA, 10 1/3, 14 strikeouts. I mean, he has really hit his groove, so he should be shouted out for sure. Hey, you mentioned Candelaria. It's funny, Paulie and I are from that same era.
Oh, yeah.
The umpire last night who ejected Gabe was Chad Whitson. Mike, we were wondering, any relations?
We had
the
to
old
ask.
forkballer.
Any Eddie
former
connections?
Giant All-Star,
Yeah.
probably a guy you knew, guy who had problems with Billy Martin in New York.
Totally. Played in your era.
Eddie Whitson. Any relation?
No, I don't think so. But every time you can bring up Bubba Whitson in the conversation, it's a good thing. He was such a character, and he really a talented arm. He was a guy that I think that there was one 4-game stretch when I was with the Cubs. We played the National League West, and we got the Giants, and I caught the Giants and the Padres both in Wrigley. Then we went on the road on the West Coast swing, and I caught the Giants and the Padres, and I think I got Whitson twice, and I got Randy Jones twice, and I think I lost all 4 games. And they were like 1-0, 2-1,
wow,
3-1, 1, 2-0. Anyway, point being is that he could deal. I mean, he was really, really good, as was Randy Jones, of course, but Bubba Whitson. We got Bubba Whitson in the conversation today.
Yeah, man.
And by the way, I looked at, I was like, why is Mike calling Bubba? Drafted out of high school from Irwin, Tennessee. So I guess he was a good
he was a true Bubba, too.
Good old boy, yeah.
Did he throw what they called the fork ball back then, right?
Well, he threw hard, number one, and he had one of those fastballs that jumped at you. And 2 types of breaking ball, both of them. Everything he had was crisp. And I don't remember a fork ball. It could have been a changeup or split. Not many guys were throwing it. I remember him for a nasty fastball, slider, curveball combination. That's what I remember him as.
Do you remember him and Billy Martin having I think they might have thrown hands.
Yeah, Bubba, he would definitely throw down. You could throw him in there with Danny Gladden and Jim Barr. He was not afraid to take a lick or two.
I just Googled it right now. It says here he had a sometimes comical. It said it was a 20-minute brawl in which he beat up Billy Martin. He broke his arm.
I think
That's
it was away
insane.
from the ballpark too.
It was in Baltimore at the Cross Keys Inn at the hotel.
Yeah, there you go.
That's close.
If you're going to fight, if you're going to really be a fighter,
yeah,
you don't want to fight at the ballpark because somebody's going to break it up. If you're really a fighter and you want to get after a guy, you wait until you're off the field and you meet up someplace.
Well,
then it's go time. And Bubba, I'm telling you, the guy would mix it up.
Oh, man. Well, taking on Billy Martin, too. How many scraps did Billy Martin
Martin's
get?
Another guy.
Yeah.
He was never afraid.
No.
It's funny. I don't know if we mentioned this to you through the years, but John D'Acquisto, you remember him, Fastball John. He wrote that book, which was incredible. I don't think it got enough love from the baseball community, but it talked about he and Bob Gibson were shouting at each other in a game in St. Louis because of something happened. One guy didn't like the other guy, and he said, D'Acquisto said he was leaving Busch Stadium and an elevator from the basement opened and Gibson was in it, and he lunged at Gibson and they fought.
That's like a movie scene right there.
I mean, I can only choose to believe him, but would you think that's realistic?
In the elevator, Mike.
Oh, hell yeah. That happens a whole lot more than you hear.
Wow.
That's... but I got to tell you, when you're in the game, you know who the guys are.
I bet.
You know who they are.
Yeah.
You know who the guys are, that if there's a fight on the field, it ain't over. So just when you're walking around their town, I mean, you just know it could happen. And if you see him, there wasn't going to be any, it was just going to be go time.
Oh man.
And there are guys like that today, walking the field today. Guys you don't even know about, guys you haven't heard anything about, but that'll never go away.
By the way, I'm just kind of skimming this Whitson Billy Martin brawl story. It says the night before, Billy Martin had nearly gotten into blows with a groom celebrating his wedding night at the hotel.
Oh, my God. Well, Billy, he didn't discriminate, Mike,
No, he was one of those guys.
Yeah.
This all started because of Gabe and Wade, and then on to Chad Whitson and Ed Whitson. So there you go, man. Danny Gladden, of course, is who we talked about. Yeah,
awesome.
There it is. Well, listen, that's what we're all in a good mood because the Giants won, and they're holding on to that second wild card. Last one for you, Mike. Is two last ones, actually. One, Gabe commented on Wade Meckler's shoe game because he's come with the old black cleats. And he said, I've never seen that old school in a while. Do we endorse? I'm an old school shoe guy, so I endorse it. I don't know. Did you notice the shoe game? Because Gabe commented on it.
Well, I think the shoe game's great with the creams, but the shoe game with the City Connect need a little work.
Yeah,
black shoes do not look good with that uni.
It definitely stuck out. Out.
But one thing you discover very quickly when you get to the big leagues, shoe game changes.
Yeah. Gabe's, you got to go. I'd consult with Gabe, is what I would do. I'd go into the skipper's room and say, hey, what do you think, Gabe? And the other one is the scoreboard. You guys at one point in the broadcast last night went down the list. Reds lost, Marlins lost, Phillies lost, Cubs lost. So we're in that time of year now, right? Scoreboard season?
Oh, yeah. You're looking beyond your division. You're looking in the wild card. And which is, I think, since this wild card format has expanded the number of teams that go to the playoff, I think it's really fun to be able to go up there and scoreboard watch. I love scoreboard watch. I love this time of year. So from here on out, it's going to be scoreboard time.
All right, fun stuff, Mike. I'll come out to the yard today. Hopefully I'll see you, and we'll watch Wade Meckler and Gabe Kapler and all this good stuff as
Thanks,
the Giants take on the Rays. We'll talk to you Friday, Mike.
Had a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. That, for me, Paul, I was entertained.
I wanted to keep going. I know Mike wants to go at 8, but I would have easily kept going with Mike for another half hour. So for you, Murph, I need clarification. Because for some days now, Marcus, I know you have a keen ear. You've heard Murph say, he's been telling all of us, he's got playoff fever.
I do.
But now I need clarification because do I have playoff fever or am I in the midst of some intense scoreboard watching? You got to. What time of year is it? It's like duck season, rabbit season.
Fever, one of the symptoms of playoff fever is scoreboard watching.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Yeah,
I'll accept that. Yeah, it's part of the condition.
This story is incredible, by the way, about Whitson and Billy Martin.
Well, no, Billy Martin. I mean, ask your old man about Billy Martin. He fought Reggie Jackson in the dugout.
Are you ready for this, dude?
Yeah.
This is how it happened.
Martin was out of his mind.
It says that there was a groom, ready for this,
dude. Imagine fighting a guy getting married.
There was newlyweds on Friday night, and
Billy Martin's like, I want a piece of this guy.
He bought them a bottle of champagne and danced with the bride. Okay,
here's how it starts.
The couple left the bar.
Here's how it starts.
But minutes later, the groom in his tuxedo reappeared and said, "Hey, Billy, we got to talk. You ready? You told my wife she has a pot belly." Oh my God.
On her wedding day, no less. Damn.
He said, I did not say she had a pot belly, Billy said without emotion. He pointed to another woman at the bar with her husband. I said, this woman had a fat A.
Whoa! Billy, that's just a night out for Billy Martin.
There were two men upset. Some minor shoving ensued. That was all it.
No, I didn't say your wife. It was her.
That led to the Whitson fight the next night.
How about Billy? No, I'm not. I wasn't talking about your wife. I was talking about that fat lady over there. Just
so then
pissing
that
off
guy
everybody.
got involved here.
Oh, my God.
It says here the seeds for the Whitson Marty fight had been sown. Whitson despised the way Billy wanted to call every pitch.
Right.
Billy thought Whitson lacked the stomach to handle the pressure of playing in New York.
Billy Martin hated everybody.
Billy scratched Whitson from a start on Friday, September 20th. Billy didn't trust Whitson. Whitson got the news he wouldn't be pitching. He kicked his spikes across the floor, flung his glove. His teammates ignored him. Says he goes on to raised in the mountains of eastern Tennessee. Whitson was booed mercilessly here. And then eventually it says here on Saturday, he left the Cross Keys Inn for dinner. So blah, blah, blah. 11:45, he's back in the bar. Billy was at the bar with Dale Barra and Dale's wife.
Yeah.
Whitson was in a booth next to Whitson. It says Whitson was agitated and talking loudly at Martin.
I love
Dale Barra's wife came over and tried to calm him. He said, that guy won't pitch me. That SOB won't pitch me.
This is great.
This is in a sworn affidavit. The guy said, at this point, I deduced he was a ball player. Blah, blah, blah.
He
Goes
won't
on to say,
pitch me.
Several Yankees had privately been worried Whitson was going to snap. And they feared it would not be a small-time crap. What's the matter with you? You're crazy. Martin said, I'm trying to help you. Whitson cursed at Billy, swung at him.
Yeah.
And on it went, dude. A furious wrestling match in a dark bar. Punches thrown. Whitson kicked him several times. Billy tried to block the attempt and broke his arm. They tumbled to the floor. They were separated. Unbelievable. Dude, this goes on and on. It goes on and on. Then Billy started yelling, you can't hold your liquor.
Oh.
Dude.
That's a big insult, too.
Incredible, dude.
Yeah.
It goes on. They dragged Whitson out. Martin followed him into the lobby.
Martin was going to back down.
Whitson was being held with his arms peeled behind his side, but still lunged at Billy. Martin met that aggression with an aggressive charge of his own. He was quicker. Whitson swung his leg and kicked Billy in the groin. It lifted Billy off the ground.
You got to stop now.
This is
too much.
dude.
You're telling me he kicked him in the nards and lifted him off the ground? That's a serious boot.
Billy Martin then said in a firm, defiant voice, now I'm going to have to kill you.
What? I believe him, too.
Billy stormed at Whitson.
I believe him.
Dude.
He'd pull a knife out if he had to.
How did I stumble onto this?
No, this is gold. No, they got to make the Billy Martin, Oliver Stone biopic, too. I want to see it all.
Dude, it says now they had people in front of him. Billy was trying to make evasive counter moves like a football running back.
No, hell yeah. I can see it.
A linebacker.
All liquored up and everything.
The catcher Ron Hassey played cat and mouse with Billy, dude, trying to stay in his way.
It's fantastic.
Finally, Billy faked left and went right, which got Hassey to step on the door sensor to a sliding glass door and left him out of position and got him to Whitson outside the door. A four-man scrum ensued.
Billy faked left and went right.
Are you guys good with this,
No,
dude?
it's incredible, man.
Oh, my God.
Incredible. I mean, Billy Martin, Billy Martin.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It goes on. I better stop. Oh, my God. I just did like a 4-minute play-by-play of that whole thing.
That was great.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed it.
There's not a single, there's not a single presence in big league baseball like Billy Martin anymore. There's just no room for a guy like that.
How about Whitson?
Whitson, I mean, Mike just told us.
SOB won't pitch me.
Bubba. Yeah.
Dude, Bubba.
Call him Bubba.
Dude, it goes on and on. He was dazed, blah, blah, blah. Whitson circled around to the parking garage's basement elevator.
It's almost not a fair fight, too, because Whitson's like
the elevator opened on the third floor. Whitson's opened. They were face-to-face again on the third floor. Charged each other for a fourth round.
Wow.
It had been 20 minutes since the first punch.
See, if I'm in that group right there, Marcus, at that point, I let him go. You guys want it this badly, go ahead. Just take it outside and, last man standing wins. Because 4 attempts, these guys want it that bad. Give them some space.
They're begging for it. They're in the fourth
let
round.
Them go.
They're into the championship rounds of MMA fights.
No, and Billy Martin's that kind of guy, though. He'll keep coming. He's not going to back down. He's got that little man kind of a complex.
Dude, okay, I have the cherry to end it all.
Okay.
I'm still skimming. They brought him in. They said you could feel the bones moving and cracking in his arm. He said, just wrap my arm up. I'm fine. Billy Martin said, Lou Pinella's in now in the mix. Pinella's in the room, and he says, he looked terrible. He was really beat up. He goes, but Billy was a tough guy. He said to me,
just duct tape it.
Do me a favor. Go knock on Whitson's door. Tell him I'll meet him in the parking lot in 5 minutes.
That's it. That's good. That's it. Do me a favor while you're taping me up. Go tell Whitson I ain't done.
Panella said, I told him, that scotch is lying to you, Billy.
Nice.
Do me a favor and stay here. That scotch is lying. Oh, my God.
By the way,
my day is made.
Billy Martin just probably smoking a butt going, do me a favor. Go wake up Whitson.
It caps with this picture Martin in a sling. Dude.
Holy cow. Wow, now that really brings it home. Now it's real.
I just put it on the YouTube.
Yeah, Billy Martin's arm in a sling.
It started because Chad Whitson ejected Gabe last night.
I mean, Billy Martin was 5'7", like 150 pounds? He was not a big dude.
Oh, man. Billy arrived at the
Yeah.
Dude, they said, what happened to your arm? The reporter asked him on Monday. The next day, Billy said, I heard it bowling.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right. There you go. All right. We got to do the big hit.
We might as well.
Next.
Yeah.
On these
Catch your breath.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
Your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
the Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I got to hold it together for this Provident Credit Union story. Boy, oh man. Ed Whitson, God bless you. Great money-saving tip from Provident Credit Union. Provident Credit Union wants to help you invest on your own terms. Enjoy the flexibility to choose your own investment terms with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate. For a limited time only, you can pick a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and earn a high rate of 4.5% annual percentage yield. One of the most competitive rates on the market with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate. You can invest on your own terms, whether you're saving for a short-term goal or looking for a longer-term investment. Their certificate offers this flexibility you need to take control of your savings. That rate's effective May 30, 2023. Limited time offer. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providentcu.org for terms and conditions.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Dave Fleming stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about his fantasy football punishment that saw him serve as the Giants' bat boy for the first 3 innings against the Rays on Monday night. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Wow, a pitch called a strike. Wade, I think he believes that every pitch he's taken has been a ball. And now, did somebody just get kicked out? Might be Gabe Kapler. Chad Whitson, I think he just kicked him out. And Gabe's coming out now. He's very unhappy. I think he feels like, and Gabe's holding up 3 fingers, and I think that's exactly what Gabe's saying. 3 pitches that haven't been strikes. And I am sure that Gabe's right in Chad Whitson's face. Giants fans are happy with Gabe showing some feistiness.
Anaya's 3-2 pitch. There's a pop-up, shallow right center on the run, and diving as Meckler makes the catch. Tyrell Estrada. Now there's a swing. There's a high drive deep to left field. Way back there, still going. Adios! Pelota! And swings and lines one into center field. Base hit. There's his first big league hit. He swings and he hits a high drive deep down the left field line. Headed for Berkeley. Adios! Pelota! He struck him out swinging. And he comes on to end it with an exclamation point. He strikes out the side in the 9th inning. And the Giants even up this series at a game apiece.
Yeah, man. Wow. Well, putting the pieces together after that Billy Martin, Ed Whitson story. But yeah, the big hit is the Kapler ejection, leading to the Giants finally breaking the seal and getting a win that they needed. And let's dive into it, man. Listen, this is all what we've wanted from Gabe, right? I think we all...
Yes, we want to see some humanity. We want to see a little, non-robotic, non-data-based reactions.
Probably linking it to the segment we just did.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not looking for that.
Well,
nobody's looking for that. That's
actually, because if Gabe got into that mindset, he could actually hurt a fool. Like, he's so big and strong, he could, tear somebody's head off. We don't want to see him hurt anybody. But I do like the natural reaction. It's okay to get mad. You're going 162. You're going to get pissed along the way. And go ahead and fight for your guys and look at the results.
I think part of baseball's charm is that fringe stuff, whether it's something as immature as Lou Piniella kicking dirt or throwing a base or something.
First of all, it's going to inspire your players, And beyond that, it's going to fire up the crowd. So now you've woken up the entire building. Now your players want to play for you. Now you got the crowd in your back pocket, and only good things happen from that point. So I would say it was the right move at the right time by Gabe. And, of course, he's fighting for his new BFF. My guy. That's my guy, Meck.
So, yeah, if you missed it, we've decided that Gabe and Wade, 4 letters, are the same. By the way, another one came in. He came in like a mecking ball. Smiley Cyrus, dude. You might want to do a mashup. And thank everybody for mech yourself before you wreck yourself. Ice Cube, of course. Ice Cube with Das FX. My bad. I should have known that. I was just blanking. It's live radio.
Now, if I do a wrecking ball, it's going to be Springsteen. It ain't going to be Miley Cyrus. I got no problem with Miley.
How about both? I want one of the
I want to bring
Polymac
out Miley
mashups.
Cyrus for this one.
I want a mashup. Mashup.
Do you want 2 wrecking balls?
Yes.
Okay. Who am I?
Well, you guys do the mashup.
What am I? Have you seen Tony lately? Because I haven't. I mean, when he comes in, I can record.
I'm holding up to the YouTube stream and the KNBR Twitch Triple E's artwork for this one. And that is Meckler as an Oregon State Beaver, Meckler as a Eugene Emerald, and then shirtless Gabe Kapler, his bodyguard now. His bodyguard. We made reference to the movie My Bodyguard, where Gabe went out and stuck up for Wade, their new best friends. He bats him against lefties, he puts him in the 2-hole, and now he goes out and falls on the sword for him. So let's dive into it. It got the game going. And Gabe says after the game, by the way, there's a quote in the Chronicle that is not on audio. We don't have the audio of it, but he says in the Chronicle, he says, I thought Wade got effed. He says, got effed. Now, I don't know if
this is the big debate. Exactly. Did he actually
Susan
say
quoted
the
him
word?
as F''ED.
I'm assuming, because we say that on the air sometimes, when obviously we're not allowed to go all the way with that, so we'll just be like, yeah, this guy, he got, well, a lot of times now we'll just say he got blanked. But when you say effed, I assume that's actually what he said, and he didn't use the full word, if Susan wrote it that way.
Too. Yeah, I agree. But anyway, here's Gabe after he was talking about, he's standing up for his new best friend, Wade Meckler.
Let's go.
Obviously, I didn't think those were strikes in his first at bat. Wade didn't think they were strikes, and it was obviously just irritated and reacted, but really reacted on behalf of Meck, who deserves to be stood up for by all of us, all of the players and staff. So, but I'm just happy he got his first big league knock, and then a second. I think there's going to be many more to come.
Yeah, man, he's a guy stand up for my guy Meck. Mech yourself before you wreck yourself, and he came in like a mecking ball. Good times, hard times coming, hard times go, Paulie Mack.
Well, that's it.
And here's Jump Down. Wade says he appreciates it from his new buddy, Wade Meckler. God bless my skipper standing up for me here.
Well, manager Gabe Kapler got thrown out of the game today in your at-bat. What does that do for the team when you see your manager come out defending his players and firing you guys up?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously can't speak to the rest of the guys, but, I really appreciate it. It's my second game here. There were a few questionable calls in my at-bats. And, I'm a rookie. I can't really say anything to the guy. And, Cap comes over and steps up and stands up for me. So, it's something I really appreciate as a player, especially my second game here.
I love it. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher already played People Let Me Tell You About My Best Friends, Wade and Gabe.
I don't know where he pulled that one out of his hat, too. How does Marcus
even got it from his Nick at Night cartoons
track?
or whatever?
No,
or
this was an MTV TV show.
Okay.
Rob Dyrdek, the president CEO, he does Ridiculous now on MTV, but his security guard, Big Black, was his
wait a minute, that
quote-unquote
dude with
best
the
friend.
baseball hat?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking
your
about.
guy?
Rob Dyrdek.
I've always wondered about that dude. I'm like, who is this dude?
Oh, dude, he
with
took
his
over
hat sitting there
MTV.
riffing?
It started with Robin Big, then it was Fantasy
Scott
Factory,
Murphy-
now he does Ridiculousness. Yeah, he's huge.
That
And
really
him
puts it
and
in
Big Black,
perspective.
his security guard.
What's his name?
Big Black? And no, that's Rob Dyrdek.
Yeah,
And then
Dyrdek.
somebody did a show
Dyrdek
about
with his
them and
hat.
used the
And so
People
they
Let Me Tell
did,
You?
the two of them had a reality show where it focused on their friendship, a little tiny white skateboarder and a big security guard, Big Black, and they used the song People Let Me Tell You About My Best Friend.
It's a great little ditty. Yeah. Well, that's Wade and Gabe now, guys. Let's jump down to Flores. Wilmer Flores, who hit his 16th home run. We already put the stamp on that one earlier this morning. Greeted, by the way, the reliever Kevin Kelly on his first pitch. Guy's like, I'm going to sneak a strike past Wilmer. Wilmer's like, no, you're not. I'm leaving the yard. And by the way, that inning was extended because of Meckler's hit. Shout him out. He's making things happen, scoring runs, extending innings. And here's Flores saying, yeah, it was kind of fun seeing Gabe get tossed.
And your manager got kicked out tonight. How about that?
That's good to see. That's good to see.
As a player, do you like it when your manager's kind of fighting for you, arguing on your behalf?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those, sometimes they miss a lot of calls, and, they put you in a hole sometimes, and, you got to say something.
I love it, man. Well, I like Wilmer said it was good to see. These guys do want a little fire and piss and vinegar and fun and all that.
Hey,
so,
by the way, not to be left out, too, because the ideas for the Meckler, it's incredible. The kid's been here 2.5 days, and we were doing tributes already. But 415 comes in with maybe my favorite text of the day. He goes, don't forget about Mexicali Blues.
Oh, okay.
Mexicali.
Well, you're going to have to do a
my favorite
mashup,
text
buddy.
of the day.
You have to do a
There's
mashup.
I still like the way Tom Petty's "You Mech Me, Baby" sounds in my head.
That sounds good, too.
Yeah.
It all happened because Gabe called him Mech. All right, Kruko came on with us about 45 minutes ago and said that he talked about Kapler getting tossed for his little buddy, Mech.
Well, I think that, the majority of times when managers get tossed, they're protecting the star. They're protecting the third or fourth hitter in the lineup. They're protecting their big guy. And that's why I think last night's kind of stood out. So anyway, he gets up there 0-2. He swings at strike 3. The Giants go in there and they look at that at bat. They look at where those pitches were. And that's the first thing Gabe Kapler said. Where were those pitches? Well, they go back up there, replay the at bat. And now they know that this kid got put in an 0-2 hole, and it really wasn't fair. So now he comes up there, and his first pitches he takes in the second at bat, it's a pitch that's above the strike zone. I mean, you knew that was a high pitch, right? Well, and then Kapler, he goes off, and he goes off protecting the new kid on the block, whereas most managers protect the star. He's protecting the kid.
Yeah, man. It's that was an interesting moment. And like we said, everything about Meckler has been, Gabe friendly.
He's very
he hits
likable,
him second.
too. Yeah.
He hits him against a lefty.
Yep.
He falls on the sword and gets tossed for him.
Red carpet treatment for this kid so far. Is there anything else we can get you? How about some freshly squeezed OJ?
It's just a riff.
Yeah.
Believe me, I'm not trying to. It's just a riff.
What do you
And
need?
I love
You're
the
allowed
family,
to
and
riff. I want the riffs.
I know the old man's.
Give me the riff.
Wade was quoted after the game. He goes, "Yeah, I'm glad Gabe stood out for me since my old man's still pissed." You know what I mean? I'm just kidding. We're joking about how Wade's dad looks like he's got a game face.
Yeah.
He looks like a kind of a salty Matty Williams. With a beard and my kid, he didn't double.
He's like, what, 2 hits? That's all you can do?
He finally broke down and started clapping.
Yeah.
See that? He finally started
It was
clapping.
hard fought, though. Hard to win over that applause.
Last Kruko on Kapler's ejection, saying he thought it sparked, eventually, the 7-run rally.
Yes.
Now think about what happens when you have a kid walk in that dugout or in that clubhouse prior. Everybody in that room is a little protective of the new guy. They don't quite know him yet, but they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's a good guy, but he's a baby, and they're going to protect him. So here's everybody kind of feeling the same way, and then Gabe going off and getting right in the face. He gets tossed, then he comes out and gets his money worth, and he's throwing 3 fingers right in the face of Chad Whitson saying,
"Yep,
you've missed 3 against this guy." And Meckler goes on and he strikes out, so he's 0 for 2 and whatnot. But the whole mood seemed to change. I mean, everybody was ticked off. And I think that the timing of it was perfect. And the guy that he protected was even better because it was unusual that a guy will protect a youngster in his 5th at bat. And I thought that was very cool. And everybody in that bench did too. And they rallied. And then what happens? Meckler comes up. His next 2 at bats, he gets 2 hits.
Awesome. So fun stuff. We'll be out there today. I'm going to be out there with Lil Homie and his buddies, and we'll have some fun. I'll report back. I'm going to go to the dugout, talk to Gabe before the game.
Are you in your season seats?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
everybody used to go say hi to Murph. You want to give out your location? I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding.
No, come on by. We love them all.
Yeah.
We love them all.
Yeah.
And Marcus will be out there too.
Nice.
Yeah. Marcus will be on beer. It's beer season.
It's beer o'clock for Marcus.
Yeah.
It's
very
beer
good.
o'clock.
All right. Well, there's your big hit. Congrats to Gabe for falling on the sword for Wade.
I still want to go back and talk to Mike a little more about more like Billy Martin fights and,
Dude,
and Ed Woodson.
I got this.
I just
sent it to you guys. Get yourself a sandwich at Molinari Deli, dude, and it's like a 20-minute read.
Well, what really brings it home is the final.
That's as long as the brawl.
Yeah, and the picture that Murph showed me at the very end of Martin with his arm in a sling. I mean, that basically brings it all home.
How about he said, and they said, what happened? He said, I heard it bowling.
Billy Martin, full contact sport now, being a manager back in those days.
By the way, we got another one from the 415. How about Gordon Lightfoot, the recently deceased, the mech of the Edmund Fitzgerald?
No, it's getting insane out here. I've never had so many suggestions for a player, and the kid just got here.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Man, pretty good. All right. Hey, that was your big hit. Gabe and Wade. People, let me tell you about the best friend. There you go. Okay, on to the cooler of content. Andy Baggerly at 9:15. Mike Silver on those Niners.
Yeah.
Niners actually making some news this morning about their secondary. The Nickelback, Isaiah Oliver's getting negative reviews for his performance. They might be looking for a new Nickelback. No, not Nickelback, the band.
We don't even need to. Yeah, no, definitely not.
Which I linked to Paramore upsetting Triple E mightily. All right. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Mac.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Rich Gannon stopped by the Papa and Lynn show yesterday with me and Papa to talk about his call of this past weekend's 49ers and Raiders preseason game and to give his thoughts on Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy, and Jimmy Garoppolo. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Still going through texts of people who were laughing about the Ed Whitson story with Billy Murray. It all started because the home plate ump who ejected Gabe was named Chad Whitson.
We just asked.
Paulie and I wondered, any relation to Ed? And got Mike going. He goes, oh, Bubba Whitson. He goes, oh, it's a good day if we're mentioning Bubba Whitson.
I swear to God, I'm not making this up. I actually thought about that last night when I heard
So did I.
Yeah, not just
100%.
now. Yeah, last night when I heard Whitson, I'm like, ooh, wonder if there's any connection to Ed.
And it was also linked to me earlier in the show. And I was actually pleased, Mike, because Mike will call me out. He'll be like, no, Murph, no. Just like Kipe says, sometimes I'm with you, sometimes I'm not.
Gonna miss.
But I threw the baby Gladden at him with a little bit of a risk because they were teammates.
He embraced it. He embraced it.
Yeah, he goes, I see a little bit of that.
He embraced it, yeah.
He goes, the only problem is he's going to have to walk in the clubhouse looking for a fight. The Banty Rooster. Is that an old-fashioned phrase for like a bantamweight or something? It must be,
yeah.
A bantam?
Is that like fighter lingo, Marcus? Banty?
A Banty Rooster? I think it's an old school
phrase. I do too.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that term before, but I'll check in with Papa Boucher, Ken Boucher, who used to roam the streets with Danny and Brett Gladden growing up.
See, that makes a lot of sense.
I just looked it up. What is a Banty Rooster? According to BackyardChickenChatter.com.
Oh my God, what are we stumbling onto today?
BackyardChickenChatter.com.
Dude, I don't think we should be reading
A bantam rooster is a miniature or smaller version of a regular rooster. It's a bantam rooster.
But that's,
They are small of chickens. It varies with the breed, but a bantam is generally 1/4 to 1/5 the size of the standard size.
Cockfighting generally not a topic on the M&M show, generally speaking. But it is a topic that Jerry Seinfeld addressed and incredibly got away with it scot-free. That whole cockfighting episode.
Yeah, very much true. Very much true.
And the name of the rooster, by the way, Marcus, if you're keeping score at home, because Newman came in with the rooster and he goes, what's its name? He goes, this is Little Jerry Seinfeld. So the rooster in the cockfight was named Little Jerry Seinfeld.
As opposed to Fusili Jerry, which we saw later on.
Somebody wound up sitting on that.
As opposed to Pagliacci, he said, he's you, Jerry, the sad, tragic clown.
Totally.
Okay, Hard Knocks was on last night, and I'm trying to watch now. I got to say, episode 2 lost some steam.
Totally agree.
Like the Rodgers.
Yes.
Like they tried to make they spent minutes on the fact that Rodgers picks up grass and rubs it on his
artistic, artistic shots of raindrops hitting puddles. I'm like, dude, don't get all.
That said, though, they did bring back Ann Peebles' I Can't Stand the Rain.
Yeah, that was all right. That was all right. But I agree with you that it didn't have the same kind of allure that it did the first episode.
The first one was like, Rodgers is here, man. Rodgers is here.
I can only take so much of that dude anyway. But I saw the rookie hazing stuff last night. That's
funny. I watched the first 30, and then I knocked it off because I had to go to bed. You watched the last 25 or whatever.
I saw a few minutes, yeah.
But I watched the first part where they bring in this mentalist. His guy's name's Oz Perlman. You guys familiar with this guy?
We need a mentalist. We need one for the show.
We do.
Marcus, get me a mentalist.
I confess.
Your pick.
I confess. I don't know how this guy does this stuff. He did some bonkers stuff. Like I know
the power of the mind, Murph. You got to surrender to the power of the mind. Many books have been written about this.
He brings Mecole Hardman up.
Shout out Ken Kesey.
And says he has him standing in front of an easel. And he says, hey, you guys going to go to the Super Bowl? He's like, yeah. He goes, who are you guys going to play? And he goes, just tell me who you're going to play. And Mecole Hardman's like, I don't know, 49ers. He goes, oh, okay. He goes, and what's the score? And Mecole Hardman gives the score. He goes, that's interesting. And he goes over and he turns the easel over. And he has 49ers Jets logos with 31.
Well, now we're talking about illusions. We're talking sleight of hand.
Mecole Hardman's losing his mind.
Yeah.
He can't believe it.
Yeah.
Here's what it was. Here.
I got us a puzzle of the New York Jets. And when all the pieces come together just right, take that piece and see how it fits. Hold up. When all those pieces come together just perfect, Mecole, and we make it to the Super Bowl Sunday, I want you to picture this. Take a step forward, and I want you to imagine you got a crystal ball in your hand. You see the future. Tell us, who do you see the Jets playing in this year's Super Bowl? Say it.
49ers.
49ers. I'm putting you on the spot here.
Say it.
We're going to win. We know we're going to win. What's the final score going to be?
31-21.
Yeah? Because when all the pieces come together in a season, it can be absolute perfection, folks. Because that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the Jets and the 49ers. 31-21.
That's crazy. Hey, that's crazy.
I got to give it up, too. See, I love that stuff. I'm a believer. I believe it all.
I don't know what he did. A couple other things that were bonkers. He did some bonkers stuff.
By the way, imagine the storylines going into that game. It would be Bobby Saleh v. Kyle Shanahan getting after it. Two former coaches on the same staff and all that. And not to mention the fact that Jet defense was pretty good last year. Probably going to be even better this year, as Bobby Saleh was telling us last night, between F-bombs. Because Bobby Saleh right now is competing with Jeff Ulbrich. Who can drop more F-bombs per show? I think Saleh won last night.
Guess what? Your next two are Ulbrich and Saleh. So former... Yeah, because he turns around on the easel and he has the Niner logo and the Jet logo and it says 31-21. Mecole Hardman's like, what?
The reaction.
That's crazy.
Give me one more. Like they're blown back. Yeah. Oh! These are world-class athletes now. He's got an easel. Yeah, I love it.
So they go down to Carolina to joint practice with the Panthers.
Yep.
And they're stretching on the field. They're all on the grass, getting their hamstrings loose. And Ulbrich's walking around the players. And he's firing them up. He's like, we're in their house. We're going to mark our territory. He starts telling Quinnen Williams, their superstar D tackle, we're going to mark our territory. And he just might takes it to a different place here. Yeah.
Hey, Q. Hey, sometimes you just gotta lift your leg and mark your territory. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We're in their backyard, gonna on the corner, on the tree, on the porch, on the kids' toys.
Whoa!
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know you can on their toys.
Wow, I'm with the wow.
It's even better the second time because Quinnen's like, no, not the kids, and Ulbrich's not going down. He's like, no, the toys.
Not the kids. Not the kids' toys.
Damn.
Not the kids. I know you can on their toys.
You could pee on their toys.
Well, listen, this is getting pretty. This is getting pretty intimate now. Talking about peeing on toys.
No.
PeeingOnToys.com.
No, not the kids.
No, definitely not
Quinnen,
the kids.
The voice of reason, Quinnen Williams. No, not the kids.
Thank God
not the kids.
Thank God for Quinnen Williams. Someone's got to reel this dude in, bro. You can't be peeing on kids' toys.
No, not the kids.
That's frowned upon. Yes, we didn't.
Ulbrich's not backing down.
No, pee on everything, man.
Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know you can on their toys.
No, don't pee on their toys.
The one concession, Ulbrich's like, I know we're not going to pee on the kids. We're going to pee on
the kids proper, just in the crib. Yeah. It's like, damn, man.
Not the kids. I know you can pee on their toys.
Just pee on their lunch boxes. That's fine.
Man, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, here's Saleh. So they had a first day of practice, and the offense didn't play well. All of a sudden, Aaron Rodgers, the love child of Sammy Baugh and Joe Theismann, he did not look good. And Saleh said he went to his office alone and watched the film, and the next morning during the pouring rain, he chews his team out in a Spartanburg, South Carolina hotel.
Here we go. This is where I came in last night.
Hotel lobby here, yeah.
All right, you guys know how important to me the silent tape is because the silent tape represents who the
we are. Defense,
here we go.
Our style was all over this bitch yesterday. And it was awesome to see because that's our standard. That's who we are. All right? Offense. Guys, it was our first opportunity to change the stink that's been in this organization for a very long time on the offensive side of the ball. You can have a Hall of Fame quarterback. You can have 2 $10 million plus receivers. You can have a reigning offensive rookie of the year. You can have all kinds of skill in the running back room. None of it matters until the big boys up front change who the we are.
Oh, that was, I'm telling you, there's a lot more, too. That was mild, yeah.
Well, no, that was 4. That's a lot. Well, guess what? He's not done. Salah chewing his teams out.
We as coaches, we as an organization can't want it more than you. And I'm watching that tape all night last night, trying to find something to show that we're changing, and it didn't show, and it was our first op. And I'd love to say we got another practice, but you know what? It's like Sunday. You don't get Monday morning to go redo. It's getting your mind right to represent who the you are every single time you are on the field.
Now we'll
fix footwork. We'll fix all that, but you can't fix until we know you're giving everything you got. Making it hurt, straining and fighting for everything you got. Because we will go as you go. We proved last year that we're a 7-10 football team with a really good defense and a mediocre offense. That's about what we proved. Flip that We don't get any more second chances.
Flip that blank and blank.
12.
Flip that blank and blank.
12, a dozen.
Yeah.
A dozen F-bombs.
What's little homie going to say when he hears that?
Well, he didn't. Thankfully, he was upstairs doing his video games with his buddies.
Can't just come out with dinner and be like,
just sitting there, and I'm like, whatever, dude.
Can't just going to come out with dinner and be like, hey, I made some nice chicken tonight. And little homie's going to be, oh, yeah? Blanked. He goes, flip that blank.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah.
He's gonna
flip that blank
like,
and
where'd
blank.
you hear that? He goes, yeah, from Bob Blank and Salah.
No,
that's where I heard it from.
Totally.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Salah. So, listen, Declan told me, he goes, Dad, my coaches are just as bad.
No, it's all out in the open now. No, we're all, I mean.
I do try to keep it for Little League. No, I used ASS
hold on for as long as you can, but then you got to just let go of the reins.
I felt bad.
Well, listen.
I think they found out it was a 7th grade baseball team he was on. He came and goes, by the way, our coach, Dad, he's dropping F-bombs all the time.
Yeah. No need to hold back. Yeah, we're all.
Oh, Murph, you should have seen a young water boy in middle school. I was dropping F-bombs left and right.
What about coaches of yours?
Oh, coaches. My dad was dropping F-bombs when I was like in Little League. It's just the way we grew up.
Well, now your dad is royalty because he ran with the Gladdens.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, that's how that goes.
He ran with the Banty Rooster. Yeah.
All right. Well, there's your cooler of content. Thanks to Hard Knocks for providing it.
Yeah.
All right. Andy Bagley at 9:15. Mike Silver at 9:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning and thank you for listening to Murph and Mack today. I want to talk to you about QC Kinetics. It is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine to treat chronic pain. And a lot of us have to deal with everyday pain in your knees, in your joints, shoulders, elbows, ankles. I know how it is. Believe me, I've got plenty of aches and pains myself, and I know you do as well. So how do you deal with that as the years go on? Do you go back to the doctor and get a new prescription? Well, we're trying to actually avoid that. And QC Kinetics is now offering you regenerative medicine that uses highly concentrated healing agents that are drawn from your own body. These powerful treatments are going to restore and repair damaged tissue in your aching joints. And again, the key here is no prescription drugs, no doctor visits. QC Kinetics currently with over 100 clinics nationwide, currently in Pleasanton and coming very soon to San Jose. Schedule a free consultation, have a conversation, and learn how you can treat your pain without addictive painkillers that have caused so many people so many problems. So if knees, shoulders, hip, back pain is keeping you in a bad way, call 877-70-REGEN. That's 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, there we go. Hey, non-Niners, non-Giants.
What do you got, buddy?
Your Warriors.
Yeah, let's talk Dubs.
Well, first of all, Bobby Myers is going to be on ESPN. Good for him.
I look forward to that. I think he'll be really at home and comfortable doing that.
Marcus Thompson had the story about...
He's a cool dude, man.
He says Bobby could be the best at it.
Yeah.
But he said his prediction is that he will,
he'll miss it.
He knows that he'll
miss the action.
No, as Marcus said, he doesn't want to burn any bridges to go take that, Marcus said, take the bag with the Clippers, is what he said. So he won't be like Barkley. See, Barkley doesn't have any bridges. Barkley's Barkley, so he can say whatever he wants.
Barkley does whatever he wants.
First of all, the Lakers stink. I want to punch Draymond Green in the face. Whatever he wants.
I would say, there's only a couple of dudes or people. I'm not excluding women either, but I think that there's two guys that I can point to that basically have license to say whatever the hell they want without repercussions. That would be Barkley, one of them for sure, and I would say Howard Stern at this point. Basically says and does whatever he wants to.
He won't, though.
He's gone, not anymore.
Yeah.
But
I thought they were going to say Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, but Shaquille doesn't say as much loaded stuff as Barkley does. Like
he
Barkley,
does, though. Not as loaded, but he says strong
Barkley
stuff.
really likes to provide. He doesn't. There's no filter with Barkley. To your point, but anyway, if Bobby Myers plays his cards right, he played hard to get for a couple of years on ESPN. It's kind of what John Gruden did for however many years it took for the Raiders to get him back. And look at the payday he got, even though. Fell apart in chaos and controversy. I'm saying, the longer Bob stays away doing something else, the more desirable he's going to be. And he will get a huge bag if he decides to go to the Clippers.
Yeah. But Marcus is saying he'll just play it straight. He'll just be kind of a.
Oh yeah,
we'll
no, for sure.
But anyway, the point is that the Warriors are on our minds, and a little bit of news came out yesterday.
Yeah.
So this in-season tournament, which once I found out counts as a regular season game, I'm in full support. It's a great way to take the tedium of 82. So let's be honest. I know I support baseball 162 because there's a daily rhythm that sustains us in our lives. Basketball doesn't play every day, so you're not sure when you're going to get a game, So it's, and 82 is too many. It's just his. We've found that ever since the Warriors have been contenders in 2015, that when you're a good team in the NBA, all you're doing is marking time until the playoffs and just hoping to stay healthy. That's it. So take this tedium and make something out of it. And here it is, this in-season tournament. And what they did was they finally announced the first round. It's called Group Play, like a World Cup soccer or whatever like that. And by the way, shout out the big England-Australia Women's World Cup this morning. It caused a lot of buzz on Twitter when I was up at 4 a.m, Waterboy. The Australia tied it on a Sam Kerr goal, but England won. They go on to face Spain.
What were you doing up at 4 a.m. trying to beat Tripoli to work? How's that going, by the way?
Very good. He did it again today. He beat me.
Okay, good. No, he's on a good run. Again, I credit the Grateful Dead for turning this kid around.
Oh, there's no question that was the moment.
That was the moment.
Yeah, that was the moment. He saw, Paulie, once in a while, you get shown the light if you look at it right. Or you know what I'm saying.
You're close enough, dude. Murph was quoting Scarlett. That's fine with me.
Yes.
You're good.
Once in a while, if you look
Once in a while, you can get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right.
That's what happened to him. That's what happened to him.
Shout out Robert Hunter.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the Warriors will play the Timberwolves and Spurs at home November 14 and 24. And they will play on the road at OKC and at SAC November 3 and November 28. So this is the 3rd, the 14th, the 24th, and the 28th. So you've taken 4 November games, which basically would be Nothingsville, and made them fun. I'm not saying it's life or death or anything, but it's fun.
Right.
Something, a little juice. It's like it's like what Tommy Tolbert does with every MAC Tuesday college football game.
Fun.
Ohio's playing Toledo. Let's make it fun.
Fun.
Put $100 on the under in Ohio in the first half or whatever. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
So you're making it fun. So there will be 6 5-team groups. So the Warriors is Dubs, Kings, natural rivals. Minnesota, San Antonio, OKC. Those are our 5. That's our little group, our group of death, right? And then if you win your group, you advance to what's called the knockout round. Pretty simple.
Okay.
The top 6 winners, so 6 groups of 5, 30 teams, right? So 6 teams plus the 2 best wild cards go to the round of 8. And then the round of 8 will be played quarterfinals on December 4. So that's to be determined. So they've just left December 4 open on the calendar. So that's to be determined. And then you would play a semi December 4th or 5th, either one of those days. And if you win, you go to the semifinals December 7th in Vegas. And then if you win that, you play December 9th in Vegas. You get prize pool money. They'll like that. Players like dough. I like dough. And they they get the trophy called the NBA Cup.
The NBA Cup. Okay,
NBA Cup.
Listen, you know how those things go.
You know what they're going to say, Paulie Mac? They're going to say
NBA Cup.
Then they're going to shout it out. Guy Santos, come get the NBA Cup.
Not
That's
bad at all.
say.
Nice Batman to Messier moment right there. But my brain was going somewhere else entirely. I was thinking like Jeff Ulbrich will come in and be like, we're going to go in there, we're going to pee on their NBA Cup. It's more stuff he can pee on now is the NBA Cup trophy. Yeah, Jeff Ulbrich.
The 22 teams that were eliminated in group play will play regular season games home and away on December 6th and 8th. So if you're like me and you're a season ticket holder with my buddies, when we have our draft, everything from December 4th through December 9 is up in the air. Interesting. I guess you would sort of draft the proxy game that day or whatever, not even knowing what it is. Not even knowing
How do you
what it
feel
is.
about this whole like concept and everything?
I'm in because they've taken the tedium of the regular season and given me a little juice.
How come nobody ever? I'm not even trying to make a bit out of this. I mean this sincerely. Why did people not talk about tedium of the NBA season, like when Bird, Magic?
Oh, they did.
Jordan.
I remember reading in Sports Illustrated, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar saying 82 is ridiculous.
I don't actually remember that. I believe that Kareem would have said that.
Not media then. People were, it was like not high on the totem pole, but it was out there.
A couple quick things for your head, and you're talking about just the tedium and the, just the brutality of the 82 game season. Did you know? And the only reason I know this, Murph, is because I actually watched the Bill Walton 30 for 30. In 1986, when Walton won his Comeback Player of the Year award with that great Celtic team, where if you're ready for this, he played in 80 of 82 games. The most games he ever played in any season ever. And he was an old man. Yeah. And he played 80 of 82. And then you mentioned Kareem, another loose note for you, watching the Winning Time series on HBO, which is really getting good now. I got to say, Adrian Brody as Pat Riley is really good, and so is John C. Reilly as Dr. Buss. Both of those guys are great, and the kid that plays Magic is really good, too. But I wanted to mention this to you because I let you appreciate this. So right now there's some controversy. The Lakers have lost in the first round of the 83 playoffs, I think it is. No, 82 playoffs. They lose to Houston. Massive upset. Magic Johnson in a tub of ice after the game. He's got the radio on. And, bro, they reenacted some Healy stuff for your head. Yes, and I wanted to bring that to you.
That's awesome.
Now, his name was, tell me his first name.
Jim Healy.
Jim Healy.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
This is that famous sportscaster in Los Angeles.
That makes me so happy.
So they show Magic sitting in the tub, listening to Healy do all his sound effects, and that's not what Kareem says. And they're doing all this.
Serious?
Yeah, I
did
know
they use the real stuff?
Give you like 30 seconds. No, I think it's a reenactment.
No, I mean, did they use like the soundboard stuff?
Yeah,
where he's
well, you'd have to tell me.
Who goofed? I've got to know.
Seriously.
Or all that stuff, and oh man, that's awesome.
Well, what I like to tell people, the non-Healy, like those who haven't been, initiated into the Healy fan club, he was so entertaining that punk rock legend Henry Rollins used to listen to him and talk about. He don't even like sports, but he was so entertained by Healy that he used to listen to him on a daily basis. How cool is that,
dude? He's got good taste. Is what happened, and I'm on the board now. I thank God the guy who assembled them all. This is so good. It's the one that always got me was Victor Kayam. Talking about my friend Lisa Olson. She's a lovely lady, and my apologies to her. Dude, here's Myron Cope. Now, what's going on down there? Bob Costas. Goldberg would love to do it. There's one where where Costas is saying about some producer, he goes, Goldberg would love to do it.
He just played that.
Yeah. And there's one where Costas says, it's a wacky business. What are you going to do?
You quote that all the time, yeah.
Oh, my God. I got it, Paul. Now I'm on this list.
You got to see the show. It's good. I'm telling you. Check it out.
The one they used a lot, Waterboy, was Lasorda going off when they asked him, what was your opinion of Kurt Bavacqua's appointment? What was my opinion of Bavacqua's appointment? He just goes off. I think it was effing horrible. It was incredible. Anyway.
What was my opinion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, he also said Kurt Bavacqua couldn't hit water if he fell out of an effing boat.
Bavacqua.
Yeah. Oh, man, there's so many good ones here. I'm on this board here. Look, it's a wacky business. Who cares?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
What would his prime era have been? Like those Laker years? Like the Showtime?
Yeah. I'd say the 70s and 80s.
Did we lose him? Is he no longer with us?
Oh, he has to be. He was on the older side on the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Al Michaels. Who goofed? I've got to know. Yeah. Oh, man, I'm so good.
Well,
anyway,
that's for your head, yeah.
Thank you for that. Mm-hmm. And go Warriors in terms of this in-schedule cup. Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, what's to rip here? Like, why would you knock this?
Trying to breathe some life into a long and
what's the
tedious season.
That it's like contrived?
Gimmicky? Yeah, that it would be gimmicky. That would be the knock.
I guess, but they're just they're just juicing
Trying
up.
to keep it interesting, yeah.
They're just juicing up something that was boring.
And you get the what cup? What's it called?
They got to come up with something. I was thinking about this morning, actually. They're called the NBA Cup.
Oh, the NBA
Someone's got to
Cup.
call a meeting, and they got a name.
NBA Cup.
Can I suggest the Hakeem Olajuwon Cup?
Sure.
All right.
Now you're talking. I'll name it the Chris Mullen Cup, for God's sake.
Silver's going to be like, we named it Olajuwon because he's the most as Murph has told us many times, he's one of the most underappreciated players of our era.
Well, compared to Bruce Smith, even though that's a different sport.
Well, that's the Bruce Smith Cup will be for the NFL.
Right. The NFL Cup.
By the way, somebody said you can change the name of our show to Murph and Meck. Murph and Meck.
Might as well at this point. I mean, gee, that's where it's all going. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, there you go. There's a little Warriors news for you to break up the Giants and Niners juggernaut. Okay, we got Giants at 9:15. We can get into some Niners stuff on the other side. They got some secondary stuff going on. More voices killing Trey Lance. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Yes, Taco Meat Cheese, East Coast Pizzeria. The best pizza. I love it. I wish I had one right now. Pizza from a Meat Cheese. Also, their pastas, salads, flame roasted chicken wings. And I'm here to tell you that you can have these things catered in large groups. So it's not just about the personal delivery while you're watching a 49er game or Giant game. It's about having a party, having like some sort of gathering. Maybe your soccer's. I know it's youth soccer season. I don't do soccer. I don't do youth soccer, but all y'all do, have a good time, knock yourselves out, have a pizza party. The Meat Cheese can deliver. They can cater. Or if you want to get the workers back, for you employers out there trying to get your workers back to work, lure them with an Amici's lunch delivered. Yep, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu and ideal portion sizes for your group. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. The catering menu at Amici's.com. When you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, yeah, Amici's delivers.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I don't think Trey Lance can play in Kyle Shanahan's offense. I've seen enough. He doesn't have enough reps playing football. That's a reality. That ball is almost intercepted. It should go to the left because the guy's wide open. The ball doesn't come out quick enough for Trey right now. I want to be fair to Trey. He got better as the game went on, and that's why those reps matter. I just don't think he can play in Kyle Shanahan's offense. He should have thrown 2 interceptions. The ball gets held so long for him right now, and it hasn't gotten better in the 3 years that he's been in the NFL.
Well, there it is, man. Dan Orlovsky, the latest to just pile on this poor kid.
They're getting after him now, Murph, yeah.
Who
like
is,
it's trendy almost.
Oh, man.
To go after him.
Well, I made the mistake of, just kind of showing up in a time in the sports calendar when there's really nothing else controlling. Like the NFL right now, I mean, what's the big story in the NFL right now? Hard Knocks, Aaron Rodgers, that's a big story. Mahomes and the Chiefs are just kind of cruising along. Josh Allen, the Bills are cruising along. Joe Burrow has a calf injury. That's news. I guess other than and then you look around, like what's out there. Anthony Richardson's named the Colts starter. Jimmy G's in Vegas doing his thing.
Aaron Rodgers is sighing on HBO, throwing newspapers at the rookies.
It's funny because this guy texted in, Tim texted in and said, you guys are going to have to start to like Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I don't know about that.
And I'm going to say that.
I doubt that very, very much. It's not going to happen.
I would say after the first episode, I was like, oh, he's on a charm offensive. But I think the crack started to show in episode 2.
Kidding aside, I don't find him a very appealing, likable guy. Incredible talent on the field, obviously. You don't need me to tell you about what his talent. We've all seen it. But the dude, the guy who goes to darkness retreats with the food under the door and the ayahuasca, cut the crap, okay? Well, cut the crap with the size and everything's miserable. The whole world's out to get. Bro, you're a multimillionaire.
He has a little moment.
You're dating race car drivers. Pipe down.
There's a moment in the quarterback room where they're assessing ball fakes. And they're saying Aaron Rodgers is the best ball faker in the business as far as whether he's going to hand it to a runner or pull it in.
Yeah.
And so they start isolating 2 different plays and making Zach Wilson and the others guess. Is Aaron going to throw or Aaron going to pass? Aaron going to throw or is Aaron going to hand it off? And Zach Wilson at one point says, I know. He says, I don't know the exact quote, but he says something along the lines of I'm going to guess this one right because I picked up his tendency. He goes, he never goes left. He never 2-hands it. And Rodgers goes, what'd you say?
See? Yeah.
He comes off really. And then
he comes off like a douche. Yeah.
And then what happens is one of the other guys in the room says, he shorthands this one, so he's going to pass this one. And instead, he hands it off, and everybody goes, oh. And then Rodgers goes, shorthand, huh?
You dick.
Yeah.
And I was like,
no, he's just not easy to like.
He does go over and embrace his old Green Bay Packer O-line coach. He gives him a bunch of love.
Good.
But the first thing he does is break this guy's balls for being too heavy. He goes, you're fat as F. What's going on?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Rodgers says that?
Yeah.
Says you're fat
because he says, I worry about you. I want you under 270. That's what he said.
Wait a minute, and this guy's position on the field is what?
He's the O-line coach for the Panthers. He used to be the O-line coach for the Packers. So he's his buddy. So Rodgers.
Hey, by the way, you're fat as F. Good to see you.
It's exactly what he says.
Yeah.
He goes, what the F? You're fat as F.
I got to be totally honest. That's actually a real friend would do that, but it's a tough thing to do because that could actually damage the relationship. I love you and everything, but you're a real fat bastard. You got to do something.
That's what he says.
Yeah, boys, I just got back from a week off. I was in Vegas working with Pop. I came back. Looked like you guys added some weight. What's going on, boys?
You know what I mean? Oh, thanks, Mark.
I did.
I'm trying to put a few on.
My trip, my week in San Diego.
Yeah,
I did. And I'm trying to. Here I am eating a Rice Krispie treat, which is generally a lighter treat.
Shout out to Brian Murphy's mom's Rice Krispie treats that got sent down. I was jealous of that.
Yeah.
Like I want some Rice Krispie treats too.
But what about my buddy Dave? So I had a buddy from high school.
That's some time for you to get Billy Martin, go left, go right, maybe get the arm in a sling because you don't eat the guys. You don't eat the Rice Krispies.
I was a total mama's boy. I know that's a shock to all y'all. But I was a total mama's boy. Like my mom took care of, she was such the sweetest, loving Italian-American mom.
Mama said
sweet.
Knock you out.
Always a kiss on the cheek, always a lunch made, all the stuff. Rice Krispie treats was her affection.
Yeah.
And so she gave me the special batch for when I went away to college. And she's like, and I was like, very emotional because this was the symbol of my childhood, right?
Yeah.
So I left them on my desk and I had to go do something. I came back, freaking decimated.
That's grounds to fight now.
Crumbs on the table.
I'm telling you, that's grounds for a fist fight right there. And when you talk about...
the guy left me a note. He goes, thanks for these. They're good, Murph. Thanks for these.
And by the way, I think Triple E bought himself a batch of what you just referred to as special Rice Krispie treats over on Shakedown. I think they were dosed. The electric Rice Krispie treats, those are different altogether. But Marcus, you agree? Guy eats this dude's mom's Rice Krispie, the whole tray. Now we're talking about fisticuffs.
He was a high school friend of mine who had also gone to UCLA, but we weren't close enough to follow each other. We were friends, but we weren't
I would have flipped his bed over.
And he just came by my dorm room to say hi.
Decided to.
I wasn't there. He walked in and ate all the Rice Krispie treats.
Oh, man.
That's like,
and the fact that he left a note.
Left a note taunting me.
Wow.
That's like Jeff Ulbrich peeing on kids' toys.
That's what I'm saying. I might have to go Ulbrich and pee on his bed at that point. You got to give him some
pee on his
payback.
kid's bed.
Oh, come on. You can't take your mom's Rice
This is a hell of a
Krispies.
show
That's
we're
got to
doing
be on
today.
site, Murph. It's got to be on site.
This Sean is a good-natured prank.
Oh, man.
I was devastated.
No, not the kids.
No, it's definitely not the kids. No, not the kids.
You're obviously listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, back to Trey.
All right.
And they're killing him. Everywhere, they're killing him. And I just got more for you. Marcus Spears, former Cowboys on ESPN.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what he said.
Look, they got a terrible situation on their hands with this Trey Lance. And Dan and I talked about this. This may go down as one of the worst trades in the draft in the history of the NFL. The fortunate part is Kyle Shanahan has done such a phenomenal job of getting this team ready to play and being so creative offensively that it hasn't shown in the win-loss column. But you lost a lot by going up and get Trey Lance. And Dan and I sat there, and RC as well. We sat there during the draft and was like, why wouldn't you take Justin Fields? Why wouldn't you have Justin Fields in this situation after we saw Zach Wilson go? Some of us even thought that Justin Fields should go beyond Zach Wilson.
Well, Justin Fields, that's one. Now, Waterboy was saying earlier in the show that he was calling for Justin Fields as at the pick, at number 3. It's my memory that he was not, if you took a survey.
I'm kind of with you on this, Murph. Yeah, that's how I remember.
My memory that Fields wasn't getting a huge amount of love. I did remember, I was intrigued by Fields. I remember being put off by how many people were down on him.
Well, that was the thing, because I remember during the college season, it seemed like it was Trevor Lance, Justin Fields leading the pack. And then there was a lot of Zach Wilson hype, and then the combine came out, and all of a sudden Zach Wilson leaped him. But I thought Justin Fields was arguably the second best quarterback, if not the third best quarterback. I liked him ahead of Trey Lance and Mac Jones, and that's why I didn't understand why he wasn't in the mix or in the conversation for Kyle and the 49ers.
I would agree that I think he didn't get enough love. It was the quote Ohio State quarterback thing.
Yeah, that is a thing. Isn't that crazy?
I think that's stupid. I know.
Well, who's the best QB to ever come out of? Who's the best NFL quarterback to ever come out of Ohio State?
Justin Fields, maybe.
Well, there is something to it then.
I mean Troy Smith.
I know.
And of course, he goes to the franchise who hasn't had a really world-beating quarterback. I don't think in my entire life, as great as the Bears have been at times, it's never been predicated on great quarterback play. It's always about running the ball and defense.
I don't buy the. I might be stupid. I don't know, but I don't buy the Ohio State thing. You know why? Do you remember there was a stretch, and this was all fueled by Matt Leinart, that California quarterbacks couldn't play in the NFL?
Oh, what, Tom Brady? Anyone?
No, that was the stretch. At that point in time, Brady was just getting started because Leinart came out in 04, 05. But they said, and they were saying why Aaron Rodgers and Alex.
Do you mean Murph, kids from California?
Yes, kids from California.
Well, then the guy's off by 10 million miles.
Well, no, this was it wasn't just one person. People were saying this, and now you got Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen are both from California.
Not to mention the 7 that Brady won.
And then Brady.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's
the end of that discussion.
I mean, Rodgers and Brady are arguably two of the best balls in the history of the game.
And the list is pretty deep, too. You throw in Jeff Garcia, Jared Goff.
Yeah,
there's a bunch
let's
of
not be silly.
People would use Goff as an argument against quarterbacks.
Goff's coming this year. Watch, here he comes.
So they would say that Goff's career up until then was in defense of that argument, that he did not live up to the number one list at all.
Silly argument.
There were others. So Leinart was one.
Yeah.
A lot of the USC guys who came out didn't really translate. Carson Palmer,
he had a long career in the league. I mean, he played a long time.
I would say, you obviously got above Leinart, but below. There were others too. Cade McNown.
Shout out to
McNown got knocked.
Shout out to the Murph and Mac. Shout out to the Murph and Mac one-on-one interview with Carson Palmer. Yes, it happened up at Raider camp in what was that? 06 maybe 07.
Yeah.
You and I sitting up there.
Thanks to Amy.
Right there, one-on-one.
Thanks to Amy Trask.
Yep.
So that was the knock, and now you're like, the point is that
can I get a California quarterback? Go find me one.
Well, Bryce Young's a California kid.
Yeah.
and he's at Carolina. Aaron Rodgers was nice to him.
You got a feeling about Bryce Young, by the way?
Well, they said he had a rough time in that first.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah. Then C.J. Stroud's a California kid too.
Yeah,
he's down in Houston. And
I just missed the whole idea. It's
the kid DJ Ugalele, who's now at Oregon State.
Yeah,
he flailed at Clemson. So anyway, it was interesting for some reason. But anyway, that gets back to the Ohio State thing, which gets us back to Justin Fields, which gets us back to Trey Lance.
Thank you.
The second guy to kill him. Well, it didn't kill him, but Rich Gannon came on with Papa and Boucher yesterday.
I was listening to that piece. It sounded good.
And he made the point that everybody made the point. This could be, by the way, from Greg Cosell. Take a listen here.
There's no question. He's got a lot of the skills and a lot of the qualities that you like at that position. But he has to learn to function better in the pocket. I mean, that's ultimately, if you're going to survive in this league, as athletic as he is, you got to be able to maneuver and function in that pocket. And that's an area where he struggled a little bit. Just his anticipation, he holds the ball a little bit, doesn't see the thing. I think the game's going a little fast for him. And just the accuracy and anticipation.
There it is, from the pocket. That's what Cosell's been telling us every time we talk.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you play from the pocket? Can you play from the pocket? And everybody's saying they don't see it. They just don't see it. Mike Lombardi now maybe gets a little too personal here, but yet another critic of Trey Lance here.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. He is not going to be the backup quarterback. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but there's no chance. There is no chance based on the evidence that I've seen and based on what I've heard.
Okay. I'm taking exception to a lot of these cuts today. We're lifting kids from cribs. We're peeing on toys. What the hell kind of shit? What's going on out there today?
No, not the kids.
Yeah, no, I'm with him, man. Who was that who said that, by the way? Not the kid.
Quinnen Williams.
I'm with Quinnen on this. Let's keep the kids out of this,
Star
man.
D tackle just signed a $96 million deal out of Alabama. So, man, oh, man. I'm trying to find...
It ain't over, though, Murph. I mean, he can still save his... Just go show us something this weekend.
Well, I think one thing is certain. And Kawakami writes this in The Athletic today, and you heard G-Pop talking about it, and I am in lockstep with Darnold is QB2. I mean, I know they haven't said it yet, but
all
he is,
signs
right?
are pointing to that, yes.
He just is.
Yes.
He started 55 games to
Unless Trey
4.
does something so spectacular this weekend that it's impossible to ignore and say, like, wow, we need more of this, then I think you're right. I think Sam Darnold is definitely trending towards that spot.
The only question now is who do you keep as 3? Do you keep
That's
Brandon
a great
Allen,
question, too, based on,
or do you try to get value from Trey and just call it a loss? I say no. I say you hang on to him. And although people are saying, these guys are saying, you're seeing it right now, it's never going to happen. I don't know about that.
Wait,
you would say that about Darnold when he flailed out in New York. It's never going to happen.
That's right, man.
I mean, that was my response, too, especially hearing from that Dan Orlovsky cut. He says, I've seen enough. Yeah. Who has seen enough? Nobody has seen enough of Trey Lance.
No, we haven't seen nearly
His
enough.
throwing coach,
It's
I don't
a
think
great
Trey
point.
Lance has seen enough of himself.
No, we have not.
What was the stat you had about the number of passes? Was it from Gannon?
So, Gannon dropped it yesterday. Geno Smith last year threw more passes than Trey Lance has in his entire career, NFL, college, and high school combined.
That's a tough one, right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's not a lot of ball, Murph.
Well, I mean, Trey and Kyle and John knew this when they drafted him.
Yeah.
And then they tried to give him the job last year.
They did.
He just broke his ankle.
That's the thing.
Then Jimmy and then Brock.
That's the thing. There have been a lot of injuries during Kyle's run here as head coach. It's been a kind of a problem they've had at that position. Guys get hurt.
So we'll hear more today from Kyle about his plan this weekend. But
Right.
I mean, you gotta play him. I'd almost rather play him than Darnold. It's kind of like you almost know what you have with Darnold. It's like you got to
actually understand what you're saying. You're right, because Darnold has played so much NFL football that you're pretty reasonably good with what you know you're going to get from him. It's just more about like adapting to this system. But to your point, we do need to see more Trey, like a lot more Trey. Especially if they're going to try to move him, too. Other teams are going to need to see more.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing is right now his value is not what you need. And then there's Brock, by the way, who's just hanging out.
Chilling, being Brock.
But there's others, like there's a whole other thread saying, do the Niners need to make sure everybody knows Brock is QB1? I heard ESPN report this morning say Brock is our quarterback unless he melts. Did you hear that? I didn't hear this. Where did this happen? I missed this quote.
I saw the quote. I didn't hear the audio, but I saw it going around as well, that Brock Purdy is QB1 unless he melts at practice. And it's interesting, to your point, I heard Matt Mayoko go on the Rich Eisen show, and it seems like nationally, people haven't figured it out that Brock Purdy is the QB1. It seems like we've been talking about it for months now. As long as he's healthy, he's going to be a starting quarterback. But across the country, nationally, people are taking this as a quarterback competition. I think that's why they're giving such hot takes about Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
well,
no. I mean, Purdy's the dude. Now, we said, and I've said this, and I'm not trying to speak this into existence at all, but there's no guarantee that Purdy replicates what he did.
100% true. That is true. But
I just don't have enough evidence, and now you got Darnold waiting in the wings.
And that's why keeping Trey Lance also, to me, is a really good idea, because now suddenly you've got one of the stronger stables of quarterbacks in the NFL, really, with your backups. I mean, if Brock's 1, Darnold is 2, and Trey's there at 3, like, you're feeling pretty good about that.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing, like, I know a lot of people aren't talking about it. Everybody focuses on the preseason game, but the joint practices on Thursday and Friday, Brock Purdy didn't light the world on fire. There was turnovers, there was interceptions thrown by all 3 quarterbacks on the field.
Yeah.
I don't want Purdy to go out and have a middling game against the Steelers and people freaking out. We could.
Well, that's exactly what will happen, by the way. That's exactly what would happen.
Well, boys,
there is no room for like any kind of like human error anymore.
I'll tell you what I'm worried about week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers is watching Colton McKivitz go one-on-one versus Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. Now he's got to match up with TJ Watt week 1.
Honest to goodness,
tough assignment.
My number one concern going into the season is Colton McKivitz. That is honestly my number one concern.
It's a huge point of interest there.
And D-line depth is a problem, too. D-line depth. They don't have the same.
We
Drake Jackson, and they lost Omenahu. They lost 3 big guys from last year.
At the start of camp, the big thing was the shape that Javon Kinlaw was in. Like, he's in incredible physical condition right now. We saw him. We went down there. He looks incredible, but so far the reviews haven't been spectacular. So you really would like to see something from him because he's like Trey. He's been here a long time now. We need to see something.
They lost Omenahu. They lost Jordan Willis. They lost DJ Jones.
You said, the McKivitz thing cannot be understated. That's huge. He's listen, he's got his hands full. He's gonna.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. There's a little Niners for
man,
you. Mike Silver at 9:35 will give us a lot more.
Yeah.
He'll break it down. But it's Wade and Gabe, best friends forever. The Giants holding off and picking up a game on everybody yesterday. We'll talk to Andy Bagley about what's going on with the roster. Kyle Harrison thoughts next on The Sports Leader.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
Hey, everybody, Paulie Mack saying thank you so much for listening to the show this morning. We love your company. We love having you on board. And we also love having Steve Moskowitz as our good friend. He joins us, talks to you guys in the audience about, different ways you can get a leg up on your taxes or if you're faced with a huge challenge. A lot of times, Steve has the answer for you. So, Steve, beautiful morning here in the Bay. Let's help our good friends in the audience out today. What's on your mind?
ERC, a client was nice enough to take me out to dinner the other day.
Oh, good.
And we were celebrating because the reason we were celebrating, he originally called me and asked me if he qualified for ERC.
Right.
And I went ahead and figured out, and yes, he did. And he recently got his check. Now, I realize people's facts, circumstances, and results can differ.
Yeah.
Holy, he got $830,000.
Wow, congrats. That's awesome.
And this was a guy that was thinking maybe he didn't even qualify.
Yeah, right.
There's so many people in your audience, I bet, that they think they don't qualify, or their CPA told them they didn't qualify because their gross revenue didn't go down enough, and they didn't do the other test. The second test is more complicated. CPA, and I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney.
Right.
CPA is like numbers. The other test requires analysis, legal analysis. A lot of CPAs don't want to do it, so they just don't bother. This client got $830,000 in his hand. That's why I want to stress to all your listeners, if you employ anybody in 2020 and 21, even if your CPA said you didn't qualify, or if you might have gotten your check but you're entitled to more because they only applied part of it, call us for that second opinion, just like you would with a medical doctor.
Steve, thanks so much. I love it because if you're listening and you're saying, geez, $800,000, I'd love to get a piece of that. Find out if you qualify. If you're wondering, do I qualify for ERC? Talk to Steve about it. Call him at 1-888-TAX-DEAL and visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Dante Whitner stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about his call of last weekend's Raiders and 49ers game and his key takeaways heading into week 2 of the preseason. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Alert, major bag alert.
Bags alert, bags alert.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
All right. Hey, Marcus Waterboy Boucher, great to have him back after his trip to Vegas and his stint with, he stepped out on us with Greg Papa, but he's back with a rejoin, 50 Cent best friend.
Well, who are the BFFs of the week now? We got to really explore this. Is it Greg Papa and Marcus Boucher?
That's one of them.
Or is it your skipper and your newest player down at 3rd and King? Because they got a whole BFF thing going too with Mech.
Gabe and Mech.
I got to see if, this is what we need. I'm going to ask Mech if he likes guac. That's what I need to hear.
There it is.
Pass the guac to Mech.
Mech and guac.
Yeah.
Mech.
And?
Mech.
Guac. All right, that's too much to ask. By the way, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Tell me Zach Littell going to join Papa and Lund today at 10:30. That should be good because Littell was critical of Kapler. It kind of the Alex Wood role, where Alex Wood was critical of the whole thing on Saturday night. It kind of got buried because they lost Saturday night in an ugly game late.
I was
ugly.
Said it
late, and he said the only reason I'm doing this is for my teammates. And
I had not heard that either until you brought that to my attention on the air on Monday. I missed
Saturday
that too.
night.
Yeah,
not a lot of people followed the game because
it kind of really didn't get any attention. Oh, we got bags. Okay,
yeah, we do for sure. But anyway, let's get into it with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. covering the Giants as they take on the Tampa Bay Rays, finishing up this difficult homestand. They're 2-3 now. They got a chance to finish 3-3, or conversely, have some negative momentum going into a really tough road trip to Atlanta and Philly. Good morning, Andy. How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you?
We're good. And this Giants team, man, I mean, 2-3 on this homestand. Prior to that, going 1-4 against Anaheim. So 3-7 in their last 10. Not what you want. That said, did last night maybe unlock some stuff?
Yeah.
Andy.
Well, it was a good game, and that's what you have to do against good teams is just find a way to compete, and they're going to be challenged to hold down these offenses they're facing. You got the Rays, as you mentioned, the Phillies, I think, are the highest scoring offense in the month of August, and you never want to face the Braves probably in the quick succession home and home like they're facing here. Obviously the top team in the National League, and when you play a series and you play 3 games against a team with an offense like that, they're probably going to break out at least once, even if you've got a really good pitching staff. And so, it was the Rays' turn to do that in the series opener, and the Giants were able to get them back. And and that's, you got to win series. That's the way that you ratchet things up and get yourself in a position to be enough games over 500 to be a playoff team. And this is not a stout field in the National League in terms of wild card teams. And I don't know how many wins the Giants are going to have to rack up to get into position. They may only have to play 500 baseball the rest of the way to get in. But this stretch of the season, just to do that is going to be a challenge. And so it was a good bounce back yesterday, and now you try to take a series.
Yeah, and it's a fairly decently big game in that sense in terms of math and momentum and all that. But to your point about just stay on this for a second, I don't really know if I see a credible threat in the National League. So there's 5 teams basically right now for three spots: Giants, Phillies, Reds, Marlins, Cubs. Now, if you want to, you can include San Diego, but I don't know. It's getting late early out there, right? But right now, let's just go with those 5. Right now, I'm looking at those teams, Andy, and I'm thinking the Giants are one of the 3 that gets one of those spots.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I thought the Padres were the big wild card. They were the team that still had a big move to make. All the other underlying signs showed that they had a run in them, but now they've lost 3 in a row again, and it just isn't happening. The lights aren't coming on. So, like you said, it's getting late early, and that's probably the best thing that's happened to the Giants in this, post trade deadline is that the Padres still haven't hit a run. It doesn't mean that they can't, wake up today and rattle off, 11 or 12, but that hasn't happened. And I think that a lot of people around the game expected that to happen by now. And so if the Padres don't catch fire, then that's going to make it a little bit easier for the Giants to sneak in, even if they don't play their best baseball down the stretch here.
All right, let's talk about Wade Meckler. And help us out, Andy. You're so good at these researches and digging around. His amount of plate appearances, so few, under 400. I know people were saying Buster had more, Brandon Belt had more, and they were pretty quick. Is there anybody who's been called up this fast that I'm forgetting?
Oh, boy. How many did Will Clark have? Probably not too many. I'll look it up. Do some elevator music.
I can look it up, too, if you need. Yeah, there you go. That's appropriate for Andy, the 3-time champ of Jeopardy right there.
Yeah.
Will Clark.
Okay. Will Clark, Bill Miners, minor league stats. He had, no, not that much, 289 plate appearances in 1989, and then 24 plate appearances that's after his call-up in 86. So, yeah, about 65 games in the minor leagues for Will Clark. So that there you go. That might be your only comp here. It's really stunning that they called him up for a few reasons. One, they have a lot of outfielders already on their 40-man roster. 2, they didn't need to add him to the 40-man roster. They're going to, you don't want to add people before you absolutely have to, because they're going to have to protect other people from the Rule 5 draft and add them after the season. And then you've got, they said goodbye to Luis Gonzalez, who, let's not forget, May of last year, he was National League Rookie of the Month, and no Giant position player had won that award since Buster Posey. So they DFA'd him to make room for Meckler, and So they have to be very, very convinced that this guy's ready to compete and help them at the major league level right now, because otherwise the timing of this move was it just wasn't a necessary move. So they have to be very, very confident that he's ready to help them.
So, yeah, I mean, so let's get into it a little bit more. I mean, where does that confidence come from? Why? I mean, it is, like you say, for a number of reasons. It's surprising, and it's great for the kid, and he's got a little energy to him, and everybody likes a homegrown story. But, I mean, what are they seeing that they didn't see in other guys?
I mean, probably like a 500 on base percentage and walking as many times as he strikes out and getting hits from line to line. And, I mean, he's been irrepressible, right? I mean, it's but sometimes you see numbers in the minor leagues and they turn out to have a little helium in them, and they get to the big leagues and you realize, okay, some of the things that maybe inflated these numbers, they're not going to work against major league pitching in major league ballparks. But, you know, they've got a lot of data now. They've got a lot of, different tools at their disposal to find out, you know, sort of separate fact from fiction. And they're convinced that this guy is going to be ready to compete against major league pitching. And, you know, he had 2 hits last night. And, if he can make things happen, get on base, you know, his tools, I think, are probably more valuable now with the shift gone, you know, to be an extreme contact hitter. They probably are more valuable now than they would have been 2 years ago. And, obviously the swing works and the drive is there, and putting balls in play sometimes when you're keeping a rally going is important. This is a team that struck out a lot this season, more than they, I think, are comfortable doing. So, you know, he might be a guy whose skill set really matches what they need right now.
Well, he's reached base 3 of his first 8 times, so on base 375, and off he goes. It's interesting you say that, contact, and yet they remain a major strikeout team, right? Top, I think 4th in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, and some of that is their philosophy offensively, which is, you know, if it's a pitch in an area where you can't do damage, just let it go. And sometimes that means that you're not your typical 2-strike hitter where you're, you know, looking to protect and, you know, spread out and choke up and expand the zone and look to foul off the close pitches. You're letting those pitches go, and those lead to called strikeouts, and sometimes they lead to swinging strikeouts if you're, you know, looking to do damage on a pitch that you really should shorten up and try to do something with it. So, you know, it is really sort of fun, honestly, to watch the game go through these different kind of ebbs and flows and see how, you know, skills are taught and then not taught, and then different things are prioritized. But offensively, the Giants have been the worst offense in the major leagues for a quarter of the season. And, you know, that's it's not a trend when it goes on for close to 50 games. And since their 10-game winning streak ended in June, I mean, they're last in average, they're last in on-base percentage, they're last in slugging percentage, they're last in home runs. So, I mean, something's got to change. And, you know, that was a Bruce Bochyism. If it's not working, change something. And clearly the Giants are doing that right now.
Yeah. Are you an ex-WOBA guy, Andy? Help me out.
I maybe a little bit. I look at it. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I just saw a guy, one of the analytics guys who tweets, Ben Kaspick, I think his name is, said Giants have 5 of the top 10 gaps between ex-WOBA and actual WOBA. I guess the implication being that they're hitting in bad luck. Is that hold anything for you?
Yeah, when you see XBA or XSLG or whatever, it just means expected outcomes based on the quality of your contact,
right?
Whether it be exit velocity, launch angle, all that stuff. So, you know, those are expected statistics, and you know, there's a lot of value in that, because it can, you know, tell you, well, you know, this is going to even out, or stay with this guy. He's hitting the ball in a way that will eventually be rewarded. But, you know, I mean, there's only so much value in it, because expected stats don't count. They're made up. You know, that's not that didn't really happen.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
It's like, you know, well, if Dwight Clark hadn't made that catch in the back of the end zone, then, you know, it would have been a terrible throw by Montana, right?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
You know, that's why we watch sports. We watch it for the things that are unexpected. The things that are unexpected are the things that you remember. You know, the huge comebacks, the improbable stuff. I mean, that's you know, it is funny to watch the game and see it from that sort of view of, well, that shouldn't have happened. But, I think it's a lot more fun to watch it from the viewpoint of that never, ever should have happened and wasn't that awesome,
Every time I wind up going down a rabbit hole, I wind up back at the same place, which is I probably should just watch the game. You know what I mean? Just watch the game. So get
do
back
both.
That's a good idea.
There's no reason you can't do both.
Yeah, but I'd rather watch the game first and do the rabbit hole second. Not rabbit hole first, game second.
Simultaneously, yeah.
Hey, last one, Kyle Harrison. I know some of your colleagues had predicted that he would be up this homestand. It did not happen. He pitched last night, but he did struck out 7, walked none, did give up a home run, a 2-run homer, 3 runs in 4 innings. I don't know, Andy, given your read, what you know, who you're talking to, what's your best guess as to the timeline for a Kyle Harrison?
Yeah, it's as they've said and been very plain about this, it's start to start in the evaluation. And before he had the hamstring issue, Farhan Zaidi said that he was, pretty imminent at that stage. I think once they have a situation where someone gets injured or they have a couple of short starts in a row, I think if Logan Webb hadn't come within a pitch of throwing, a complete game shutout the other day, I think that we would have seen them against the Rays probably. But that allowed them to reset their bullpen a little bit, and that's exactly the kind of start that they want to see is fill up the zone and don't walk people. And you don't necessarily need to get through 5 innings or 100 pitches, because I think they're going to use them, probably in the similar way that they used Jacob Junis the other day, or start and we're going to have you face, 16 hitters or whatever, or 4 innings, and then we'll move on to the next guy. I'd imagine the Giants would prefer in a perfect world for him to debut at home. I don't know if the need is there right this instant, but we're start to start, and it could be any time. And I think as soon as they have a need for innings in a series, then I think we're going to see Kyle Harrison in the big leagues. So he did the things in his last 2 outings he needs to do to make himself into a legit candidate. Now it's just a matter of, is the opportunity going to be there?
It's interesting you say, because if they did want to do it, his next start, it would either be in Atlanta on Sunday or in Philadelphia Monday or Tuesday. So either one of those would be tough. And then if they want to wait, Atlanta's still here the next weekend, but then Cincinnati comes in after that. Maybe that's a slightly softer landing. I don't know. But like you said, there's no guessing it. There's no predicting at this point.
No.
Yeah, it's just when they need it, and they have to make a 40-man move, obviously, which they had to make a couple of those already. So, you don't do it sort of willy-nilly. You don't do it whenever you feel like it. There's got to be a justifiable reason for it. And they do have Tristan Beck, who has options, but he can only be optioned out one more time before he'd come up to his limit. So, there's still a good chunk of season left. We're August, 16th, so there's still a month and a half of the season left. And I don't know if they want to get down to Tristan Beck's final option, at this point. So, and they got rosters expanding also, not as they used to expand, but at least by a couple spots in September. So, they'll have a little more flexibility, I think, maybe in a couple weeks. But if the need is there, I think that they won't hesitate. If they have a starter who needs more time, or they decide that they're a little backed up for innings, then I think absolutely Harrison has made himself into a consideration, and that's what he needed to do.
Start our openers it's almost like a tribute to the Rays. Openers every game in this series, right?
Season-wide tribute.
All right. All right, Andy. It was always great catching up. You going to Atlanta?
I am. Yep. I'm
awesome.
Playing on Thursday.
Great. Very much look forward to your reports, buddy. Thanks for the hit.
Okay, thank you.
Andy Baggerly. On to Mike Silver.
Let's talk Niner ball,
Niners next on the Sports Leader.
Mac Walk.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And I think Sam can push Brock Purdy, honestly. And they love Brock, and he processes fast. If Darnold gets this offense down, his throwing arm is elite. There is no doubt. So I think with the Mike Silver column that he wrote a few weeks ago, and I got all over him that it was early, but it was all in the back of our heads, they quarterbacks get hurt around here. Mm-hmm. What if you lose Brock Purdy and you lose Sam Darnold? Who do you trust playing, for long stretches? Trey Lance or Brandon Allen? I think that's what they're assessing.
Well, there it is. Who's the more iconic voice in this? Greg Popper or Roger Daltrey? That's my question.
I'd like to hear Papa sing some Who songs.
Mike Silver's coming on, so Marcus Boucher, the Waterboy, asked. He said, what should Mikey get? I said, well, you can't go wrong with the big three. Give him some Dead, Who, or Stones. And I said, why not go with the Who? Because we're wondering, Trey Lance, who
is he?
Are you?
Yeah, who's he gonna be?
Mikey, you like it?
Hey, Mike.
Good morning.
Yeah, man.
Well, I want the Beatles included in that.
Big four. Make it a big four, yeah.
Probably Zeppelin, too. But I also want to note that I heard Roger Daltrey actually went out to Raider practice and was just given, the key to the city, was escorted right onto the field, got a great vantage point, and totally got to watch practice. That's what I heard.
Roger Daltrey, that's news. That's mind-blowing news to me because
that's a true story.
My understanding was when they came over.
You compared him to Greg Popper.
I was going to say, I was going to be wait a minute, Daltrey.
Well, I thought maybe they did a Vegas residency or something.
I was like, wow, I want to hear more about this.
Residency? No. Oh, I got you. You're making a deep pull on Greg Popper's treatment at the Raider practice. Very good,
You
Mikey.
got both of us on that one. Yeah,
very good.
well done.
What'd you think of the way the Raiders treated old G Pop?
Yeah.
Well, okay, two things. One, all media could not see anything or go anywhere, and apparently talk to anyone, although I did get to spend a bunch of time with Jimmy Garoppolo. I got Austin Hooper alone, but apparently that was the only time that's happened, including the regulars, since the end of last season. So they've got their own issues there. But as far as Greg, who is not necessarily media in this case, he's a team employee, so it's kind of a gray area. I absolutely believe that there was a level of pettiness and all that on the Raiders side. Not that they might have just done that anyway, but I'm sure Mark Davis took great pleasure in Greg not being able to go where he went. So it's probably both true.
Wow.
Oh, man. Mike Silver, the San Francisco Chronicle. You got to read him on the Niners. He's the guy who's been out there out front planting seeds of doubt. Seeds of doubt. Scorpion sang Winds of Change. Mikey's putting seeds of doubt.
Right.
And you've been doing it for a while on Trey Lance, Mike. So I guess I'm just going to push back just for fun, for radio conflict, and say, the kid doesn't have very much experience at all. Why not let him breathe and do his thing? Why not just let this kid develop?
Oh, no, I'm okay with them doing that. And I'm not saying you got to get rid of Trey Lance. I'm just saying, if Kyle believes that Sam Darnold's the clear number 2, which we'll see how that goes, but he was comparing him to Steve Young, a couple weeks ago when I talked to him, career trajectory-wise, so you feel like he likes him. If you get to that point, then he does seem to like Brandon Allen a lot. He kind of force-fed him all these reps early that you wouldn't normally see one of Kyle's number 4 quarterbacks get in that context. So it just had me wondering, are they setting up a potential scenario where you keep Allen as your 3? Trey doesn't have a ton of trade value right now, and I think if Trey flashed in the preseason, it would paradoxically possibly boost his trade value, but it would also make everybody else go, what are you doing? How could you get rid of him? So I don't know. I do think they're trying to run an honest competition for number 2. So how it shakes out is how it shakes out, and Trey didn't look great on Sunday, but I do think they are doing everything they can to make it an even competition between Darnold and Lance for number 2.
Talking to Mike Silver at San Francisco Chronicle. As you point out in the column from Vegas, you said it looks like he hasn't taken much of a leap from last year's preseason. I guess that's that's the measuring stick, right? I know he broke the ankle, so he didn't play, but you would think maybe through OTAs and through study and film and playbook,
he'd be a little farther along, maybe.
Is that the catch?
Yeah.
That there's no change?
Right.
I think the playbook he's far along. I mean, again, I want to make this very clear. He's doing everything right. He's smart. He's a hard worker. He seems to be a great teammate. So I don't think Trey Lance is doing anything to bring this upon himself. This is not Johnny Manziel or Ryan Leaf or Jamarcus Russell, where you look at it and go, well, of course the guy is, a bust. Look at how non-seriously he takes it. This is the opposite. I think Trey does everything right and is very well liked. I just, last year it was really choppy in training camp for sure. And we know this because they brought Jimmy back, and that's ahead.
Yeah.
They, the whole offseason as the undisputed number 1. Now we're doubting that, and we want to work this out with Jimmy. I think Trey's better than he was a year ago, at least on paper, from what they've seen. He is more experienced in the offense, and he should be more comfortable. But, as you saw on Sunday, there's still moments where you go, whoa, what is he seeing there? Why is he throwing that? Or is he seeing it? It looks indecisive. So Kyle Shanahan obviously sees this in a different way and evaluates it in a different way than we all do. And, ultimately that's the most important thing as far as what shakes out. But, there's this whole notion that, well, it's not fair. It's a combination of they gave up so much to get him, so they have to have it work out. And also, it's just not fair because we don't know what he is because he got hurt. And, as you know, Murph, from being around this for decades, there's nothing, there's no fairness doctrine that you're supposed to play the best guy, especially when you're a team a team built to win now with a shrinking window. And, my buddy, Greg Haywood, who you know well, who is a keen observer, said this to me a couple days ago. He said, if this was a pitcher, a highly touted pitcher, and I came up with Todd Van Poppel as the
wow,
but if this was a pitcher who just wasn't really pitching well, just couldn't throw strikes, or was getting hit, no one would be going, well, he's a great kid. He deserves
super nice guy.
He deserves more of a chance to be in the rotation because he got hurt and couldn't be in the rotation. Like, we gave up so much to get him. He's got to be in our rotation. If it was a pitcher, people would just go, yeah, they're hitting him. He's not finding the strike zone, so he's got to go to AAA, right? Like, so I think I'm going to write something today about why people are so triggered, I think, about this particular topic. And there are a lot of reasons, and I'll get into all of them, but people are very emotional about this, and I would argue they've been emotional about it since the trade. That's it. Since the trade was made, and we didn't even know which guy was going to be picked. There have been people who are very attached to who they picked and how it plays out in a very emotional way that I don't know if, Joe and Steve, in which that was the opposite. It was like, well, Steve Young won the passing title. He's trash. He's not Joe. I don't like him. He shouldn't get any more chances. Whereas in this case, it's like, well, Trey Lance doesn't really look very good. He hasn't gotten a chance. We need to see more.
Man, you're bringing a lot of great points here. I can't wait for this column here from Mike Silver because it is truly a triggering thing. And by the way, your baseball, you went right into my wheelhouse there. And two guys that come to mind who were treated the way Haywood points out. Madison Bumgarner signed a huge contract with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Everything's great. He just couldn't get anybody out. They cut his ass. They just cut it. And then maybe the most beloved Giant of the last since Willie McCovey and Will Clark, Tim Lincecum they just showed him the door. They just showed him. They're like, dude, we can't do this anymore. Yep. You know what I mean? So
but they did legalize weed though around that time.
That was a win. Yeah, that was a win for all of us, Mikey.
Well, we do have a rejoin from him saying, "This is Tim Lincecum. Legalize it, don't criticize it." Now back to Murph and Mac.
I'll give it to you right now. Mike, here, Exhibit A.
Hey, this is Tim Lincecum. Legalize it, don't criticize it. Now back to Giants baseball on KNBR 680.
That's the effect. That's how we like to do it.
I'll never forget, he's pitching some big game. It's on, and Leslie, my wife, walks by, and it's like, whoa, the pitcher from Dazed and Confused grew
totally,
up.
100%. Mitch lives, man.
Unbelievable call.
Unbelievable. All right, it seems like for some reason people don't get emotional or triggered about Sam Darnold, and maybe me bringing him up will cause people to turn their radios off because he just doesn't move the needle the same way, and yet he's just walking in here throwing darts, man, throwing strikes everywhere he goes. I mean, right now, you told me you have the money quote from Shanahan comparing him to Steve Young, and there was nothing to dissuade us on Sunday in Vegas, is there? And I'm looking at his numbers last year, Mike, with Carolina, when he went 4-2, and he had a career-best yards per completion. He had a career-best quarterback rating, if you go by that. I don't know. He's just cruising along, arrow pointed in the right direction.
I think so. Again, Kyle sees something different than what we see. We don't know how the decision-making is, and there are people who, if you talk to people who've been around Darnold for his now 5 years, right? Yeah. And so he's presumably like Trey Lance in a few years for a different team. And people go, no, we can find that number 3 pick in him. We really can't, and that's cool. But I just think there's a sense with Darnold that he is not necessarily just absolutely reading it and going through his progressions and mastering the offense. He's more, it's just more like, okay, I like this one, boom, I'm going to throw it great and get it there. And, Kyle Shanahan, I think, would, in a perfect world, want a quarterback who understands exactly what's going on all levels, which is what he thinks he has in Brock Purdy. But Kyle Shanahan had the other type of quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo, who's more like, not overthinking this one, but man, I'm going to put the ball perfectly here so Debo can catch it and run. And it, when Jimmy was healthy, it went pretty well for a long time. So I do think there's a sense with Darnold that, maybe he's being evaluated differently in that, okay, maybe he doesn't have a complete mastery of it, but he's getting the ball there the way we need him to. Whereas Trey, the intelligence has always been, one of the strong points, one of the reasons they drafted him. And I think with Trey, you might be seeing he's very smart, but he also may not be trusting it as well as he should. And that, he's been hurt. He's been, battered emotionally, I'm sure, by some of the stuff that's gone down or mentally. And, you start to not trust it and you don't have as much confidence as you should. So all of those things they're assessing. And then how much do you really like Brandon Allen and believe that he's not easily replaced? Because you could easily just say, we have a lot of sunk cost in Trey. He's got a lot of potential. We're not going to cut him. We're just going to keep him as the 3 if he loses the job to Darnold. And we'll just try to take Brandon Allen on the practice squad. And if someone else takes him, oh, well. And, that may be a conversation. Again, this is all if Darnold is the clear number 2. Do Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have a conversation where Kyle says, I think Brandon Allen should be the 3 because if I had to play him now, I'd take him. And John's like, I hear you, dude, but is it close? Because, we did pick the guy high. He does have a lot of ability, and we already paid him a lot, and it's going to hurt our cap a little. And then maybe in that scenario, John wins that, or John prevails in that discussion. I think if it came down to, Kyle having to put his foot down, he could technically win, but I don't know that he would in that situation.
Fascinating. We can go on and on and on, man. Can't wait for our next conversation. Can't wait for your next column. Last word is a young man in our bullpen wants to tell you you're a great kid. You're a great kid.
Well,
there you go.
We're not mentioning names.
I often my father tells me that, and then every once in a while he says otherwise, but then he catches it.
Well, that's
all right, buddy. Right away, go hunt and peck at that keyboard. We'll read you. Be good.
I love it, man. Talk to you guys later.
There he is,
See you,
Mike
man.
Silver, the best. He's a great kid. All right, hey, hand it over to Papa and
It's
London.
time already.
Last thing. Zach
Look at you.
Littell joins them today, and we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health.
Well, I've been telling you that
With
for
top
years.
physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader.
Yes!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
Polly, we are going down to the ballpark to see Papa and Lund. They're down there at the. Is Lee Hammer Engineering you guys today?
Hammer time.
Is that why everything sounds so good?
Kim with the pitch, and Bonds hits a deep.
Ooh, very nice, Greg. I got you. No more needs to be said. No more. Nice performance art piece. I can't top that.
No,
I can't top
either.
that.
I can't either.
I think we're just going to hand it over to you guys right now. So go do your Wade Meckler investigative journalism, and
Go Giants.
I'll see you boys down there.
Cheers, y'all.
Papa and Lund start next when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
When his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I think he believes that every pitch he's taken has been a ball. And now, did somebody just get kicked out? Might be Gabe Kapler. Chad Whitson, I think he just kicked him out. Gabe's right in Chad Whitson's face. And he's telling him, you know I'm right. Giants fans are happy with Gabe showing some feistiness.
He swings and he hits a high drive deep down the left field line. Headed for Berkeley. Adios! Pelota! Anaya's 3-2 pitch. There's a pop-up, shallow right center on the run, and diving as Meckler makes the catch. First, and now there's a drive in the left field. Going back and late going back. Arozarena misjudged the ball. It sails over his head, rolls to the wall. Here's Jock to third. He is being waved home. Here comes the throw home. The tag. Safe! And the Giants even up this series at a game apiece. Giants 7, Rays nothing.
7-0. The Giants get to win. That means we hang out on the patio. I don't see our Jameson's girls. I'm already kind of thrown off a little bit.
Day game after a night game, and no one's here.
Jeez,
Where's Barbara? Where's Mary Jane?
Beautiful
They
day.
wouldn't even make us a giant orange Bloody Mary. Why are we here?
We're starting slow here.
The only reason I come here is to get the celery stalk.
You're all in
stick.
orange,
What
and
do
you're
call
ready
that?
for the orange Bloody Mary.
We haven't been here in a while.
Breakfast.
We are the only ones here. Sorry.
We are live at the Public House, and it is a beautiful day for day baseball. The Rays and the Giants and the rubber game today. We'll get all into that. Gabe Kapler gets forcibly removed, kicked out of the game last night. He's protecting his young guy, Wade Meckler, who's a tremendous story. We'll get into that. Kyle Harrison went last night. He looks pretty damn close to ready. Trey
There's our
under
bloody girl.
fire. Brock Purdy, we got lots to talk about as well. You got to run down to practice today. We got.
Well, I'm not going to make it. They're going to be off the field. We're a long way from there. But I'm getting ready for the Broncos, so I need a orange Bronco Bloody and a giant orange. So we
you got to lose that.
When was the
orange
last
stuff
time we were here?
Saturday.
It has been a while. I think the month of
there
June.
they are. They're just running a couple
Is the
minutes
last
late,
time.
that's
Barbara and Mary Jane are coming?
They're coming.
Deshaun Jameson girls, the new 49er
very
nickelback.
nice.
So Gabe gets run, and the game kind of flipped from there. You know who's going to join us today? Zach Littell.
That'll be fun.
The former Giant
10:30.
turned Ray. He was on the mound, and he was a reliever, sometime opener, turned starter, and he mowed last night. And the moment he got out of the game, he did give up the homer to Estrada, and then Meckler with the base hit, and then Kevin Cash went to get him. But Gabe gets run from the bench, and there's obviously some bad calls. And the thing about Zach is he does live high in the strike zone. But Chad Whitson was not close last night on those. So he gets run. Before he even comes out of the bench, off the dugout, he gets run immediately. And then he comes out. And I am wearing the City Connects. I brought both hats. Which one do you like better? I like the G because I am an OG.
And you are a G?
George Contos is joining us later.
10:50.
So we'll have a hair off and a G off between Greg and George.
Is he going to be live here?
I think he's coming here because he's in studio today.
So intimidating.
And then when they start wearing the
the deeper orange on the City Connects. They've been breaking those out. But the bottom line is, John, they're 25-7 in the City Connects. Susan Slusser had the note a plus 54 run differential.
Oh, I was just going to.
And I remember when they were. Well, if you're 25-7, you love your run differentials, Billy Bean. You are going to be high because you're winning all these games. I mean, the least it could be would be a plus 18 if you're 25-7. So they're winning by 3 runs. Whatever it is, I remember being away when they were introduced in 21 during the epic 107 win season, and people were just all over them. And what are they this year? 8-2, I think.
8-2, exactly.
They would
right.
not be a playoff team without these City Connects. So which one do you like better? Let's get Danny's big poll. And then Cap, the beautiful thing about so they're winning the City Connects last night, which means he can go with the vested look, and he's got the gun show kind of out. I mean,
why does he wear anything under it, though? If I had guns like that, it's like Trent Williams. I just wouldn't.
Yeah.
And an umpire
You
would
don't, John, though.
Well,
He
exactly.
does, yeah.
But if he walked out on the field, an umpire would not confront him. He'd run the other way.
What's he
and
going to fight him?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know,
Well, then you're going to get
intimidate.
suspended. You're not going to do that. Don't lay a hand on me. But he gave him 3 fingers.
Yeah, that's
he went,
true.
And he didn't do it like the Germans do.
No, it's not.
You don't
yeah,
do it that
right.
way. He did it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
You missed 3 pitches. So, classic Gabe. But after that, I mean, he should get run today when he go out for the lineup cards.
Something to get the offense.
Well,
I mean, they are starting to get going,
as soon as he got run, I think it was coincidental.
Well, what's their analytics say? Every time Gabe gets run, they score 7. So
Is that true?
Yeah. So Farhan's going to make him get kicked out.
Well, how much do you get fined for an ejection in Major League Baseball?
That's good.
I don't want that like Nick Bosa's fines. I want
Right.
them forgiven. If I get run when we go out for the lineup card today, I don't want that deducted from my salary.
That's a good point. I forgot
But
about
do you think
that
that in the old days it would happen? I don't know. They just started to hit. And once Zach Littell got out of the game, they bombed the bullpen. And then how about Jock Peterson's base running? Wow.
Oh, boy.
He scored. He was safe. And then he gave him he gave Whitson.
Yeah, I like
my
that.
manager may not like you, but you called me safe. I love you. And then how about Elliot Ramos' speed?
Yeah.
Scoring from first base on Conforto's ball in the left center field gap.
He's a big boy too, man.
Kyle Shanahan texted
I like
me,
him.
who's this guy Ramos?
Ramos. Yeah, he can
Who's
play
this
running
guy?
back. He looks
Elliot
like a running back.
Ramos. I want to run
Yeah.
18 toss to that guy. But he was flying.
Yeah. He's not bad. I like him. All right, we'll get into a ton of Giants, and then we're excited to talk to Zach Littell because not only the incident that happened that ended his tenure in San Francisco, but I mean, he's with the team that started the openers. He's working as an opener. He's seen what the Giants are doing.
Now he's a
Just love
starter now.
Yeah.
They've got him stretched out.
So I want to, it'd be nice to talk to him about, kind of how they work.
He's a good
things
guy. He was a
versus the
favorite
Giants.
of ours.
Well, he's a North Carolina guy. I remember when I was looking this morning, I was double checking that because we've had all those relievers on with the beards.
He
He's
had
from
that Tobacco
Paw
Road
River.
beard, but he's
Paw River, North Carolina.
he's trimmed it up.
Yeah.
He's gone more tapered look. But he may have been, was he the first opener or maybe the second one they ever used? In his first outing, he actually did well, and the second one, he got bombed. We had him on after the first one because we tried to figure it out. But he's a good dude. Well, we'll ask what happened with Cap and just getting on the mound and facing his,
Right, weird,
there's some new guys in the lineup. Obviously, Conforto hasn't been here, but a lot of the guys that he faced last night were teammates with him. Obviously Wade and Flores. Conforto's he knew Jock last year. Didn't know Bailey. Maybe he knew Bailey. Bailey probably caught him in
you're
spring
right. They
training.
know each other.
So some of the guys he knew Crow, obviously. Just it was a little bit weird. I thought he pitched beautifully last night. Once he left the game is where it deteriorated for Tampa. Now today's a big day. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but when George joins us, George Contos at 10:50, we'll get into the good morning, sir. You got the Bill Miller hat? The Mueller?
I like that.
Yeah. He's in Sean Estes' fantasy football draft. I think they're
very
drafting this weekend. They're going to fly away right after this game today. So when they come back, and they roll into Labor Day in San Diego, not even when they come back, because when you come back, have you been watching the Atlanta Braves the last 2 nights just take the Yankees apart?
Yeah, I've been watching them all season just because I'm so fascinated with their lineup. And by the way, another great A's trade. I think they got Shea Langoliers for the new
Sean Murphy,
for the new Barry Bonds of the Braves, and Sean.
Remember
Murphy
we talked about
30.
Murphy being a Giant?
My God, they should have got that. No offense to Patrick Bailey, but my God, man,
His
Sean
offense has been
Murphy?
incredible. But today, I mean, if you lose today, then you lose 2 out of 3 to Tampa after losing 2 out of 3 to Bochy, after losing 2 in Oakland and 2 out of 3 in Anaheim. And then you got one of the toughest stretches that I can recall because you've got Atlanta, who's right now, their lineup is being compared to the 27 Yankees or the 29 A's. They have the highest slugging percentage in the history of baseball. No one has ever slugged as a team over 500, and it's top to bottom. There's no respite, and they play every day. So you got to deal with them over the weekend, then go to Citizens Bank in South Philly, then come home right after that and have to deal with Atlanta again, and then Cincinnati. So the question is, they're a playoff team right now, John. We'll kind of break down the schedule. When they go to San Diego for Labor Day weekend,
right,
are they going to be in one of those 3 wild card spots?
If they could go 500, I would be happy. If
on the trip.
I mean, seriously,
Yeah.
you're playing Atlanta, obviously 3-3, Atlanta and Philadelphia, but then you come back, like you said, and you play Atlanta. So after
And
this
Cincinnati
one,
after that.
Yeah, 6 of your next 9 games are against the Braves, and then, like you said, you're fighting with Cincinnati. They're trying to get in the wild card, and you got them, and then San Diego, who's just never come around. But still, that's a tough team, or can be a tough team in a short series. So yeah, they got a bunch of work to do. We'll get into that. Kyle Harrison pitched last night, extremely impressive. Be nice if he could hit. Okay, he's not Shohei Ohtani, but he can pitch. So we'll see how long potentially.
They hit last
he
night.
comes
They
up.
scored
They
7
did.
runs.
It was nice.
Yeah.
So we'll get into that, and we got a lot of Niners.
Where's Barbara and Mary Jane? They aren't here.
Yeah, they got to get
Our
here.
girls aren't
Let's go.
here.
I just
we don't have our Jameson girls, and we don't have our bloodies.
I feel naked, and that's not a good thing. All right.
Came all this
but I'm
way for
not.
no Bloody Marys?
Yeah. Come on, you got the orange on. They got to give you a Bloody Mary. You're dressed.
And I got to
for it.
study Denver Broncos. I just got there 2 deep, 3 deep, 4 deep. It's the preseason.
All right, we'll get all into it. Zach Littell is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. That'll be a fun conversation. And then the beautiful haired one, George Contos. The hair.
My
will
hair's
be
looking good today, even though I got a hat on.
Yeah, you got a hat.
But my hair's looking strong today.
What,
so
you
we'll have a
you
hair
knew
off.
Contos was
And
coming
the
on?
key thing is,
You're intimidated?
despite what people say on X and Twitter and social media, this is all my hair. I didn't go Dick Stockton. I don't think Contos can quite say that. but
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure.
Shots
I'm not sure.
fired.
He's a young man. I
Contos.
don't know.
All right, all of it next. Hang out with us on the patio today. We're live at the Public House on a beautiful day in San Francisco, getting ready for day baseball between the Giants and the Rays, only here on the Sports Center.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Gabe Kapler got all fired up and ejected for defending his new best friend, Wade Meckler. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Kapler from the patio, getting ready for Giants and Rays in the daytime. And I'm speaking on behalf of Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, who work closely with professional builders and contractors. Aside from the highest quality lumber yards across the Bay Area, they offer services and products they believe in, like Simpson Strong Tie. Their code-listed, field-tested products help structures resist high winds, atmospheric rivers, and seismic forces. Their innovative products also include structural connectors, fastening systems, anchors, and products that repair, protect, and strengthen concrete. Johnny, you have taken notes on this? Imagine what they can do for your clients' homes and businesses. Another company Golden State supports is James Hardy, who offers fiber cement textured panels. The Bloodies have arrived. It's like stucco, but without the mess, and they won't crack. You and your clients will love the fact that James Hardy textured panels are cost-effective, durable, easy to install, and resistant to mold, dry rot. I don't want any dry rot in my Bloody, and fire. And our thoughts and prayers go out to the folks in Maui and Don Nelson and Miss Joy. So see the many options they have for your clients at GoldenStateLumber.com, helping professionals build better since 1954. Say it with me. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. There's no one here.
Now think about what happens when you have a kid walk in that dugout or when in that clubhouse prior. Everybody in that room is a little protective of the new guy. They don't quite know him yet, but they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's a good guy, but he's a baby, and they're going to protect him. So here's everybody kind of feeling the same way, and then Gabe going off and getting right in the face. He gets tossed, then he comes out and gets his money's worth, and he's throwing three fingers right in the face of Chad Whitson saying, "Yep, you've missed three against this guy." And Meckler goes on and he strikes out, so he's out 0 for 2 and whatnot. But the whole mood seemed to change. I mean, everybody was ticked off. And I think that the timing of it was perfect. And the guy that he protected was even better because it was unusual that a guy will protect a youngster in his fifth at bat. And I thought that was very cool. And everybody in that bench did too. And they rallied. And then what happens? Meckler comes up, his next 2 at bats, he gets 2 hits.
The new analytic. When Gabe Kapler gets run, the Giants score 7 runs and win. So he should get thrown out today and the next day and the next day.
Now, he's been thrown out 3 times as a Giant. Twice this year. Twice this year.
Oh, yes?
What's their one loss? I think he lost the last time. I'm
never
not
mind.
sure. So you're the analytics you were just making up.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't check.
Well, last night when he got tossed, it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's pretty cool because I was listening to Kirk this morning and he was saying a lot of times the manager goes out there when it's like his 3 or 4 guy or it's his star guy. But when a young guy gets screwed a couple of times, or as Gabe said, effed, then you go out there, you defend the guy, and then, ironically enough, he gets a couple of hits after that.
All right, they're not calling that pitch on Buster Posey or Barry Bonds.
No. Hell no.
So whatever it was. Meckler's just a guy that he has the reputation before he even arrived here as a guy that, Frank Thomas just knows the strike zone. If he's not swinging at it, it ain't a strike. So I think, and it was so obvious, watching the game on it. Well, Zach Littell's going to join us at 10:30. Yeah. He offered the pitches. He's not going to. It doesn't matter. We're moving on. But those were clearly not strikes. Zach does live high in the strike zone, but those were, ugly pitches that he just got fortunate on. And the real story, and we're waiting for the Giant lineup. It's a day game after a night game. By the way, the Bloodies have arrived. A little slow moving today. Salud.
Beautiful.
Salud. It's on.
I got to take the paper off my straw here.
Very nice. Aaron Savali is going for Kevin Cash, a right-hander. Wade Meckler batting second in the lineup. And I do get it based on what he did. I mean, when they called up Matos and put him in center in St. Louis, he hit number 2. And then they dropped him down, later. They were facing a lefty that day, I think Jordan Montgomery. But when they faced a righty, they dropped him down. Is this strictly, is Meckler going to be in against left-handed pitching? The other night, they let him stay in the game. They didn't pitch in for him when they had a bunch of righties available. So right away, it's not just the respect they have for his strike zone, because he's proven at the minor league level. Major league pitching is different, but he seems comfortable in the box. But he's hitting number 2 in the lineup, John, behind Lamont Wade Jr., going back-to-back lefties with Meckler. And then what that does, I think that, Conforto's been locked in. Obviously, Wilmer another bomb last night. That's where the game got going when first pitch when they went to the bullpen. But to drop Thairo Estrada all the way down to 9 in the batting order and go with the theory that you want the double leadoff guy, well, he's swinging the bat well since coming off the IL. So we'll check out the lineup today. This is a day game after a night game. And right away, the first thing you'll wonder, is Patrick Bailey going to be behind the plate today, or will they go with the other rookie catcher, Blake Sable? How many teams in the history of baseball have made the playoffs with 2 rookie catchers catching most of the innings?
Well, and we're coming up on about 20 rookies that they've used this year. I don't know what the record is, but they got to be getting close to it. And the thing that's crazy about Meckler, and you've probably already talked about this, but it's amazing to me. He started in Eugene, A+ at the A Advanced League, 20 games there. Goes to Richmond, 39 games there, 10 games in Sacramento. He's played a couple with the Giants. So he played in 69 minor league games with 3 teams. He's with his 4th team this season. I don't know how apartment leases work in Eugene or Richmond or Sacramento or any of those places, but how many guys could say that they were in Eugene and then you went AA, then you went AAA, now you're in the majors? Now, it says 2 things. It says he's been really good. He's at 379 over all those stops this year in those 69 games. But the other part of it is the Giants are desperate. I mean, they're continuing to just say, look, we got to throw everything we can against the wall. And I think that's why Harrison is not coming up, because they don't need the pitching as much. They just need hitters. And if there's somebody who shows something in the minors that their stick is working, they're coming up here.
Well, I mean, it worked last night. They were able to shut out a good lineup. But the night before, 10 hits, 18 hits, 10 runs. And the pitching has not been as strong. When Contos joins us at 10:50, I know George thinks they should have added another starter. I mean, they're going Ryan Walker again today. So he just pitched on Monday. This is 3 straight days where you're going opener. And they don't even they have Cobb and Webb back-to-back or close proximity. You'd think you'd go Cobb, opener, Webb, opener. We don't have to do it 3 days in a row. I guess it doesn't matter. But if you added just one more starter, then you would only have to do the opener one time through. You'd go Webb, opener, Cobb, opener, and whoever the 5th guy is. Maybe it will be Harrison in September. But they have not pitched as well lately, and that's been a bit of a problem because the offense just can't make it up. But this team is fast-tracking guys through the system like we've never seen.
Never.
Like part of it is that the veteran guys are not performing. Conforto's been up and down. Haniger's been on the IL. Craw's been up and down and on the IL. Wilmer started slowly, and now he's by far the best hitter in the lineup. A lot of the veteran guys, Yastrzemski has been on the IL. Now he has a setback again. The guys when you put the lineup together to start the year, Estrada went on the IL. Just about everybody. Lamont Wade Jr. started great and then fell off and got hurt. They've kind of had to do it. I admire Farhan for doing it, and he's a guy that looks system, and it's not just 26-man or 40-man roster. It's everybody I got. I can go down and, fast-track a guy. I mean, Meckler was in AAA for like a week and a half, 10 days. And the same Luciano was up a week. Thing. So part of it is there used to be a theory that you wanted to bring a guy up and have him stay here. They're not that concerned with you turning the guy, with bringing a guy up and then sending him right back down. What they're trying to catch is a hot hitter.
They're trying to get Lightning Obama.
So my question would be on the analytics. Wade Meckler's torn up every level of baseball he's been, facing. But this is Major League Baseball. What do the numbers show? If you're hot at A, AA, AAA, would you rather have that hot bat in the lineup, a guy who's completely he's playing college baseball a year ago at this time, to face Major League pitching? Organizations just don't do this. They've been forced to for some reason, and I think Farhan's he's an out-of-the-box thinker. But do you expect Wade Meckler, because he just hit AA and AAA pitching, to come up and hit Tyler Glasnow?
But
do you expect him to be able to do that?
What are your options? I mean, that's right. I mean, if they weren't so desperate for hitters,
the guys that are proven major leaguers to hit.
But they're not.
Well, they're not hitting right now, but they get into slumps. You don't overreact. You just got to ride it out. It's a long season. So and then they just send the guy back down. I mean, Matos hit 6 homers in 6 games. They brought him up, and he was hot. He was on base all the time. He was walking, and then he hit the wall. And they just send him back down. But he was not ready. Casey Schmidt was not ready. They didn't play enough AAA baseball. I said that about Joey Bart. You just can't skip AAA. I don't care if you won the Johnny Bench Award in college. Some guys can. Pudge Rodriguez, skipped everything. He went right from A-ball to the Hall of Fame. But they don't have a problem with bringing a guy up, fast-tracking him. And last year at this time, none of these guys were doing well. So any success you're having in any level of the organization, they're going to bring it up. But my question is, what does that show over time? Do you expect a guy to come up do you expect Wade Meckler, the way he's been able to hit the ball in AAA, to immediately come up and hit major league pitching? He had a couple of hits last night. Maybe you do, and you just ride the wave, you ride the hotness, and then as soon as he cools off, you send him back down. I mean, it's the way
and
they
now
run.
He knows what to
it's
work
the way
on.
they run their pitching staff.
And I'm
if
okay
you throw
with it.
4 innings one night as a feature guy, you're back in sack as long as you have options.
Well, the two sides, right, are you going to break his confidence, or is he going to come back and say, okay, this is what I have to work on? Because in Casey Schmidt's case, he has something clear to work on. You got to lay off the bad pitches. That's the book on you. So go back down there and figure that out.
And he's not figured it out.
Right, he hasn't. And, Mato, same kind of thing. I don't know why the power didn't really translate to the majors, but it didn't. He hit that one down the left field line in Cincinnati. That's the only one he got.
He pulled his
so
hands
he didn't
in.
have it. And then, like you said, Meckler, because here's the problem is either through injury or through ineffectiveness, because really the only hitters since July who have hit are Flores and Conforto. That's it. Everybody else
Conforto
has
lately,
struggled.
he was really
Right.
struggling.
But and then you had the injuries to Haniger, who's supposedly close, and Estrada's out of the lineup, and Crowell's out of the lineup, but isn't good when he is in the lineup. So I think they're just grasping at straws so hard to say, okay, can we get maybe 2 weeks out of this guy?
Right.
And then that way, maybe some of our veterans can warm up in that time because they're so bad that they can't leave these guys in the lineup.
No, I think what they do is they put together a lineup that is going to win today, and they'll worry about tomorrow. And I'm amazed by that. So, but is that the way to go? To bring a guy up who was in college baseball a year ago, was just drafted, was an 8th-round draft pick. I know he's been, his on-base machine and video game numbers. But do you really expect him, with a scout, with a baseball eye like Brian Sabian has been looking at it for years, expect Wade Meckler to come up and be a better hitter in the lineup than some of the guys you have? And for the short term, you just ride the wave and then you send him back down. But it's interesting. Contos has arrived. Boy, the hair is looking tall.
It's really good. Zach Littell is going to join us coming up next. Then we're going to have Georgie right after that. We're live at the patio at the Public House coming out for Day Baseball. Rays and Giants only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Reds Tuesday, August 29th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's the big national sales event that's going on right now at Modesto Toyota, so it's time to go places with great savings on that new Toyota you want with no dealer markup. That's right. New cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every day, and you can even check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. So here's what you do. You pick out the one you want, you reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. Get this, Modesto Toyota, they've been family-owned and operated since 1965. You know how difficult it is to stay in business these days? Awesome. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now, that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service. So it's the big national sales event. So go to Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles arriving daily. The big trucks are loaded with new Toyotas. You know how I know? Because I'm going there today to get another Toyota. That's right. I'm going out to Modesto. So be ready. And I'm going to drive like a bat out of hell getting out of here. So look out for me in my Modesto Toyota. I'm going out there today. We're going to hang out today. It's going to be a great time. Anyway, I digress. Get your great deal at Modesto Toyota right now, where I get my Toyotas, where my son's Toyota, which I just saw. It's still alive. It's Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
So this is when the manager went to get him, and something was said by Littell, and then when Gabe came back into the dugout, he said, "All right, young man, we got to have a chat." And a chat they had. So
one of our favorite guys, Zach Littell, of course, who's back with the Giants, pitched well last night with the Rays. We'll get into all the conversations. We're live at the Public House, getting ready for day baseball and the rubber game between the Rays and the Giants. And Zach Littell, now with the Rays, joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Zach. Good to talk to you again. How are you?
Yeah, you too. How are you? Looking forward to this all day.
Yeah, you were one of our favorites going back to the opener days. I think you may have been the first, but we just played the audio coming in, so we'll get it out of the way right away. Was it awkward coming back last night, in part to face a lot of hitters that you know well as teammates, and then for the first time climbing up on that mound where you had that, and you pitched a lot of great baseball on that mound, but the last time you were there was what we just heard Kipe give the play-by-play of when you and the skipper had a kind of a glare session and then went down the dugout steps. Just what were your emotions taking the mound last night, Zach, back at Oracle Park?
Yeah, I mean, I was extremely excited to be back and grateful at the same time. You know, I love playing here. I enjoyed every second. I have nothing bad to say about anybody here. And as far as it being awkward, it wasn't at all. You know, that stuff happens throughout the season. I can say confidently there's absolutely no bad blood between me and Gabe Kapler, and I wish nothing but the best to all these guys. So just excited to be back.
Zach Littell joined us. It's just kind of, right, you both want to win. You're both competitors, heat of the battle, that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, that kind of stuff happens all through the league. You may not see it quite as glaringly as that, and do I wish it absolutely played out in the dugout versus on the field? Sure, but, you know, like I said, nothing out there was said or done that was disrespectful or personal in any way towards Gabe Kapler, and, yeah, it's just a heat of the moment interaction.
And you pitched beautifully last night. I mean, obviously, Tyro took you out. He gave up the hit to Meckler, and you were out of the game. But you threw the ball as well as I've seen you. And your story this year, I mean, you were DFA'd at one point this year. Now you're in the starting rotation. Just give us a little, synopsis of your season, because you've been up and down and all around, and it's a great year to have the year that you're having, because you are entering into a big off season as far as your contract.
Yeah, absolutely. I started the year with Texas on a minor league deal. I was in camp with them. Didn't have a great spring and spent a month in Round Rock. I was traded over to Boston, I think for like 4 days. I threw twice, was DFA'd, and then claimed over here, fairly unexpectedly on my side. But it's been great ever since. The people over here are incredible. A lot of similarities, honestly, to the San Francisco culture, and I've really enjoyed it.
Zach Littell, former Giants pitcher, of course, pitched great last night here at Oracle Park. Joining us, Pomp and Lunders. We're live at the Public House out here at Oracle Park. Yeah, get us in on that a little bit, because the Rays and the Giants, and everybody's analytical at this point, but certainly the Rays get a lot of credit for it. The Rays get credit for the openers. What is the environment like with Tampa?
Yeah, I mean, I think from the outside, up until this year, before I was with them, you kind of assume that it's a clubhouse and a front office full of just numbers guys and analysts, and it's really, I mean, obviously we have those guys on staff just as San Francisco does, but these guys are baseball guys. They're good dudes that care about you as a person, and really, really take a lot of the pressure off of you just being able to go out there and perform and be who you are. So in that sense, very similar to here, and just the people, you can ask anyone around baseball. The people are what make an organization great, and it's nothing but good people. So I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, and going back years ago with Andrew Friedman ran their baseball ops, and Joe Madden was in the dugout. They're the ones that kind of brought the opener into baseball with the former great Giant reliever Sergio Romo. So my question, I think, if I recall, we had you on, Mark O'Brien, your agent, and I are friends. I think you were one of the first openers the Giants used in 2021, and the first outing went really well, and you went back out. The second one wasn't as well. But you are not an opener. You have made the conversion from a relief pitcher to a starting pitcher on the fly this year because of all of the injuries they've had in the starting rotation. You've gone 5 innings the last 4 starts. So just talk about how you've stretched yourself out, and what do you feel more comfortable being in the starting rotation than being an opener or being a short reliever?
To be honest with you, I think the bullpen has kind of prepared me for a lot of the changes we've made this year, and if nothing else, the bullpen really just teaches you to be able to adapt to just about anything. And so I've been lucky enough to get to go multi-innings, get to be the opener, get to kind of pitch in some leverage spots. I've kind of done it all, and I think it's prepared me more than anything just to go out there and just kind of roll with it. The hardest part was obviously being able to get myself physically to where I was bouncing back the way I wanted to, and it's honestly still an ongoing process. But I've been extremely happy with how it's gone, and I'm feeling much more comfortable and almost, dare I say, normal now.
Zach Littell is Jonas, former Giant, of course, now with the Rays, and pitched great last night. It's not foreign to you, though. I was looking this morning. You started 121 games in the minors, so you came up to the majors and they made you a reliever. You have 11 starts now as a major leaguer, but you were a starter in the minors for years.
Yeah, I all the way till 2019, I was, I guess, considered a starter. I know 18, even in the major leagues, I didn't start a whole lot. I was piggybacking, but wasn't ever really given the opportunity to start, and it wasn't anything personal on me. It was just the way that the team and the roster was set up when I got to the major league. So extremely grateful to have the opportunity, but I like to have thought that I was a decent starter in the minor leagues, and I'm obviously a completely different pitcher than I was 6-7 years ago, but that experience has definitely taught me a lot, and a lot of the stuff that I kind of forget about as far as mental cues or feelings, physical feelings that I'm having now are kind of coming back from that time. And so it's been a lot of fun, and also kind of interesting and enlightening, I guess.
Yeah, you've evolved. And I remember John and I had you on after you were used in the opener role, and I don't know if you were the very first. Brebbia wasn't healthy and here yet. Were you the first one that Cap used in the opener role? And since you did have the experience of being a starter and then a reliever, and then now you're in the opener role, which is kind of like a short reliever. You're just doing it in the first inning and not the seventh. Just talk about your thoughts when you were asked to do that. And were you, in fact, I think you were, the first opener that Cap used here?
I believe I was the first one. Yeah, we were in Texas and Sam Long was debuting, and I opened for Sam. I believe I just went one inning. But yeah, I mean, the opener, I was also lucky enough to kind of do it in the minor leagues a little bit with Minnesota, so I had a little bit of experience, and then obviously the starting. But you look across the league, and you could make a good argument that a lot of starters kind of struggle in that first inning because the goal is to go out there and kind of establish your stuff. And on the flip side of the reliever, you're only going to get one inning a lot of the time, so it's kind of like, here's everything I got, go get them. And so I think that approach definitely serves you well in an opener role. And now even that I'm starting, there's no go out there and kind of feel the zone out. It's I'm coming right after you, and so I think the bullpen again really prepared me to first be an opener and then start.
Zach, is it tough if right now you're a starter, but going back and forth and just kind of going back to your days with the Giants, sometimes you're going to be a starter, sometimes you're going to come in relief, because the way I see it, I've never been a pitcher before, but I mean, you have certain routines. You go to the ballpark, you're hanging out with the relievers, maybe you're a starter. You know, how difficult is it difficult at all to be a starter or an opener, and other times you're a reliever? You're going back and forth.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, routines are constantly changing. I think everybody would say that as you get older, you just are able to learn your body and kind of learn where you're at mentally to be able to go out there and do that kind of stuff and adapt and change that routine. And I think when I was younger and still starting, I was so locked into my routine, and I kind of felt like if I deviated from that I wasn't going to be able to go out there and perform. And just another lesson that I kind of learned in the bullpen is we just a lot of the time don't have that luxury. You know, you got to go out there on days that you don't feel good, and sometimes your routine's a little bit different, or you're thrown into a spot like you said where you're not really expecting, and you just got to go out there and compete. So it's really taking that mindset into all aspects of the game and just being ready to go no matter what they ask.
And they're asking you now to start. And as a starter, you need, not every guy, but most guys need more pitches than just two. So I remember you mainly as a fastball slider, sinker slider guy. Fastball slider, high fastball. And then you're throwing the sinker more. But this off season, Zach, you started to fiddle around with the sweeper. And your strikeout rate, your whiff rate on the sweeper is over 30%. So when you hear a lot of old-time baseball pitchers, they scoff at the term sweeper. I know Mike Krukow doesn't like it. He thinks it really is a combination of a slider and a curve, the old-school slurve. So what exactly is a sweeper? Is that a new pitch? Is it somewhat of a combination of slider, curve? Clear this up for me. What the hell is a sweeper?
Yeah, I can't really argue with Krug. It kind of is a combination of a slider and a curveball, but I think the main difference would be it's probably probably a tick harder than a traditional slurve. I know I'm throwing mine in like the low 80s. A lot of guys are right below that or just above that. So it's just kind of a down, but also left moving for a right-handed pitcher, left moving pitch that I've kind of added just to create some separation between the downward moving splitter, the upward moving fastball, and now the two seam we've added where we're going the opposite direction. So Kyle Snyder over here kind of threw it at me one day earlier on, right when I got over here, and was like, well, how do you feel about this? And I'm always absolutely down to try anything, and so threw it in there. Got some really good results. It felt really good right away, and just continuing to try and get comfortable with it. But yeah, definitely a few more pitches than my fastball slider approach I had in San Francisco.
Zach, thank you for taking the time, man. We love seeing your success. We always appreciate you making the time for us. We appreciate it, and hell, maybe we'll see you in the postseason. Who knows?
Wow.
Yeah, sounds good.
That'd be the World Series.
That's right. Let's do it.
That'd be crazy. That'd be wild.
Wow.
I hope for both of our sakes we get to do that.
It'd be great, man.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Zach.
Good luck to you, man.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
That is Zach Littell. Pitched well last night. Now he's a starter. Was obviously the first opener, like you said, with Gabe Kapler. Good stuff. Let's continue to talk pitching. Coming up next, our good friend George Contos looking great today. Before he jumps on TV, he's going to join us, and we got a lot to talk about. We'll do it next, live from the patio on here on the Sports Leader. Hey, it's your good friend John Lund here, and look, I couldn't see. I mean, it's a problem. And I had a life-changing procedure, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the leaders in modern vision correction. They do LASIK, all sorts of different things. Now I had CLR. It's called custom lens replacement. It's awesome. They can really drill down. They don't literally drill down. But they do these lenses, and your vision becomes, like mine now, 20/20. It's awesome. So no more readers, no more going into a restaurant. You're embarrassed, and it's, you're turning on your iPhone and you're turning on the light for those kind of things. That's not how it works for me anymore. Custom lens replacement. Now, they do all sorts of vision correction, so this isn't the only thing that they do, so you can ask to see what will work for you. For me, it was CLR, custom lens replacement. I say this, and people do come up to me. They really do, because people go, people don't come up to me. They do. When it comes to your eyes, people want to see. So they come up to me and they say, really life-changing? Absolutely. When you can't see, when you're putting your readers on and off, when you're driving down the road, you can't see the instruments, and you're putting glasses on, all these kind of things, it affects every aspect of your life. It is absolutely great. So Doctors Bindi and Ling, the entire team, they're known for their great advice, the proven procedures, and it worked for me. I actually had another LASIK procedure done somewhere else, and then we did CLR, and it absolutely has been life-changing. So check them out. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, the leaders in modern vision correction.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And your manager got kicked out tonight. How about that?
That's good to see. As
a player, do you like it when your manager's kind of fighting for you, arguing on your behalf?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those, sometimes they miss a lot of calls, and, they put you in a hole sometimes, and, you got to say something.
Thanks for joining us. Wow. That is Dave Fleming with Wade Meckler, the latest to get churned up. Somebody's got to hit.
That was Wilmer. That was Wilmer last night.
Oh, was that Wilmer?
Yeah, it was
Sorry.
Wilmer, yeah.
I was talking.
Yeah, George compared. I'm not even going to say it.
We're live at the
Meckler to Wade Boggs.
Well, just how he looks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
he also looks like Kelby Tomlinson, but I won't go there.
Oh, man.
That was a Grant Brisbee line. I just stole that one.
You'll see George before and after on NBC Sports Bay Area today. Joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line as we're live at the park. What's happening?
All is good. Beautiful day out here. Hopefully the Giants can go out there and win a series and, leave on a happy flight going across the country to Atlanta.
And they're flying right after the game, and we'll get into the road trip. But we just had Zach Littell on, who was the first opener that Gabe Kapler ever used, and it worked out well. The second time it didn't go as well. And now they've gone to a two-man rotation, 11-man bullpen, and you got 4 or 5 starters out there. You were a guy who came up as a starter, made the conversion to the major league level to reliever. So you know how this all works. It's worked up until a point. They were 15-5. It hasn't gone as well. They lost on Monday. Ryan Walker, he'll go again today. And then last night it worked, and a lot of guys have to contribute. So we've asked you this before. The data does show that it has been working. So your thoughts on the opener, and more importantly, from this point forward, because we got 6 weeks to go to the end of the year, you're going with a two-man starting rotation. Who has ever done that?
I don't think anybody's ever done that, to be honest, that I paid attention to. And, I have not historically been a fan of the opener. I feel like, I understand the part of it of not wanting the bulk innings guy or the starter coming in after it, not face that top end of the lineup that third time. But you can always just pull the starter in the 5th or 6th inning or whenever else it was, and it has been working. I mean, the last 3 opener games that we've had, Beck's gotten roughed up a little bit, 6 innings, 12 hits, 8 runs. So that's kind of been a little bit of the glaring wrench in the cog, so to speak, for their opener situation. But, I've never seen this type of approach before, which is why I think I'm a little hesitant about it. I mean, you've never seen a team go into the playoffs potentially with only 2 starters. I mean, we've seen it in our runs here. You need 4 guys. You need 4 starters in the playoffs to go deep. So it's going to be something that'll be interesting if the Giants are fortunate enough to get that far.
I don't. Farhan has addressed this. I don't think they want to do this. I don't think they want to be this team that's out there that says, "Look what we're doing." I think they're kind of forced into it because even if they bring up Harrison at some point, who was really good last night, he hasn't been stretched out. So what's he going to be? Another bulk innings guy? I mean, I don't see this changing at least this season. Maybe in seasons after, but they kind of have to do this right now, don't they?
They do have to do it. I mean, yesterday, for example, you used both of your bulk guys. I mean, God forbid something happens to Ross Stripling and he doesn't go very long today. How are you going to cover innings? And Cap said it in his pregame interview before yesterday. You had 2 guys in Junis and Minaya that can potentially go 75 to 90 pitches and cover some games or cover some ground if that were the necessity. But Jacob Junis looked awfully good last night. 4 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 7 punchies. I mean, I would keep him in the rotation if that were me.
They like Junis.
Yeah, Junis has been doing a great job, and I've had plenty of conversations with him. He is very comfortable starting. He said that's what he's done the most in the past, but he's kind of making it hard because he's thrived in this kind of flex role that he's in. He can start, he can relieve, he can come in for 1 inning, he can go 3 innings. He bounces back well. He's kind of not necessarily a victim of his own success, but he has such a variety of roles that he can fill that it's kind of difficult to be like, you know what, you're our number 3 or 4 starter right now. During
the Bochy era, I got to think, if they ever embraced the opener, you would have been that guy.
It would have been me.
It would not have been Javi. It would not have been. Affel was a starter before the blister problem. You would have been the opener. There's no doubt.
I think I would have been the opener. I'm glad. It was different though because those teams that I was on and that we were on, and back then, that role that I filled in that kind of in the right after the starter, getting the ball to the 8th, 9th inning guy. That was an important role for teams that were winning because you didn't have to burn a guy like Romo or like Javi to get to a Casilla or an Affeldt. You would throw me for an inning in the 2/3 or whatever.
Or even in the bullpen.
Whatever it was.
He led the league in dry humps, Contos.
I'll tell you what.
How many times you warm up in the bullpen and not get into a game?
In 2015, I made 74 appearances, and I threw 75 innings. And Eric Ortega, one of our trainers at the time, he told me that I had gotten up and thrown pitches on the mound 109 times.
The bullpen mound.
The bullpen mound.
Yeah,
so we call them dry humps.
Yeah. So what is that, like 35 times you were dry humped?
I mean, it's 2/3 of the season. I'm up about two-thirds of the season, essentially.
Oh my God!
Got you ready for marriage. You're a newlywed now. He's getting dry humped a lot.
I think the newlywed thing goes away after a year.
Doesn't it?
I'm past the newlywed stage, but we are very happily married.
I thought Bochy dry humped me a lot. Come on, honey.
George Contos is joining us, of course, World Series champion. We'll see him before and after the game. NBC Sports Bay Area. It's Pop and Lunders are live at the Public House in the patio, getting ready for day baseball. Rays and Giants. On the hitting side of things, it's kind of similar. I don't think they want to, like a Wade Meckler started in Eugene, goes AA, goes AAA, only 10 games in Sacramento, and now is here. Because they've been either injured or so ineffective, especially July up to this point. Now, they did score 7 last night. It's almost like let's throw guys in there and just see who works. And if someone doesn't, we send them back down. We're bringing another guy. They're just turning the roster to see if somebody can swing the sticks.
Well, they've started this precedent now with Casey Schmidt coming up, and he took the league by storm for the first 2-3 weeks. But that's what happens when you're a rookie player or a new player is the league starts getting a little bit of a view of you, and they start adjusting, and then you have to make adjustments. And obviously Casey Schmidt is a very capable player. On the defensive side, he was great. He came up and was tearing the cover off the ball. But you start getting exposed. Patrick Bailey, he had a little bit of the decline, and now he's always put together really good at bats, and his bats have been good. But he's so important behind home plate. And now they've started this precedent where, like, you know what? The young guys are here. We got them. We're gonna bring them up and see what they can do. And they've been a victim of guys having some production issues. A guy like Conforto comes to mind where he's been a little bit hot and cold and had some peaks and valleys. The last 5-6 games, he's really gotten back to that good swing where he's letting the ball travel deep. And he's using his hands, and he's not trying to do too much. But, Haniger going down and some guys not hitting as well as I think we would have liked or as expected has kind of forced their hand in trying some of these guys. And, I mean, again, it would have been nice, at least in my opinion, at the trade deadline to see a middle-of-the-order bat and potentially a guy in the rotation that can give you 3 and kind of piece the rest together. And then our trade acquisition, unfortunately, lands on the IL, and we're kind of sitting here in the same spot we were before the trade deadline.
Lineup was out. Wade Boggs Meckler is leading off and playing in center. Peterson DHing, Flores at first, Conforto in right. J.D. Davis back in the lineup. He got tired for a couple of games out of the lineup at third. Blake Sable will catch today. Tyro Estrada, Camargo, shortstop, and Elliot Ramos. So Craw gets the day off. If they have a lead, and it's late innings, they're going to bring Patrick Bailey in. He's kind of the closer, with the shin guards on. When he first came up, the softness of hands and the way he caught the ball, it just was striking. And the ability to frame a pitch and steal a strike. You were talking about it the other day on Pregame Live. Giants lead baseball in stealing strikes, and it's mainly Patrick Bailey. You are protective of your guys, Craw and Buster. So we're not going there. This guy hasn't won anything. But Patrick Bailey, is he going to be, kind of like the 49ers going from Joe to Steve? He had a little layover there in between, going from Buster to Patrick. Is that what we're looking at here?
I mean, the production that he's brought and the ability, like you said, Codify on Twitter, that's where I got that stat from, is he's made the most balls be strikes by 50 in the major leagues. His ability, and I explained why that was, is because when he goes down to catch something below the zone or even on the side of the zone, he manipulates his glove down to up. So he's not catching the ball down, then bringing it up where the umpire can see that initial jerk down and then bringing the glove up. When he sees that, he's more inclined to just call it a ball because he thinks he's being duped by the catcher. But when Patrick Bailey can go down and bring it up and hold it, he's bringing that ball up potentially 3, 4, 5 inches, and the umpire's like, it never went down. He caught it at the bottom of the zone, and he makes those pitches look like strikes, which is such an incredible talent and ability to do that in the major leagues. Very few catchers have the ability. Russell Martin was a guy. Buster did it.
Yadier Molina,
guys who can steal strikes are pitchers' best friends because you can totally change the way an at-bat goes. You can put yourself in a potential hitter's count right back into a pitcher's count just by the ability of the catcher to make a ball look like a strike.
George Contos joining us, getting ready for day baseball, Rays and Giants for the rubber match here at Oracle Park. How big of a confidence builder is it? You know, you're throwing to certain guys, maybe you don't have as much confidence in. You know he's going to steal your strikes, frame pitch as well, throw runners out, do all those different things. How much does that help you as a pitcher?
I always loved to not have to think when I was on the mound. I like seeing signs and throwing pitches. And when I started to have to think, you just kind of have too many things going on, too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. You know, when I was throwing to Buster, and I mean, I made 300 appearances in a Giants uniform. I bet you Buster caught 225 plus of them. It was just throwing signs down, and I was kind of in just like, you know, autopilot. I'd see it, I'd go. If I ever shook, it was shaking to a slider. Everybody in the world knew it, but I trusted my slider. I mean, there were a couple times where Buster would throw fastballs because he was really knowing guys were looking, but there's that comfortability that you have to have, and I'd say 99.9% of the time, Buster and I were always on the same page, and that makes it so much easier when you can just go out there and worry about your execution as opposed to the cat and mouse game of, you know, I threw a slider, let me throw a fastball up and in and try and do this for a slider away or throw a fastball up. I don't want to think. I want to see, and I want to go.
All right, this team has been incredibly streaky. Just it seems like they're always on some streak, good or bad. Right now, you know, the streak is the other way after losing to the A's twice, the Angels, then Bochy 2 out of 3. This game today to me is big. To flip that, take a series before you go on the road. All right now, the Giants are the number 2 wild card team behind Philadelphia. The Dodgers, 9-game winning streak. They're 13-1 since the trading deadline. They've created separation. They're 9 up. So we're at the point where, you know, the Brewers are playing the Dodgers. You root for the Dodgers to win to try to get in. So this road trip, and this is one of the most difficult road trips I could imagine any team having to go on. You got 3 in Atlanta, 3 in Philadelphia, come home. The Braves are right back at you, then Cincinnati. And I kind of took it to that point, John, with 12 games, but George and I were looking at the schedule. Take it through Labor Day weekend in Petco Park, San Diego. That's a 4-game series. Giants haven't been there all year. Padres love to beat up on the Giants. Then they roll to Wrigley for 3. That's 19 games between Friday night and September the 6th. What record would you take in those 19? Would you take 9-10 right now? Or could it be catastrophic and you go like 5-14? And if that happens, and these are teams you're going to have to beat out to make the wild card. Philadelphia, Chicago, Cincinnati are all there. So September the 6th, after they leave Wrigley in your hometown in Chicago, what's this team going to be looking like?
Oh, I'll tell you what, just to go back to the Dodgers for a second, they're making separation and creating separation, obviously. But don't forget, they got a guy in Blake Trinan and Walker Buehler who are expected to be back this season. That's like getting a trade acquisition on September 1st, and those guys are going to be playoff eligible. So I don't want to say, obviously, anything can happen. The Dodgers are looking like they're going to run away with this division. Then you have this, let's talk about strength of schedule for the rest of August. The Giants have the hardest strength of schedule to finish the month of August, the 4th hardest strength of schedule to finish out the entire season. So as a player in that clubhouse, I can guarantee you right now, nobody is looking at that and feeling any type of pressure. They're only looking at winning today, coming into the ball and playing a good ball game today. But us on the speculating side and the fans are looking at these schedules, and you can flip-flop real quick. I mean, again, you're talking about a Braves team that you're going to see 6 times. That is arguably the best offensive team ever. You're talking about better than the Braves teams in the 90s with Smoltz and Glavine and Maddox and all those guys, Andrew Jones, Chipper Jones. This team is just hitting the cover off the ball. I read a stat yesterday that if you take Matt Olson's 43 homers out, they're still leading the major leagues in home runs hit. So that's the type
he leads the league in world homers.
That's the type of offensive powerhouse that the Atlanta Braves are. And you just want to go into these series. So back to your point on how big today's game is, you want to get on that plane in a good mood, because as soon as you land in Atlanta, it's putting the gear on, and you're in the Coliseum as the gladiator with these guys coming at you.
And just what you just said there, I mean, Atlanta, that's 6 of your next 9 games after today. Philadelphia's got a great offense. I mean, like you said, Acuna's the MVP, but Olsen and Murphy, and I mean, you go on down the line, it's just a murderer's row. And in these games, and then you mentioned the Cubs are plus 62 in run differential if people will get into that, but I mean, their offense is really good. They're going to need both sides because in July, they went 12-13. They couldn't score any runs, but they weren't playing this caliber of team. These teams won't let you off the hook.
The one thing that I think the Giants do have in their favor is if they can stay afloat. The Cubs, while they've been playing well, I think are a little bit pretenders. Miami, I think, is a little bit pretenders. Arizona has hit a huge skid. I still think that they have the ability to chase. San Diego could catch hot. They've been playing a little bit better. So I think that if they can stay afloat and play good baseball and get through this grind of games, they should still be okay, only because the guys behind them, I don't necessarily think that all of those teams are going to continue playing great baseball throughout the course of the rest of the season.
All right, the Giants have been streaky, so they could get hot. They've also done well against the better teams. Interestingly, the above 500 versus sub 500. But it's going to be challenging because these if you're going to beat these teams, especially going to Atlanta in late August and Philadelphia, South Philly, it's hot. The ball's going to fly. You gotta score, obviously, and you got to pitch. So, which brings up Kyle Harrison. And I was in Vegas watching he pitched last night in sack, but I watched the start Thursday. His arm side command, when I saw him early in the year, George, was nowhere. He didn't have it at all. Scatter shot. When I saw him Thursday last week, strike, he was in. 29 of 39 pitches, strikes. I was talking to their play-by-play guy, Zach Beirudi, last night during the game. Arm side command's there. He's locking in strike. Gave up a bomb, but he had 7 punchies, no walks. All right, so he's almost ready. Maybe you wait till September when rosters expand. But to your point, can you do this with a 2-man starting rotation and a 3-man openers? So everything we're talking about, in theory, he could come up and start Sunday in Atlanta. He pitched last night on Tuesday. That'd be his 5th day. Do you do that? Do you do Philadelphia? Do you wait for Atlanta for when the homestand and now the De La guys can come out and cheer him on? Do you plug him into this? When's the right time to plug a 21-year-old who pitched in high school and never in college?
I think the right time is when the necessity arises, right? I mean, it's great that he's been able to, first of all, in AAA, he's a little bit behind the 8 ball in comparison to the Major League Strike Zone because they have that automated balls and strike system where his strike zone is significantly smaller than what he could potentially be getting in the major leagues, which works to his favor in how much better he's gotten with the lack of walks. My only issue is he has not gone more than 5 innings one time. I think the most pitches he's thrown at the major league or at the AAA level, I think, is 73, something along those lines. He's also facing guys that in every single lineup in AAA, you have 1 or 2 major league guys possibly in that lineup. You call him up to face the Atlanta Braves. You want to set him up for success based on necessity. And he's represented by my agents, and I talk to them all the time. I'm like, what do you got on Kyle, this and that? And they keep telling me this guy's the real deal.
What are they called, the
Aces?
Aces?
Going to be a Aces, yeah.
Aces, yeah.
He's going to be a superstar, and I know that he has the makings of it. And, sometimes you just got to throw these guys in the fire, but I think it's going to be based on necessity on when he gets called up. I don't think with how they've been doing in the opener and the success of the opener being – 15-6 or something along those lines.
Well, they were 15-5, but they had a streak where they lost
15
3 in a row. Whatever
maybe.
It is, whatever it is. And Ross Stripling has been kind of starting, right?
He's been doing a lot better.
So
I mean, he's pitching with a lot more
starters.
confidence. Both of those guys, Minaya and Stripling, are throwing the ball much better. Minaya yesterday looked fantastic.
Yeah.
He looks like he's really found his groove in that kind of 2 to 4 inning range. So I think it's going to be you're going to see Harrison based on necessity. I don't think it's going to be like this is the game that we're circling on the calendar where we're going to expect him to make his major league debut, because you want this guy to get as much seasoning in AAA as possible, because what you don't want to have happen is call him up, things don't quite go his way, then you're sending him down with him scratching his head being like, what just happened? And in between the ears, for a guy like that, still early in his development, is the most important part, is not losing that confidence that he has that makes him so good.
Does that concern you? Because they do that with Harrison. They're doing that with hitters where Casey Schmidt comes up, he's hot, he's not, then he has to go back down. Same thing with Luis Matos. So in other words,
they're fast-tracking guys.
They fast-track guys, but then they don't have success. Do they start doubting themselves?
You saw it with Joey Bart. I think that was the biggest thing with Joey Bart is he came up and he had all the tools, but you get humbled in this game very quickly. The hardest part, and I spoke about this with Meckler yesterday, the hardest part is not getting to the major leagues. Once you get there, that's been the hardest thing. But the hardest thing once you've gotten to the major leagues is staying in the major leagues and making the adjustments mentally and physically to have a career that's not just your cup of coffee, then you kind of fizzled in and out. You want to be here for 10 years or however many years your career lasts for. So you have to continue to make adjustments, and this is an 85% mental game. There are guys in the minor leagues who are throwing a billion with nasty sliders that can do a lot of things, but having the ability to take your lumps and bumps and bruises on either side of the ball at the major league level and respond to that and come back and make adjustments, that's the hardest part of this game. And when you do it with guys who have never failed at the minor league level and their first time failing is at the major leagues, sometimes it takes a little bit more time for that confidence to come back.
We got to fast track you.
Yeah, we got
it's a 12:45 first pitch, Contos.
Yeah, I'm on air in 45 minutes.
It's a good thing he already put his makeup on.
He looks good,
He's
man.
already got his makeup on, doesn't he?
Yeah, my producer's texting me like, where the heck you at,
What
man?
do you have today? Tedler or Sactor?
Sorry, man.
You're looking good, man.
Our fault. Good to see you,
Thanks
man.
for the shoes, by the way. These are fire.
My
These
pleasure,
are
my
drip.
pleasure. That's right, baby.
Contos gave me these.
I wear them all the time, man. He high fives them. You got the Bulls on today.
He's a big
I got
Bulls
the ones on.
fan.
I got the
I
OGs.
like those, man.
Don't even start with his
Those
Bulls.
are beautiful, man. Very nice.
Well, thanks
man.
for having me, guys.
Appreciate it, man. That
My
is
hair's
great.
better. I'm having a hat.
I don't know, man. You got that
Hold on.
Chantakai
If you got
makeup
a hat
going on.
If you got a hat on, then you just.
Who's got better hair today?
Yeah.
I got a bit of hat head.
That's
I
George.
can fix it fast.
That's George Contos giving us great insight. We'll get more into it as we get you ready for day baseball on the patio. This fine segment.
They love
Our good
Contos
friends
here.
At Redwood Credit Union, started in cash back.
They're
Your
drinking
everyday spending.
Jameson, that's why.
I like it. With a Redwood Credit Union free checking account, there are no monthly fees, no minimum balances, and your debit card earns cash back. Travel and more. Get started today at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA. Pop and Lund, Hump Day, Patio, Oracle Park, only here on the Sports Leader.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers pre- and post-analyst and our good friend Dante Whitner joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to review Trey Lance and other performances from the first week of preseason against the Raiders. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Troubles arrived on the patio. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk? Of course you would. Or were you able to live that lifestyle you've always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. In fact, they're here today to watch the Giants and Rays. They'll be in the KNBR suite, so call them during the game. There's no cost or obligation. The phone number is 866-496-2300, or you can visit them online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. He is not going to be the backup quarterback. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but there's no chance. There is no chance based on the evidence that I've seen and based on what I've heard.
It's Mike Lombardi, our pal Mike Lombardi, talking about Trey Lance. Whether you want to watch the game itself against the Raiders, he did have a couple of things, but he struggled. You certainly saw a lot of open receivers on some plays that he got sacked. JT O'Sullivan did the QB school, which was not too kind. Mike Lombardi did not mince any words there. Our friend Mike Silver, who's going to be on with us from the Chronicle, and he's well connected along the NFL, even suggested a few weeks ago that he may not make this team. It is a tough time right now to be Trey Lance.
Well, and Mike's a friend that I texted him after I saw it. And, you know, Mike's his son, Mick Lombardi, is the Raiders offensive coordinator. He actually called some of the game on Sunday. He worked in the 49er front office with Jim Harbaugh. His other son also works for the Raiders. And Mike has worked for everybody, the two Bills, Bill Walsh and Bill Belichick, and Al, where I got to know him closely. And he was not around when Jamarcus Russell was drafted. Al sent him to Denver and Mike Shanahan after that 2006 year when he feuded with Art Shell and Tom Walsh, the offensive coordinator. But Mike has been analyzing players for a long, long time. There's a bit of an overreaction here based on the limited body of work. Trey did the one thing that struck me, John, and we've talked so much about his inaccuracy as a quarterback. We had Rich Gannon on yesterday when you were gone. And by the way, welcome back.
Thank you.
George got a good trip to Arizona State.
Yeah.
But
not attempted.
Rich is the glaring example, and Mike knows Rich well from the Raider days, of a quarterback who can improve, and I keep bringing that up. And I started to ask Rich about it, and he cut me off, and he said, Greg, I was that guy. I said, I know. You know, his first 3 years, he hardly played in Minnesota. He was a backup to Sean Salisbury, and his completion percentage was in the 50s. He went to Kansas City and it got in the low 60s. He came here with John Gruden and got into the high 60s, led the league and won an MVP. So players can improve their accuracy. What I just hadn't given enough thought to was the pocket presence and just not playing much live football. We've talked about the lack of throws in college and the pros and 420 total between North Dakota State and the Niners. But he just hadn't played football at all, live action, going back to September the 19th. Early in that game, the first quarter wasn't even over when he had the ankle injury against Seattle. So he was uncomfortable in the pocket. And I hadn't seen that before with him. He does have pocket presence. Colin Kaepernick really struggled with his pocket presence here at the end, probably the worst I've ever seen for a gifted quarterback as far as running. It's funny, the quarterbacks that run the best sometimes have the worst pocket presence, and their inclination is to get out of the burning building too soon. So I respect Mike, and he's spent a lifetime evaluating players. He's a scout, and he worked his way up to being a GM and a number one talent evaluator for Bill Walsh and Bill Belichick and Al Davis. So he knows what he's talking about. But to say the two different things that he said there, to say that when Trey's mama lifted him up from the crib, he didn't have the quarterback instinct, is he saying he could never play quarterback in the NFL? I think that's massive hyperbole. Is he saying we should make him another position on the field? What is he saying? So I think that's just based on watching him here and now, a young guy that has not played much in his whole life. Rich Gannon had the stat, if you add up his high school days at Marshall, Minnesota, North Dakota State, collegiately, preseason NFL football, NFL regular season football, he has thrown the football fewer times than Geno Smith threw it just last year. So that's what we're looking at. So to say he can never play quarterback and doesn't have the instincts, I don't agree with that. The second part, though, is salient for this football team. Is he the number two? Sam Darnold, everybody's just, Sam was the number 3 pick himself, but it wasn't here. It was with the Jets. So we don't fix out on it as much. But Sam was a high draft pick. I think Sam is the backup quarterback. We'll see what Trey's able to do, and I want to see what Kyle does this week with the rotation. I think it's possible that Sam starts the Denver game on Saturday and Trey plays behind, but that's the battle we're kind of in. And the evidence to me on the practice field and watching the game is that Sam's made 55 starts in the NFL. Trey's made 4. And then how many in college? 19, 18, the one year they went undefeated in the pandemic year against Central Arkansas, 1 game. So I don't know if Mike Lombardi's kind of fallen into the hot take culture, doing what he does for a living now. He's saying 2 different things. Can he win the number 2 quarterback job? I think that's a long shot, man. I think Sam will be that guy, but I don't know. We'll see what happens Saturday and then the weeks of practice after in the Charger game. But to say that he does not have the quarterback instinct, I think Lombardi's kind of been a product of the people he's hanging around now, and he's gone hot take on me.
Well, if we big picture this thing, first of all, whoever gave Trey the advice to come out, I know he's the 3rd pick, but he wasn't ready. So we can't do anything about that now, but that's the bottom line. And it's almost like credit. How do you get credit? Well, you got to get, somebody's got to give you credit. Well, you can't get credit without getting credit. Well, that's Trey Lance. He can't play. This is a bad situation for him because he can't play on this team. And the reason why Sam's going to be number 2 is because Kyle trusts him more. So if somebody goes down, and that's what Kyle Shanahan quarterbacks have done, then you got to be able to trust the number 2. And I think Sam Darnold is more trustworthy than what Trey Lance is. And then the traits that Trey has, slow to process and inaccurate to throw, well, those are the 2 main things that a Kyle Shanahan quarterback needs to do. He has to process quickly and he has to be accurate. Well, that's what Brock Purdy is. That's never been what Trey has been. So I think he's going to make it somewhere, not here. It's going to be another James Wiseman situation because they can't wait. And you can't compound the problem just because where you picked the guy. You say this all the time, and you're right. It doesn't matter where you were picked. Once you're in camp, it's over. And if you want to sit there and say, we gave up so many picks and we did this and we did that, then you're compounding the problem. He doesn't fit. And at some point, if it's a 5th rounder, if it's a whatever, I think you have to move the guy. I think Brandon Allen, you even trust more than him. So if you're a Super Bowl contender and there is a not a desperation. You're down there a hell of a lot more than I am, but they want to win a Super Bowl, and they're in a Super Bowl window, and the numbers are going to start getting big as far as the salaries go. They can't wait on him. It's a bad situation for him. It's unfortunate, but I think he can make it like Rich Gannon did, but it's going to take another place.
In 2019, the 49ers were 7 minutes and 13 seconds away from winning the Super Bowl. In 2020, all the hell went down. Nick got hurt in New York. Week 2, Jimmy got hurt. Kittle got hurt. They all got hurt. All of a sudden, you wind up with the 12th pick in the draft. You trade up to get the 3rd pick in the draft. No team that played in the Super Bowl 2 years prior had ever picked that high. So you're choosing a young, undeveloped, he's a one and done. He was 1 year and 1 game and done college player at a lower level of college football. So when he got here, I thought he needs not 1 redshirt year, he needs 2. And that was obviously the year with Jimmy, and then last year when Jimmy came back onto the roster. But as far as processing, that was not his issue at North Dakota State. He processed. He just was occasionally inaccurate, where it was good throw, good throw, good throw. What the F was that? He just sailed that ball into the sideline. I think they knew he had the inaccuracy, and they would be able to correct it. But where he got set back was his first preseason, that 3rd and final game against the Raiders. On a follow-through, he hit his right index finger on a Raider defender's helmet, and it screwed him up. He couldn't grip the ball properly, and it set him back up until this offseason, really. But I don't think processing is a problem. And I know there's a lot of video clips from the game on Sunday in Vegas where he does not pull the trigger on throws, and we could see it. Watching it, we don't need it all 22, and Tim Ryan pointed it out immediately. I think the reason he's not pulling the trigger is he's not confident he can make the throw. There's a difference to I don't see it, and versus I see it, but can I rip it? And I think that's where he's at. I think all the work he's done mechanically and trusting his throws and just playing with speed, and those windows close quickly in the NFL.
He doesn't know what open is.
He doesn't.
At North
he
Dakota
sees
State,
it.
It was open.
No,
but these windows, he's waiting until guys are turning.
But I think he sees it. He just does not trust the.
So is that a mental? See, to me,
he's got to play more.
But I think
so
he's
it's
lost
different
his confidence too.
When he came in here, Kyle assured me there have been quarterbacks here that have played that didn't see it, and they got cloudy. The issue was not can he see it. It was can he execute the throw? Can he get it there? So now I think the game is speeding up for him. Those windows open fast. When you slow him down with it all 22 and go frame by frame, you could say, throw it here now. Well, you've already got to start the pullback and release the ball. It's not that simple. It's got to get it there now. It's got to be there before now. I just don't think he trusts the throw. I think he sees it. He's just not willing to pull the trigger on it. And there were some instances last year where Brian Griese pointed this out, when Brock would leave the pocket too early or get out to his left. There weren't many snaps. Brock played amazingly well last year, but he had to get up to speed to the NFL speed of the game. There were times that Brock just didn't want to pull the trigger on a throw early, waited a beat, and then got out of the pocket, and then now he's scrambling. And a lot of times he made a play out of the pocket, or he'd spin around to his left and throw the ball away and avoid the sack. With Trey, they are confident he sees it. Maybe in this one game it's sped up a little bit, but that's, to me, some of those snaps we have not seen from him. It's been inaccuracy, and this time I think there's a reason why. I think his brain sees it. He's just, for whatever reason, he's not confident to rip the throw and make the throw. So what you want to see is advancement in this next game on the practice field. If he's not the starting quarterback on this team, and he's not going to be if Brock stays healthy, the way he gets better is as the scout team quarterback, because he's going to go up against the number 1 defense in pro football every Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and they're going to speed up your brain, and they're going to speed up your arm, and you know what? You just got to rip it. That's why Kyle, most coaches would not have loved the play that he made on the touchdown to Dwelly that got tipped, because it was late, it was back across his body. But what Kyle was saying was, just rip it. Don't turn down throws when you got guys open on in cuts or, people in the flat and you're missing throws. So it's more so right now the coaching point is see it and rip it. Just let it go. And if bad things happen, if these guys are great and they close the window and they tip the ball or pick it off, then the NFL's great. But don't do it because you're paralyzed. Just trust your arm, see it, rip it.
But how can he, with this team and where they are, and
Scout
as
team.
an organization,
Scout team.
But how can he get that opportunity? Because
Scout team.
where I see that is, but that's not a game.
That's the light. Scout team. When you play the number one defense in football, Brock Purdy got better Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Trey struggled against the scout team his rookie year because his index finger, he threw pick sixes all the time. It was like, what's going on here? And then when he got healthy later in the year, he's not going to be able to get better in games. He's going to have to get better on the scout team.
That's why I think they have to move him. Because I don't see any opportunity.
He could get better on the scout team. Unless you get offered something reasonable in compensation coming back the other way, they're not going to give the guy away.
But let's say the guy was a fifth-round pick. He would probably already be gone. I mean, what's the point in the guy showing what he showed? Because to me, he looked no different than Bryce Young or any of the rookies that I saw, or C.J. Stroud or any of those guys. That was their first preseason game. He looked like that was his first preseason game.
I think Trey was more prepared to play as a rookie. I think he got hurt early in the Raider game.
His confidence is
the joint practices in Costa Mesa. He got cloudy and he's kind of paralyzed by it all. But they're not going to give this guy away. They're not going to cut him off the roster. We'll see what happens if he plays better against Denver. But they're not going to give him away. If they have to put him on, if he's the third-string quarterback and he's on the scout team, that's how you get better. Practice against Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, and Talanoa Hufanga 3 times a week.
Bob and Lund, we're live at the Public House. Come hang out. It is a beautiful day. The Giants taking on the Rays in the rubber game today. So we will make sure that we get you a bit of a preview before we go up to the booth and talk to the boys as well. Plus, we have Tony's Pizza to give away as well, so make sure that you stay tuned because we want to get you $50 to Tony's. We'll do all that coming up next in the patio, getting ready for the Giants and the Rays, only here on the Sports Leader.
Going to be back at Oracle Park on the Public House, the patio. Can you smell it? It's the smell of Tony G's. If you want to come here, the garlic fries, obviously, the crab sandwiches, but you want to get a slice, and I say just go traditional pepperoni of Tony G's, Tony's Pizza Napolitana by Tony Gemignani, the one on the North Beach. They have a stand, and they have many of them here at Oracle Park. They've got every style pizza, New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, St. Louis. He has every mouth-watering, award-winning pizza possible, all the traditionals, Neapolitan, Grandman, Sicilian pies, and he's got other restaurants in the North Beach besides Tony's. Capo's for Detroit style, cracker, thin tavern-style pizza in Chicago deep dish. He's also, you got to libate on a hot day like today. You got a full bar with the artisan cocktails, a curated wine list, and they also make other things besides pizza pies, Italian beef sandwiches, fresh house-made pasta, Italian sausages, and all the great Italian desserts like tiramisu, gelato, and holy cannoli. Tony Gemignani is a 13-time world pizza champion, known for making the best pizza in the world. Look for his Slice House locations across the Bay Area, and today, right here at Oracle Park. And don't forget about the fresh pizza.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hey, we're live at the Public House. Come on by. Grab yourself a beverage. It's been awesome to be hanging out today. By the way, thanks to my good friend Tom. He brought me some more beautiful
Tom!
pictures. I got to put them up in my
guy,
office as my background. When we do
What'd
this,
he bring
shows
you?
from there. He's really cool. Like, he's got this great camera, and he sits in Oracle and takes all these cool shots.
What players? Last time it was Casey Schmidt's debut.
Yeah.
Who's he got? Wade Boggs Meckler?
Oh, we got everybody. Luis Matos. We got
Sacramento Rivercast
Sable.
Finals.
He's got a great Patrick Bailey, so I'm going to make a little thing, put that in my background there.
All right.
Also, you'll like this. $50 to Tony's. Call right now. Caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. This number only, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. Tony's Pizza is, of course, in North Beach, been recognized as having the best pizza in the world, and been making pizzas for over 30 years. Got one right here at Oracle Park. You want
I'm going to go to the original today.
You are?
Well, you know where I have to go after we get done? I'm going to watch the game.
Yeah.
And then, remember we had the Sarge family dinner on that Sunday night?
Oh, my gosh. I still haven't
at North Beach Italian restaurant, the Prosciutto Room.
Yeah.
They valeted my car, and I gave them my Matchbox Tesla.
Oh, yeah. What
key.
happened with that?
They still have it. So
I thought you were going to get it like the next day. It was like 10 days ago.
I don't need it because I have it on my app, and they actually give you a key card. But I valeted the car today at Hotel Via. I'm not sure they're going to be able to move the car without the Matchbox. So if you're open at noon at the North Beach Italian restaurant, I'm going to slide on by, grab my key, and maybe go right over to Gemignani's and get a pepperoni to go. So, but that'll be after the game, which Wade Boggs Meckler is leading off.
He does have a nice mustache.
Contos dropped. He looks like Wade Boggs.
Does
really?
he drink 82 beers
that
when
was,
they do a cross country
and not
road trip?
having not eating chicken before every game and Margot Adams before every game. But in any event, he looked like Wade Boggs to you? Wade Boggs is one of the greatest hitters in the history of baseball.
I mean, just physically. I'm not saying that he's...
Because he's a left-handed hitter?
But, no, just in the facially. He was like his mustache and that whole thing.
But he's got the goggles on.
Yeah. I saw side-by-side.
Looks like Chris Sabo.
Yeah. I saw side-by-side, and before he puts the goggles
Boggs?
on...
Really?
Yeah, he does, before he puts the goggles on. But it is a nice mustache. I will say. It's not bad.
All right, well, Meckler's leading off. You got diamond notes.
Yeah, I got
Who's your
diamond
pick to click? Peterson DHing, Wilmer at first, Conforto and right. J.D. Davis back in the lineup at third.
Red hot Conforto.
Conforto's hot.
Yeah.
Blake Sable's catching. If they have the lead late, they'll bring in Patrick Bailey as the closer to catch the Rogers boys and Camilo. Tyro Estrada at second, so he's batting seventh today, not ninth. Johan Camargo at shortstop. No Craw day game after night game. Mm-hmm. And then Elliot Ramos with those wheels from last night in left field. No, he's fast. Wow, he was flying.
Yeah, that was.
So we were talking to Contos about the next 19.
Right.
And it's hell.
Rough.
3 in Atlanta, 3 Philadelphia, 3 home to Atlanta, 3 home to Cincinnati, 4 Labor Day weekend, San Diego, 3 at Wrigley, huge, before you come home to play the Rockies. So that's 19 games. But we're going to be back here on the patio next, because Barbara and Mary Jane are all on us. You said you were here, you didn't come. So we promised them we're coming back August 30th. 2 weeks from today. And that'll be the final game of the Reds series. So take the Padres and Wrigley out of it. So 3 in Atlanta, 3 in Philadelphia, 3 home to Atlanta, 3 home to the Reds, wraps up the next time we're here. 12 games, excluding the day. They got to win today. But when they go on this road trip starting on Friday and they start the Dirty Dozen, why are you making that face? You have bitter beer taste?
I don't like Atlanta 6 times.
Would you take 6 and 6 right now?
Oh, in a second.
I mean, hell, they went on a road trip earlier this year and won them all. Went to St. Louis, went to the Dodgers, beat them 15-0. You're not going to take 500. So what will their record be when we come back here on the patio? And will they be a playoff team?
Well, let me give you a number from game notes today
all right.
that will encourage people, even though this schedule
against
is
the
tough.
Best. Is that it?
Yeah. The Giants have the 4th best record in Major League Baseball versus teams that are 500 or better. They're 36-30.
Okay, what's that winning percentage?
545.
Okay, so then I would say they go 7-5.
7.
Are we including today? I'm not including this. They have to win today, so at least they get a split on the homestand.
That'd be 8-5 in the next 13.
Yeah, just take the 12.
Yeah. Okay.
So
7-5. If that holds, that's 7-5.
They're gonna go 7-5. Would you take 5 and 7?
I'd take 3 and 3.
Would you take 4 and 8?
I'd take 3
you
and 3
don't want
against
3
Atlanta.
and 9.
I want 3 and 3 against Atlanta.
Is that the hardest 12-game stretch?
Yeah.
I mean, the Reds on the back end, but you got to go to Atlanta, South Philly, and then home to Atlanta again?
Yeah. That's tough. That's tough. Thanks, everybody, for coming out to the public house today. We still have award-winning Diamond Notes to come. Again, thanks to Tony's Pizza today. Thanks to Zach Littell. George Contos came out.
George was good. Zach was great.
Deal. Thanks to Hammer for making it all happen. And good to see you again.
Good to see you, my friend.
We'll talk about Jake Moody.
We didn't tell
tomorrow.
me at all about your trip to Arizona.
Oh, I got a lot.
How was Mill
stories.
Avenue?
I had lots of good stories.
We have a short show today, 1 hour and 45.
Yeah,
we
we'll
got
get more
4
into it.
hours tomorrow
Get
and
more into
Friday.
it. All right, Giants baseball right now on the Sports Leader.
Another beautiful day here in San Francisco. Some day baseball, our last day in the city for a while. Giants are headed on the road after this one, and the Giants have a chance to win a series final game against the Tampa Bay Rays after last night's impressive Giants 7-0 win. We'll see if they can do it again. I'm Dave Fleming along with John Miller. Full pregame show to come. Giants and Rays baseball on the radio.